recycling
Ready
at the
to roll,
Convenience
gang?
Collection Center and what
Good
you can
evening,
do
and
to
we're
clean
going
up
to
your
call
community.
the April 21st, 2014 City Council meeting to order. And this evening, we are honored to have 3 Highland Park students that are going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. We have Colby Probst, Ella, and Emma Yates. Ella, Emma, Colby.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Wonderful. Hey, do you mind if we ask you a couple questions? All right. Who wants to go first? Oh, you do. Ellie wants to go first. Okay. Will you scoot closer to the microphone for us? Okay. And it's Ellie Yates.
Yes.
And what grade are you in?
Second.
Second. And is this your sister?
Yes.
Okay. Are you twins or you just
Yeah.
look alike?
We're twins.
You're twins? Okay. Second grade. Who's your teacher?
Miss O'Toole.
Miss O'Toole. What's your favorite subject?
Art.
Art. What kind of art do you like? Like painting, drawing?
Painting.
Painting. What other things do you like to do?
Math.
Math. All right. Math and art. That's good stuff. All right. And Emma, let me guess. Are you in second grade?
Yes.
And is that your sister?
Yes.
Okay. Who's your teacher?
Miss O'Toole.
Miss O'Toole. Oh, she must be brave. What's your favorite subject?
Art.
Art. Hey, Dad. What's your house look like? It's beautiful. I bet it is. Lots of art around the house. Wonderful. And what else do you like to do besides art?
Math.
You like math also. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Do you like to play outside?
Yes.
What do you like to do outside?
Play tag.
Play tag? Who's faster?
Me.
You are. They're in agreement. That's great. That's great. And who brought you to City Council tonight?
My dad.
And where is he?
And there.
What's his name?
Scott.
Thank you. That's wonderful. Thank you guys very much. Colby, hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
Wonderful. What grade are you in?
5th.
5th grade. And who's your teacher?
Mr. Aller.
Mr. Eller?
Aller.
Aller. Mr. Aller. Great. What do you think of your new school?
It's good.
It's good. I'm glad to hear that. Okay.
We haven't had the playground for half a year, so.
Well, that's true. It's new construction can do that. So at least you got your new school now. What's your favorite subject?
Probably social studies.
Social studies. That's good. That's real good. And what do you like to do when you're not at school or studying?
Read.
Read? What kind of stuff do you like to read?
Yeah. Just fiction.
Whatever?
Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool. That's great. And who brought you tonight?
My mom.
And there she is over there. Thank you. That's great. Hey, you guys got anything you want to ask them?
Do you guys ever try to trick your teacher about pretending to be the other?
No.
You wouldn't do that, would you? That'd be a good trick to try. Can't believe I said that.
Blame it on him. That's great. You guys got anything else? That's great. I appreciate it, guys. I got a little something for you, and then we're going to take a couple pictures.
All right. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Great.
You guys get a picture of me?
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Now, for full disclosure, one of the best things I like about having our elementary students do the Pledge of Allegiance is I feel tall. Okay, next on our agenda, we have, and I didn't see him in the room yet, is Mr. Causley here? I didn't see him. Didn't know, okay. We do have a proclamation for Mr. Causley. Whereas writing is crucial to our culture and is a learned skill essential in our way of life. And whereas Fred Causley is a longtime leader of the Stillwater Writers and currently serves as treasurer. Whereas Fred Causley was instrumental in forming the Stillwater High School Sophomore Essay Writing Contest and encourages and assists writers of all ages by sharing his own poems, from inspiring short poems to long side-splitting stories that rhyme. And whereas Fred Causley believes the greatest tribute a writer can leave for future generations is a book, a legacy of life. And whereas Fred Causley shares his faith through the pages of his book of poems and inspiration, When First I Heard the Whisper. And whereas Fred Causley graduated from OSU with a master's degree in creative writing and spent 26 years at OSU as a technical writer for the Department of Agriculture. And whereas Fred Causley is a Stillwater businessman and owner of Causley Productions with his wife Mary and son James. Mr. Causley has 2 granddaughters, the delight of his life, and he gives God the glory for his life and family. And whereas it is important to recognize the published authors in our community who make life better for all. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, John Bartley, Mayor of the City of Stillwater, do hereby proclaim and recognize the 21st day of April, 2014, as Fred Causley Day, in recognition of a compassionate family man, a down-home friend who never forgets where he came from, and a man who always gives credit to family and friends who encouraged him through the struggles of his young life. Mr. Causley, thank you. Tonight, I am honored for City Council to award our 3rd Citizen Recognition Award. And we created this a couple years ago to honor people in our community that do wonderful things, but often under the radar. We have so many people in our community that make our community very special. And tonight, I am proud to honor, I guess I should say a little bit more. Each award is somebody special, and each person does so many different and unique things. And tonight's award recipient, Dorothy Aiken, is extra special. She's extra special for her family, she's extra special for her friends, and she's extra special to our community. And so to start the awards, I would like to show a short video that was created to honor Ms. Aiken.
So many people that I know see her walking around the lake early in the morning or in the evening or in the afternoon, and you know, she's just going. And so many people see her out there, and just that's inspiring. At 83, she's out there walking around the lake twice. Or she's in the gym. I mean, so many times I get people talking about, yeah, I saw your mom in there, she's on the rowing machine just getting after it. I'm thinking, 83-year-old lady jumping on a rowing machine and people telling me she's getting after it. You know, that's inspiring.
Since moving to Stillwater in 1995 to be closer to her grandchildren, Dorothy Aiken has been an active member of the Stillwater community. Early in her life, Aiken had a rough childhood that inspired her belief in positive thinking and giving back. Aiken is a first-generation Japanese American who went back to Japan prior to World War II, but got stuck there once war erupted. Stuck in enemy territory and separated from her country, Aiken adopted the philosophy that every day matters.
She made a conscious decision that, you know what, I've wasted 18 years of my life on all this negativity and killing and hate and all that. I don't know how long I'm going to be here, so every day matters.
Dorothy demonstrates that mentality in her service with the Stillwater Medical Center, logging more than 6,800 hours of volunteer work since 1998. She has taken her dedication to serving to extreme lengths. The medical center tells us that Dorothy makes a great impression with her smile and greeting with all the visitors who enter their facility.
I have my desk up front in the lobby and more or less direct traffic. When patients come in, I ask their name, and a lot of people will tell us what they're there for, or some will just say, I'm supposed to be here. And a lot of them appreciate the fact that if we could recognize their name or, you know, just give them a smile, and it does a lot of PR, and you get to know the people, and I love working there.
In 2012, the hospital recognized Dorothy for her service, honoring her with a Volunteer of the Year award. In addition, with her unfaltering service with the hospital, Dorothy has given back in various other ways through her local church, where she serves with the morning prayer group and on Saturdays at Saturday brunch.
I was surprised when Joe, my son, called me and said he recommended me. I'm glad that he's proud of me, and I was flabbergasted actually, but I'm happy. Thank you so much for this award, and I'm proud to receive it. And thank my family's love and all the friends I have and all the friends at Stillwater Medical Center. I am privileged to work with all these good people. Thank you so much. Thank you.
One, two, three. One, two, three.
Connor, get one.
Thank you so much.
Give me just a moment to
Goodness.
reorganize myself.
She's clearing the room.
Told you she was popular.
Wow. That's good.
Okay. That'll take us down to the consent docket, and on the consent docket, we have items A through I. Are there any items that a counselor would like to remove from the consent docket? Not, is there a motion on the consent docket?
Motion to approve the consent docket.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent docket. And that is approved 5-0. And that'll take us down to, well, I need to look up all the extras for public hearings. Okay, I'll take us down to public hearings. And on the first public hearing, a request for a special use permit, CC 14-27. Mr. Dorman, do we have good notice on this?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Dennison?
Good evening, Paula Dennison, Development Services. And I have before you a request for a specific use permit for an electronic message center sign. It's a little unusual. This is located at 524 South Duncan. The property is the entire area surrounded on the north by 5th Avenue, the south by 6th, the west by Duck, and the east by Duncan. This is the property of the First Presbyterian Church just down the road from here. This is a visual of the proposed electronic message sign, and you can see the base. It is a monument sign, and it will have the required, the electronic message component will meet the requirement of the city that we've adopted for this type of signage. And you can tell they've demonstrated the height approximately with a figure there. I will back up just for a second. The little blue area is the approximate location of the sign. Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. The reason for the SUP, I would like to let you know that also, is because this property, although it is in the commercial area of town, since it is one developed parcel, it is adjacent to residential zoning district. And that is the cause for this action before you, this request before you this evening. Those electronic message center signs must have an SUP when they are adjacent on property that is adjacent to residential districts. So the findings, it is allowed in the CB, which is our commercial business district with an SUP. And although the sign is not adjacent to the residential, the property is. The sign will actually be on the frontage of Highway 51. It is restricted typically to time, temperature, and other public information. This SUP will allow them to have activity-related information on the signage, and it does meet the requirements and intent of the rest of the regulations of City Code. Be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Can you throw that other image back up there, that the property there? As I'm looking at that, while I understand why we're having to review it because of being adjacent to the residential area, it doesn't appear to me that the sign is tall enough and the building screens it from those residential areas, doesn't it?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Dennison?
Is it two different signs that we're looking at?
At the actual sign itself, there's the emblem on the brick component, but the electronic message center sign is going to be on top of the brick. There's almost like a concrete right here that it will be sitting on and structurally attached to. It will not be separate from that one sign. However, there are additional signs on the property, but not of this type.
Thank you. Okay. We will now have our public hearing, and we will open the public hearing, and there's no one that has submitted a request to speak in favor or against, so we will close the public hearing. And Ms. Dennison, what are the findings, or what's your recommendation?
Planning Commission recommends unanimous approval of this request.
Okay. Any questions for Ms. Dennison? Okay. Discussion or a motion on Planning Commission's recommendation?
I move to approve this.
Second. Motion and second to approve Planning Commission's recommendation. And that is approved 5-0. That'll take us down to our second public hearing, and this is we received public comment request from Park 7 Group, preliminary planned unit development. Mr. Mr. Dorman, do we have good notice on this?
Yes, sir.
And this is postponed from the April 7th meeting. Wonderful. Okay. Ms. Dennison.
Yes, thank you. Paula Dennison again, Development Services, and I'm going to take a little time to explain this. This is a quite intense application. There's a lot of information here and a lot of information I would like to share with you that has been received by staff since the Planning Commission meeting. So if you will allow me, this is a request to rezone property from general industrial to RTM, which is our residential multifamily zoning district. It's our least intense multifamily zoning district. And the request is also to apply a planned unit development to that base rezoning request. The property, as you see, is outlined in red. It is bound by Mercury to the north and Marine to the east. A couple of properties I'll be speaking about in my presentation. The Aspen Heights development is this RTM zone property immediately to the north. Lakeview Ridge Addition is the single-family property, also zoned RTM, that is located immediately to the south. You can see the other zonings: industrial, agriculture, commercial shopping, and commercial general in the vicinity. And this over on the far side of the screen is Perkins Road. Here is a colored site plan showing the landscaping. This we left in after the Planning Commission meeting. It just gives an idea of it's a little easier to read than just your straight black and white. And it shows the clubhouse up here in the northwest corner of the property, away from the residential, which is down here to the south. The buildings are located scattered throughout. Parking, as you can see, the landscaping. The detention pond facility is located at this site. It has been scooted north to at least 20 feet off of that southern property line, and that is reflected in the plan that you'll see here in just a moment. A couple of other things to note: this is a multifamily development. There are 9 two-story duplexes. The duplexes, as you can see, are adjacent to the southern property line, and they're the smaller of the buildings. That there's 1 row of them across the south. There are 27 three-story buildings, and those are the other buildings scattered throughout the development. Then you have the clubhouse with the pool, tennis courts, and amenities. The unit types, it's a mixture of studio to 5-bedroom. I'd like to note the building orientation. All of the duplexes face east and west, except for this one that is located just east of the detention facility. The duplexes, as you'll see here in a moment, have a 50-foot setback from the south property line. And from the residential component, Lakeview Ridge runs from Marine to this approximate area, and then this is the commercially zoned property. The apartments that are in this vicinity are approximately 125 feet setback from the southern property line.
Say that again. You're talking about the ones on the other side of the duplexes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, 125.
Yes, sir. Approximately 125 feet, yes, sir. There is no access to Marine. As you can see, there are 2 points of access onto Mercury. This is the western point. It comes in and loops throughout the development and exits close to Marine, but there are no access from any of the parking lots at all onto Marine Drive. The landscaping, we'll get into it in just a little bit. They're requesting 2 things in particular that vary from the underlying zoning. One is building height increase. They ask that it go up to 35 feet, and they also ask for a reduced number of bicycle spaces.
And the building height is allowed at how tall?
The building height in the RTM is 30. I'm sorry, I don't have that in my note.
35 in RTM, they're requesting to go to 38.
Oh, yes, thank you, Tom. 35 is allowed in RTM. They're requesting actually to go to 38. Thank you. The duplexes will remain around the 25 to 28 foot range. This is the black and white site plan of that you just saw the color. And one of the things to note is a revision that has been received recently since the Planning Commission action. One of the Planning Commission's conditions in their recommendation to you was for the parking lots to be no closer than 40 feet to the southern property line. It was discussed with the developer about actually moving those parking lots to 50 feet to be in line with the duplexes that were at 50 feet, and that's what this site plan reflects. Is if you can see, and it's difficult to zoom in, but the duplex buildings and then the parking lot and the duplex buildings. So those are lined up at the 50-foot setback mark instead of the parking lots being an additional 10 feet closer.
Was this reflected on what we received?
Yes, ma'am. This plan was included in your packet. And this one is a little bit different. It is the landscaping plan, and it's quite hard to see up here on the screen, but one of the things that was not carried forward from the previous plan you saw is that these parking lots are still shown at the 40-foot setback, which is recommended by the Planning Commission. And so this landscape plan, not the PUD plan. The PUD plan was the one before that actually reflects the 50-foot setback of the parking lots. But the landscape plan will need to be revised again to show those parking lots at 50 feet as well. But one thing to note on the landscape plan, one of the recommendations, again, of the Planning Commission, one of their conditions, was evergreen trees in addition to the fence, berm, shrubs, etc. This plan reflects the evergreen trees along the south side of the parking lots in place of shrubs, is what this landscape plan reflects. And those are, that condition was on the property adjacent to the neighborhood, excluding the area around the detention facility.
And those trees are, does it show how tall those trees are, if they are in place of bushes?
On the plan, it identifies the type of tree. One of the subsequent condition of the Planning Commission was 15 feet total height on the berm by themselves, total height at the time of planting. And the actual height is not reflected in this view of the trees. Okay, moving on to building elevations. This is the elevation of the 3-story building. And you can see that there's no outside access from the 3rd floor. It's the 2nd and 1st that have outdoor access from the units. There has been a concern with the outdoor gathering areas, access, whatever it's called, about noise and any views to the south. One of the conversations also has been, and this is how I can understand it and put it in my head, at hotels, the way they separate balconies one from another is the walls of the units are actually extended out to be noise, visual, can't throw something over there, you know, to your next door neighbor in the room next door from those balconies. And that's one of the discussions for these outdoor gathering areas that's part of the building, to have the walls extended to be noise and visual barriers to any property to the south. The discussion has been for only those buildings that are south, the 3-story buildings that are south of the road, the south half of the property.
So, I'm sorry. The
That's okay.
discussion, you said discussion, does that mean that that was not reflected on these plans?
That has not been reflected on any plans that we have received, no ma'am. Two-story buildings, the duplexes that are only along the very southern end of the property adjacent to the neighborhood. These two-story they do not have any second floor access to the outside. The only first floor access are the common stairways that are interior to the building and the rear doors of those structures. You can see on this elevation there is a door, and that does not lead into a unit. That is only for storage or utility access for that building. It does not go directly into a unit at all. On the building plan, also note, there are no decks, porches, balconies, outdoor structural gathering areas built into the duplexes. We have 2 lines of sight for the property in question, and these are recently revised. They have also been included in the packets that you received. These reflect trees on a berm. This would be someone standing in the neighborhood in their backyard, looking north toward the development. This indicates the approximate location of property line. This would have a setback. There is an area where utilities, underground utilities, would need to be located, and that would be in this area.
What area? I'm not seeing your cursor.
I'm not finding it either. There, between the invisible property line that really does not show up on ground unless you put something there, and the start of the berm is where that will occur.
Okay.
Then you have the berm, the elevated berm, with 2 different heights of trees planted on them. The tallest is going to be your approximate 15 foot from the ground level, which will be the elevated berm that you see there with the tree on top. Then the 50-foot setback for the duplexes and the approximate 125-foot setback for the duplexes. This if you could remove the berm and the trees and the buildings and everything, the ground would look almost flat. And this is going to be on the eastern half or so of the property. On the western half or so of the property, there's already a topographical elevation change that exists. And this is the view, including that scaled change with the berm, trees, and then the duplex at 50 feet and the 3-story apartment units at 125 approximately. So that can give an idea of looking in either direction. Couple of comparisons. This is known as the Avenue. As I alluded to earlier, Aspen Heights is the development that's on the north side of Mercury, immediately north of this proposal. As you can see, the zonings are similar. The Avenue is on less acreage, has a higher number of units, more beds. Their density, which is the number of dwelling units per acre, is greater. And then their population density, which is the number of people or actually beds per acre, is also greater. There was some discussion of transition area. Stillwater City Code requires an area between a planned unit development and any other zoning district to have a transition area, which is just a simple area, 100 feet in width, where there is a different density, that maximum that is allowed. The transition area on this property, and I will go back to this, is, when my cursor pops up, this dashed line across is the 100-foot from the southern property line, because this is the planned unit development, and the property to the south is the RTM, residential 2 and multifamily zoning district. That 100-foot setback requires a maximum of 25 dwelling units per acre. Within that is 4 dwelling units per acre as proposed in the PUD. So it is quite a bit less than the 25 dwelling units per acre that is required in that. Plus there's the additional 50-foot setback that accommodates for a lot of that. But I just wanted to bring up that transition also to you this evening. Findings. It is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Comprehensive plan identifies the property as low-density residential, which allows for a maximum units per acre of 20, and this is less than 20. This is actually less than 10. Does provide for a buffer to the residential uses to the south. The subdivision to the south, although it is built as single-family residential, it is zoned RTM as well. And the PUD does exceed the development intensity of Aspen Heights, the property to the north. I will be more than happy to answer any questions with all of this information that I've just laid out for you for your consideration.
Okay. Before we get to those questions, Counselor.
My name is Gina Noble. I live at 906 Lauren Lane, and my home is in Lakeview Ridge Addition.
All she's required to do under the charter. Should be noted in the record.
Thank you. Okay. Any questions for Ms. Dennison at this time?
Yeah, sorry. First question. On one of the slides, you said the community center is set back from Lakeview Ridge, but isn't it across from the apartments to the north, I guess? Like directly across from them?
The clubhouse?
Yes.
Up here in the corner?
So that would be directly across from, I don't know the name of those apartments that were...
Aspen Heights.
The other ones. Just next to Aspen Heights. What are those called?
I could tell you who owned them, but
it's
not the
not
name.
in that area. It's across from Aspen Heights. Not across from the ones I'm thinking of.
It is across from Aspen Heights. On this map, the clubhouse and facility will be located approximately here.
Okay.
And I believe those are the apartments that you're referring to, right at the corner of Perkins and Mercury.
Okay. On that map there, can you show me on Park 7 where the exits will be? Or roughly?
Roughly coming in this location, circling around, and coming back out on this end.
Will
Yes, sir.
those correlate with Aspen Heights exits? I know they have one on Mercury right there. I'm just concerned about massive amounts of college students leaving and turning out the same way with nothing but a stop sign to stop them.
We have evaluated that. They also did a traffic impact analysis, and that is still being reviewed between city staff as well as the traffic engineer that did the design to work out the final requirements of improvements for any impact that this development has, and the consideration will be how traffic is currently moving from the Aspen Heights development and the others in the vicinity.
Okay. And then on the, I guess the outlining area that's closest to Lakeview Ridge, there's burns. I'm looking at, you probably can't see this, but this one here with the line of sight.
Yes, sir.
There's the burn and the tree, and then I guess, is this the fence right here? Is Park 7 putting in another fence included of the fences that are already there, or is there just going to be one fence?
The fencing currently, as the Planning Commission has recommended, is at the ends of the parking lots have berms with 6-foot tall fencing, not 4, but 6 was the Planning Commission's condition. have evergreen trees planting along through there, as well as the shrubs that were initially proposed.
What type of fence? Sorry. Are we talking like a?
That might be a question for the applicant
Okay.
of what type of fence that they are proposing up there.
Okay. And then can you just real quick, sorry, on the setbacks, 125 feet, you said they're allowed 25 units per acre and they're only putting in how many?
They are allowed in this area, this 100-foot setback, they are allowed to have 25 units per acre. And what they have proposed within that, we call it the transition area, is 4 units per acre.
Okay. And those are the duplexes?
Yes, sir.
Area. Okay.
Because the apartments don't start until around 125-foot setback.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I've got right now.
So you said, and I guess I can ask this later, you said the traffic study is not complete?
It has not been accepted by staff yet. It's still being reviewed by staff and the traffic engineer.
So we won't hear that tonight? No? Is the traffic engineer here tonight?
I believe he is. It might be best to ask him.
Okay. I will do that. Drainage study. Because of the berms were added after Planning Commission, correct, or not?
The berms were discussed, if I recall correctly, they were discussed with the applicant prior to Planning Commission, and the revisions that we have seen and they're included in your packet indicate the landscape berms as part of the site plan development.
So with that, do we have a drainage study to see the impact of the berms on the abutting property?
At this point, it is a preliminary drainage study. Our development review engineer, Mike Beatty, is here if you have specific questions on any of those. But the preliminary drainage study, if I recall correctly, and he can come up and tap me on the shoulder if he needs to, has been accepted by staff. And the final drainage study will be required with all of the full impacts to the adjacent properties. And that's where the certainty of meeting Stillwater City Drainage Code is going to be looked at and reviewed.
And you had said, should I ask you PUD questions now, or would you like to wait on that?
Ask away.
Okay. You, obviously, you have said this meets the PUD requirements, correct?
It meets, we do evaluate it for the PUD. There's different categories of the PUD requirements that are in the city code. And your report, we did not put all of those requirements in there. Text-wise, we put the analysis in. So there are a lot of the requirements of the PUD that have been met by this proposal.
Are there parts of it that have not been met?
Without going through and calling out each specific one, one of the things that staff looks at when we are evaluating a planned unit development is any of the impacts of that development to, in particular, the immediate vicinity and to the systems, utility, infrastructure, transportation that are currently in place throughout the city. And without the traffic impact analysis being finalized, I cannot tell you that this development does not do anything positively or negatively to our transportation system. It's not required that the traffic impact analysis be accepted at this stage. So that's just one example of I can't give you a definitive yes or a no on that one. And there may be some others through there, but without glancing at it right quickly.
One part of the PUD says The PUD provides for a buffer between the development and the residential uses to the south in the form of landscaping and increased setbacks. And there are several. The PUD reads higher intensity developments may benefit from the provision of one or more of the following alternative forms of open space. Number 2 says common open space provided as a buffer at least 100 feet wide between existing development and the PUD. Is there 100-foot space, common open space?
No, ma'am, there is not. That is a consideration that planned unit developments, in order to mitigate any immediate impacts to properties, it's one of the considerations that they can put in there. It is not a specific individual requirement that they do.
It's just an alternative that they can do.
Yes,
May
ma'am.
benefit the provision. So when you're deciding that this has met all of the requirements, which requirement do you look at? If only one of these criteria is met, which one is it? Do you just look and see to make sure they've met one?
No, ma'am.
Let me ask one question, make sure I understand your question, and it may just be the beginning part of the question. It really, at this point, it's staff hasn't recommended or decided anything. It's the Planning Commission that made the recommendation, and so I want to make sure that the question is.
Okay.
Is the Planning Commission here to answer that question?
No.
Okay, well, when I watched the Planning Commission on the video, Ms. Dennison had said yes, that this did meet. She answered the Planning Commission's question and said, yes, this did meet. So my question is, when you're looking at all, there's 5 pages of PUD. Yes, I know you know. 5 pages, and I want to make sure, I just want to know how you determine that it is acceptable. And so I guess I'll just withdraw my question. I've made my point. I'm done for now.
Any questions at this point? Do you have questions right now?
This is a little bit off this topic, but I'm just wondering how many multi-use, more than single-family housing approvals we've made in the last year.
In the last multifamily housing.
Right.
In 2013, there were 5 approvals so far in 2014, and this ranges anywhere from the zoning coming through to actual building permits being issued and certificates of occupancy. In 2014, there have been 4 so far.
Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Dennison right now? We get another shot at her after the public.
Is there a crime study? I know there's a traffic study, water study, a lot of different. Has there been a crime study?
That
Safety
is,
study. I don't want to say the word crime. Safety study.
those are not requirements under zoning consideration that the city of Stillwater has adopted.
Okay. Thank you.
We do get to ask her questions later.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. You cold? Do you want us to adjust the heat?
No, I'm probably the only one who's cold.
Okay, well, with the number of requests that we have, Patty's taking care of us like usual over there with the heat. I may be asking you to make it colder again here in a little bit. With the number of requests that we have, I'm not going to be a bit surprised if we don't take a recess at some point. But as we start with the public hearing, here is how this is going to happen tonight. Everyone is going to be respectful to everyone. There will not be name calling. It's about respect. We're citizens in this community, and we're going to work together. The way the timer is going to work, I've got the sign-up sheets for everyone, and each in favor of and against, I've got a list in order that you want. I will be calling in that order. There were three requests that were not on the lists. And just up front, I want to ask if they need to go on the list or just at the end. I have Ellen Stevens and Mike Lovitz. Do you want those on your list or just at the end of yours? Just at the end. And then I have a Sally Landis. Just at the end? Okay, thank you. The way the timer works, when you come up, I'll ask you to state your name and your home address for the record, which is required. And after you've said that, Mr. Dorman will hit the start button, and you'll have 5 minutes, and you'll have a green light. It'll stay a solid green light until you get to 1 minute left, and it'll turn to a yellow light. If you get to 30 seconds, it'll start flashing at you. And when you've reached the end of your time, do we still have the sound? Does it still buzz?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I can probably turn
if
that
it does, I apologize because it is distracting. When the red light comes on, then your 5 minute public hearing time has expired, and I would ask that you finish your thought. You don't need to stop in mid-word, but wrap the thought up. If additional time is requested, and I believe there are some on here, that will be at council's discretion at that point. So we'll deal with that as we go forward. And then I also want to state that the counselors are all very knowledgeable about this topic. No one is cold on this topic. Either been at the Planning Commission meeting, we've reviewed the Planning Commission meeting, and repetition doesn't, actually the way I said it earlier was volume doesn't help, whether it be in loudness, volume doesn't equal weight. So everyone has the right to speak. It'll be much more effective for all concerned on both sides if it is not just same thing over and over and over. And I feel very confident that this public hearing will be a public hearing that we can all point to as one that is handled the way that we want the citizens in our community to handle things like this. I have great confidence in that. So with that, we will start our public hearing. Now, the list I have speaking in favor, I have Mr. Ellis and Paul Levine. Now, you guys want to read all the names, or are each of your people going to speak in order? Okay, then I will call on Mr. Ellis, please.
Hal Ellis, 3707 Fountain View, Stillwater, Oklahoma. I am here in regard to the map amendment for 799 East Mercury Avenue. I am representing Part 7 Group. Paul Levine is their representative, and Robert Kearns is the owner. I would request that if I have any excess time to allocate it to a brief rebuttal if I have time left at the end.
We're not going to do rebuttals, but we will be calling for questions if we have them.
Thank you. The Planning Commission recommended approval 6-0 with certain conditions. The applicant, Part 7 group, wishes to state that it concurs with both the Planning Commission recommendation and the conditions that were recommended. Tonight, we will have a group available to answer your questions. Paul Levine will follow me. Roger Ghost, the project engineer. Ken Morris is the traffic engineer. Ted Smith, a real estate appraiser, and Bob Birchall, an arborist, and Ellen Stevens, the hydrologist. These, and Mike Lovitz, the realtor. Any of these will be happy to respond to your questions. We do not plan for Ellen Stevens, a hydrologist, or Mr. Lovitz to make any form of a formal presentation. They're merely here to aid or answer specific questions. This project will have a significant economic impact on our community. Estimates have been made that it will provide an annual impact of approximately $1.2 million. It will employ 5 to 6 direct full-time employees. It will have additional part-time employees in the form of resident managers and assistant type managers. It will bring a construction budget to our community of $30 to $40 million. It will generate significant ad valorem taxes for our community, for our schools. This is probably an obvious example, in our view, of an infill project. You've got Aspen Heights to the north, and you've got the residential neighborhood to the south. At this point, rather than be redundant, I'd ask Paul Levine to come forward. He is the Part 7 representative.
Thank you. Mr. Levine.
Good evening. Paula, how do I get the... Thanks. Can I just use the arrow key or how? Okay. Yeah, good evening. My name is Paul Levine, 461 Park Avenue South, New York is our office address. I'm one of the principals at Park 7.
Can you tilt that mic?
Sure.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm one of the principals at Park 7, head of development, and want to first tell you a little bit about the company in our PowerPoint here. I don't think this is the right PowerPoint presentation. Park 7.
Can I pause that?
The one that we had at Planning Commission.
You can't be cold now.
She turned it back down. We're gonna need some fans.
Can I show it off my laptop? If it were at Planning Commission, on the drive somewhere. No, I know that, I believe Tom spoke about that, yeah. All right. While they're checking on that, one thing I did want to talk about in addition to the PowerPoint presentation was the work we've done in speaking with the neighborhood association to implement some changes to the plan from the very first plans that were drawn a year ago. And the changes, bring up a does this work at all now? I'll go through the changes that we did make. First is really moving the buildings back off the property line to create a bigger buffer area between the property to the south. In an RTM district, that could be as little as 8 feet. The first buildings were pushed back to 50 feet, along with the parking. And the buildings were reduced from 3-story down to 2-story at that 50-foot building setback line. And then the 3-story buildings don't start till you're 125 feet. In addition, the buildings were lined up in a north-south orientation where the ends of the buildings don't have any windows to help with privacy issues, so that the only thing on the side of the buildings are stair towers to enter the second-story units there. We also moved the dumpsters from the ends of the parking lots that were adjacent to the property to the south, move those up into the center drives that we have here to reduce, noise from when those are being emptied, to reduce any impacts to the neighborhood to the south. We also, as has been mentioned, kept the amenity area up in the northwest portion of the site to reduce, again, any noise or anything that stays up, focused up along Mercury Avenue. A considerable amount of landscaping has been added all along the south property line, and putting those up on berms to really, from day one, have a significant landscaping buffer between the property to the south and our development. Let's see here. We did also purposely limit our access points to Mercury to really encourage travel along Mercury out to Perkins that way and not down to Lakeview. Let's see here. The fences were added along the parking lot, and those consequently we've raised those up another 2 feet and put on top of a berm to make sure that we don't have any light from cars bleeding into the neighborhood to the south. We did talk about putting some screening on the back decks if necessary. That's something we certainly can accommodate on the second-story decks of the 3-story buildings. Having the last deck there have some kind of shield that provides more privacy to the south. One thing I think is important to talk about, not just these changes we've made, but really is our experience in student housing. We've been doing it for 15 years. We've developed over 7,000 units in states all over the country. We have a very strong lease in how we manage them. We have 5 or 6 full-time employees on site, a very experienced property management office, assistant property manager, full-time maintenance people, as well as 8 to 10 part-time, what we call community assistants, that reside on site and provide a leasing function as well as a management function. And they act as the intermediaries between the tenants and management. As far as security goes, we typically have professional security that will be there at least 3 nights a week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. If that, the alternative to that is having on-site law enforcement actually live in the units. We provide either free rent or reduced rent for them to live on site and perform those functions. I don't know if in any of your packs, if you've had any photos or.
Did you, while that talking was going?
Yes, I did stop it.
If you have seen any of the photos of the development, they're highly amenitized with a clubhouse. I don't know if you have those in your packets at all. Okay, that's what's going to be in the PowerPoint presentation. But I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
The privacy fence
Yeah.
screening the parking lots.
Yes.
What kind of fence are we talking about?
That'll be a solid fence, either be wood or like a white vinyl, typically another material that is good for fencing because it wears really well.
So So, but you did make the point that the whole purpose of it is to shield the lights as they're coming?
Correct, so they'll be solid.
Okay.
Exactly.
Solid as in pickets that are together?
There won't be any spaces in between them, they'll be solid. Yeah.
And that's a 6-foot fence on the berm?
It's a 6-foot fence on I think the berm is 24 or 30 inches, something along those lines. I think it's depicted on the plan.
Thank you.
What, hold on, I'm sorry, I've got several questions. What brought you to Stillwater? Everyone in this room, obviously, well, most people are citizens of Stillwater, and
Sure.
obviously we represent Stillwater, and so,
Sure.
if this is built, it's gonna impact a lot of people, so what brought you here? And
No, our criteria is we follow pretty much all universities around the country. And we have a big database that we do research. And it's typically universities of 15,000 or larger. And, we follow enrollment trends, historical projections, and we come in and do market studies to see what the occupancy rates are. Looking at also, are there any plans for additional housing on campus, all those elements to find what markets are good for student housing. And also communities that tend not to be urban environments, because those a little different kind of development have different kinds of challenges. But that's basically how we initiate our research and select locations.
And so I guess my follow-up question on that is that you say you follow universities, so this is geared to student housing, because I had a couple calls from people that said this would be good for them, but they were older adults in favor of this, so I'm confused on why they said they would live there, but if your trend is following universities, you probably aren't gearing this towards divorced 50-something males.
No, the target market is student housing.
Okay.
We do not exclude anyone from living there. We do basic, background checks and financials and so forth, but we have developments where non-students do live there because, it's a good value and they're nice properties.
Okay. And then I got an article that I think it was Missouri, maybe, don't quote me on that you guys were also building near Aspen Heights and that got turned down from the city council. Was that due to the relationship it had with the vicinity of Aspen Heights, or can you comment on that?
In Missouri, Aspen Heights is not near us.
It was a city that the article, like I said, I don't know for sure if it was Missouri, but it was close to an Aspen Heights, and the council cited that as a reason, or I guess for...
Yeah, that's ongoing. I'm confident that one is going to be approved. We're still working on revising the plan. We've done 25 projects around the country, the principals that Park 7 has, and I personally developed, and I would say 90% of them, have gone through, the first time, and then there's the percentage that you need to keep working on to get them done. We did a PUD and got approved last year in Norman, and we're under construction there. It's not a perfect process. We need to work on it to get it right and to get enough people happy to move it forward. So.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
I'm sorry, Mr. Levine, I couldn't quite hear what you said. 90% of your projects
I'm saying that's probably what goes through, on the first attempt of rezoning and getting everybody happy enough with the plan, and then there's the percentage that need additional meetings, and sometimes you have to come back,
Any other questions for Mr. Levine at this time?
Yes, I'm wondering, I think in your website you talk about your on-site construction staff, so you hire everyone locally for construction?
Yeah, our role is the general contractor, and we hire as many local subcontractors as we can, as long as there's the pool large enough to do that. In a project like this, you need 40 framers, as long as there's local supply of labor that can achieve our construction timeline. Since it is student housing, you have to be open at a certain time of the year. You got to be open by August, or else you got a problem. But we do hire a considerable amount of local labor and supplies and those kinds of things.
You do buy your supplies here?
Yeah, as much as we can, usually local lumber yards and that kind of thing. Again, it's an issue just as long as they're able to satisfy the needs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
You have another question?
I do. You said that you've been doing this for 15 years, Park 7 has?
Under Park 7 and Copper Beach.
Copper Beach, and are there any other companies before Park 7? Park 7 was 2010, correct?
About 2010 was the formation. It was basically the management team and owners, partners in Copper Beach. After Copper Beach really was, the patriarch of that company was in a different stage in his life and was really looking to exit.
Do you hold on to these properties, or do you sell them? What's your plans?
Our plan is to grow a portfolio with Park 7. The plan was to continue to grow a portfolio with Copper Beach, but we were minority partners in it and didn't have control as to keep that growing. With this company, we do have that control.
So Copper Beach was sold to?
Yeah, Copper Beach was acquired by a REIT, a real estate investment trust. It was purchased by Campus Crest.
Campus Crest. And do you ever sell anything to American Campus?
ACC, American Campus Communities. No, Park 7 has, no.
Park 7 doesn't, but before, I've just read in other minutes that you have sold, that was something that you, maybe with Copper Beach, did you do that?
Copper Beach has never sold anything to ACC, no.
Okay. And you talked about security on site, and you said that's, is that a definitive thing, the security that's part of it, or you're considering
every
it?
property we either do contracted security that comes certain nights of the week. It's at Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights when you want to have that kind of presence, or the on-site, off-duty law enforcement that lives on site that does those patrols, does the same function. Those we have found are equally effective.
Did you say in Planning Commission that you hire students to police?
They are, it's called community assistants, like similar to an RA to a degree.
You hire about 10?
Yeah, on a property like this, maybe about 10. They provide a leasing function as well as a management function. The property management office, is open from 9 till 8, and all the outdoor amenities close at sunset. The clubhouse itself is open till midnight, but that's staffed with what we call the community assistants. So that's their function, is to act as management. They're trained by us. They have our employee handbook. They know the rules. They're trained in security measures, all those things. And they have numbers to call if they need further help. They call our security firms.
Thank you.
Since we have you here, it's really not a question about your PUD specifically, but just curious, do you ever in any of your properties, or maybe even in this one, plan to have some sort of a shuttle service to the campus?
Yes, absolutely.
How will that work?
If we're looking in to see the university shuttle system, see how well that works, but we have, if either one provided by the city or the university is frequent enough and the service, the ride isn't too long, we'll pay into that system. Some places it's free, like we're project we did in San Marcos, Texas. It comes every 10 minutes and it's free. It's fantastic, right? Other place like Tuscaloosa, we provide our own. We buy a bus, we hire a company, because we have to have at least every 30-minute service, because it's the ridership's high when you do that, and that's what the students want. It's much easier to get on a bus, not have to try to find a parking spot. If it's going exactly where you want it to go every 30 minutes, it's easy. And we do provide that as an amenity as well, where we do it on the evenings, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. It's something that gives them alternative if they're of age and wanted to drink. They have a
I encourage you to look at that as an option, the
Yeah.
shuttle service to get people back and forth to campus as a
Yeah.
way to
Yeah.
lessen the impact.
It's in our pro forma plan. I always plan on having
Good,
to do that.
thank
you. Mhm.
Thank you. Roger Gose.
Roger Gose, 113 East 8th, engineer on the project. Basically here to answer any questions. We have incorporated, and they may have been too late to get in the PowerPoint, we did incorporate the, well, I guess they're not in here, the recommendations of the Planning Commission. The setback to the parking lots is now 50 feet. A berm the entire length of the abutting area. As Paula was showing a while ago, there's really a 20-foot strip south of that berm and those trees, and that's a utility easement. So it's supposed to be kept free of trees and fences. So that's what that landing strip is down through there. And then we have the berm and have the trees on the berm. We have access to the commercial area. I think those were the 4 items. The only question we've had, and I've asked our arborist to address it tonight, is the way I read the Planning Commission recommendation, it was 15-foot trees. We've looked into trees. If we can put those on a berm, 30-inch berm, and have 10 to 12-foot trees, we can still get into the line of sight, but we have a tree that has a better survivability rate, and I'm getting into Bob's stuff. But anyway, that's the only thing else the Planning Commission I'd like to really ask that you consider, whether we could work something out on that tree height.
How tall is the berm?
30 inches.
30 inches?
And the reason it's 30 inches is because if you get larger, to get the root ball in there, you got to have a wider berm, and that 20-foot easement was over there. And the fence, I measured everything from the curb on the parking lot as far as the height of the trees and that type of thing. So the height of the tree is measured from the curb height of the parking, where you drive down to the end of the parking. And then the fence would be right behind that curbing, about 2 feet.
So your thought is a 2.5-foot berm with a 12-foot tree gets you 14.5 feet?
Yes, sir. And then the fence is there to protect the residents from the car lights with people coming through that parking lot.
Are the shrubs still, I understand on a landscape plan like that, it is very difficult to show every single piece of vegetation. The landscape plan, the updated landscape plan showing the row of trees along the south did not show the shrubs and the berm. Will that be updated to show the shrubs and the berm?
It shows the trees all along the berm.
The parking lot berm and fence.
That one doesn't have shrubs between the fence and the parking lot.
No, on the south side of the fence.
No, that's all the evergreens. Evergreens. We won't be able to grow anything else there. It'll be so dense. There's a tree about every 5 to 6 feet along that. A juniper or a tree that's solid, it's an evergreen tree from the ground up. It's not a deciduous tree.
Right.
So there's really no room to put shrubs in there. We could put photinias in there, which you might consider a shrub, just depends how you look at them, but they can be solid green from the ground up.
My understanding from Planning Commission, and this probably aren't the right technical words, but go with me. If I were to stand on that south property line, so just north of the neighborhood fence, and there's a parking lot is going to be 50 feet to my north. As I walk forward, I'll go through the utility easement, vacant area, There'll be a berm, approximately 2.5 feet tall,
Correct.
and tree, solid
Shrubs.
evergreen tree. Get through that tree. Now I'm blasting through the tree. How far from that tree until I get to the parking lot? 15 feet?
Oh, no. 10 or less.
And
You've got the curb, you have a fence at 2 feet, and the berm is right there. The slope on that berm is about 12 feet long, and the tree's going to be right at the top of that toe. It's going to look like a windrow.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay, I think I'm visualizing. Okay. To confirm, there are no balconies on the duplexes of any definition of balcony that you could come up with.
correct. And I went to Norman and looked at the project, so I know exactly what it looks like. And there are no balconies.
No
those kind of
outside
structures.
elevated
No.
hangout, get-to space at all in the duplexes.
Well, now it's college kids, they can hang out the window, but other than that, no. There's no living space outside. And those patios on the back, they're not that big, really. I mean, they look big on the plan, but they're enough. You can get out the door, make your turn, and get to the stairway to get out the back door.
Paula Dennison made a comment about the other structures further to the north, maybe extending the structure out onto the balcony as they do in hotels instead of it being completely open. Have you considered that?
I mean, that's the first I've heard of it tonight, and I will tell you, the ones I saw in Norman didn't have that little wing wall. The owners have been agreeable to some of those type of screens. The initial discussion that Planning Commission was getting a screen on the south side of that balcony so that those balconies weren't visible, or those patios weren't visible from the south.
Okay, thank you.
And they're agreeable to that. Anything else?
Yes.
Okay.
So the drainage, I know that I asked Paula the drainage. Were you the person responsible for the drainage of Lakeview Ridge? Did you?
Yes.
Were you the engineer?
I was the engineer.
For Lakeview Ridge, and will you be the engineer for this one as well?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Ghost?
Can he come back up if I have
Yes,
another
if we have
question?
other questions, we can call anyone up, regardless of when they speak.
Thank you.
Ted Smith.
Good evening. My name is Ted Smith. I live at 4502 West Country Club Drive. I've been a real estate appraiser in Stillwater for over 35 years. I'd like to make these guys nervous. I'm not an advocate of whether you vote for this or against this. I've been asked to comment on value. There's concern that having this project adjacent to the single-family homes might adversely affect the value. Appraisers work in a historical sense. And if you can imagine, when I came here to go to college, the big apartment complexes in town, the new ones, were 40 North, Patio Club, Casamia, Yorktown, and the only ones out on Perkins Road were Ambassador One and the Cimarron Townhomes condominiums. Other than that, everything to the north was vacant land until you got to the Swan Hose Factory. Over the years, as I've been working here, I've watched the development along Perkins Road specifically, and Stillwater in general. And planning, Paula Dennison kind of talked a little bit about it. They talk a lot about transitions and buffering. Along the highway, you tend, and as a matter of fact, Perkins Road was not Highway 177 until the designation was moved in 1983, which got things really going out there. As Stillwater has developed, the apartments and the houses behind the apartments, behind Ambassador One, there's Dryden. Behind Monticello and Tamarack Village, there's duplexes in Andrews Hills 3rd, Andrews Hills 5th. You go north, you get Chapel Hill and East Ridge and Cowboy Town, which used to be Century 21, and East Ridge 2nd. You even go up into Parkview. They've got single-family homes buffered with duplexes on the north and with garden homes, which are really row homes or attached multifamily units on the east. And this is a natural transition. They have not been in conflict, shall we say. The houses that back up don't necessarily sell for a significant portion less than the ones that don't, that are across the street.
Where was this at? What area are you talking about?
I'm talking in very generalized areas. I just kind of walked up Perkins Road there.
Oh, so you're just talking about general?
In general.
Okay.
And that's what I'm getting at is more specifically, this project appears to be a relatively well-planned project with relatively low density compared to a lot of the projects that were built in the 1970s and 1980s, which tended to have higher density and less amenities. Yet they got along well together. And it's not just the Northeast. There's apartments going into University Estates. There's duplexes surrounding Hillside Manor in the Southwest. There's apartments and duplexes by Westbrook Estates down on 19th. This is just a normal part of natural development. Where I live, and my mother lives across the street from me on Mansfield Street, backs up to what was an open field. When I sold her the house, when we moved her out here 18 years ago, she looked out and there were horses in the pasture, and she could kind of see across to nomadics. But she goes, "This is real nice." I go, she said, "What's gonna happen?" I go, "Well, eventually that's gonna be houses. That's just a matter of time." And, nothing happened. I told her it'd probably be 15, 20 years. Well, she's been there 18 years, and she can just barely see the houses that Ideal Homes is building across that do back up to what's now Fleur. And at the time that Ideal Homes was starting that, 51 at Traden, big apartment complex right behind Walmart, was developed. Now, right now, both of those share the one road coming in by Thomas Ford, and there will be roads as they develop further south. Ideal Homes, last October, I believe it was, bought another 10 acres because the addition they've got going there is selling so well, and it's located right across the street from those apartments. They're going to do another one which will swing along under the south side of those new apartments. And then earlier this year, they bought the rest of the 33 acres that goes back behind my mom's house. And I know there'll be probably 200 houses there over the next 15, 20 years. And first they're going to open up 8th Street as an extra street for access. Oh, I'm sorry. You want me to finish thought?
Finish your thought.
Okay. Sorry. They're going to open up 8th, and then they're going to open up Country Club Road in front of my house. And yes, I realize I'm going to get a lot more traffic, and I've enjoyed living there without it, because when I built, I was the last house on the left, whether you came up Mansfield or on Country Club. My main concern with this very particular project is that current zoning that is on it by use could allow, you could have oil rigs standing up there tomorrow without a permit. You could have a ready-mix concrete plant there. And I don't think that would, these are more for Paul, I don't think that would require a permit. This lends to a natural sort of progression. When a lot of those people bought their houses in the addition, their nearest neighbor was 3 blocks away to the north. Now, it was an industrial plant, but at the time they were running on a skeleton crew.
Any questions for Mr. Smith?
Yeah.
Yeah. If this is built, would you buy a home there?
I would not buy a house because that was there. I do own a rent house, second subdivision south of there. As far as I had my daughter living there while she was in college, I mean, it's a good neighborhood. Okay. No doubt about that. But I wouldn't let that, I would be more concerned if I drove down the streets in the subdivision and I saw cars parked in the front yard, or I saw a thing, obviously people who don't mow the yards, don't care for it, those will affect the marketability of the property significantly more. You put yourself in the front seat or back seat of a car with a realtor showing you houses, and they pull down the street and they see that people are not caring for the houses in the neighborhood, and that, while that may only be temporary, because somebody may come along, buy that house, or if it's a rental, they may turn it into an owner-occupied home again. That will have a much more difficult impact to get past than once the apartments are built. The swine farm sat all by itself when they built that many, many years ago out on West 6th. Yet once it was there, they built right out to the edge of it, because then it was a known, and they figured it wasn't too bad. And I wouldn't have built next to the swine farm.
As a real estate professional, what market do you think Ideal Homes is going towards?
130, 230.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh. Young professionals.
Young professionals, okay.
Yes.
What market, as young professionals, you mean people like me?
Oh, absolutely.
Who have jobs, or not, who have started careers, starting families.
Yeah. And there will be some retirement in there. I mean, it's a broad spectrum neighborhood.
Okay. What do you think Park 7 is?
Oh, Park 7 is student-oriented housing.
Who do you think, well, no, I don't want to ask that question. Okay. That's good.
Yeah.
Go right ahead. I'll ask.
I don't have questions.
Okay, so I'm just, you came here because this is just your opinion, correct?
It's mine, yeah.
Are you hired to come here and talk as part of?
Yes, I was.
You were hired?
Yes,
For Planning Commission and for this?
Yes, I was.
Yes, okay, so all of the additions that you were talking about, were any of them student housing with 848 students and 750 students on the other side of that?
The apartments that I was talking about that are adjacent to the housing subdivisions have typically been student housing.
With how many students, do you know?
I don't know. I'd have to go back and to my files and look up the individual complexes, but
They weren't as big as this one.
Yeah, no, most of them were over 100 units, but that was back before we counted bedrooms. That was back before we leased bedrooms.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ken Morris.
Mayor, councilors, I'm Ken Morris, KME Traffic and Transportation, 307 East 13th Street, Edmond, Oklahoma. I don't have a lot to say about the traffic study other than I've been working with staff, with Mike Beatty, Jason Peak, and I've been communicating back and forth with, in particular, Mike Beatty. And he had a lot of questions, and he wrote me a letter with issues he had. I've changed all of that to his satisfaction. The last email I got from him, he was happy with it. So I don't have an official letter from staff saying we've approved it, but I feel like we're very close.
What kind of changes have you made?
Well, on the trip generation, and I don't want to get into a lot of technical details, but
I would like technical details.
Okay. Basically, I was using the Aspen Heights as an example of the trip generation because I did the study there. And I had used the proposed number of units rather than the actual units built. I went back and changed it to the actual units. I didn't realize they didn't build all those units. And so the trip generation went up. I redistributed the trips based upon that trip generation, taking them over to Perkins, Mercury, some down Marine Drive. And then I ran the traffic models that showed what the level of service is and all the intersections that's impacted. I looked at the traffic accidents at the intersection. And as it came out...
What were the traffic accidents at the intersection?
Traffic accident at the intersection of Lakeview and Perkins was the one I concentrated on. There were 30 accidents in a period of 5 years. That's about 6 accidents a year. Now, we don't just look at whole accidents, though. We look at, fatalities, injury accidents. There were no fatalities in that 5-year period, okay? We also look at accident rates. there's about 6 million vehicles that go through that intersection every year. So about 6 accidents a year, 6 million vehicles, that's 1 accident per million vehicles entering the intersection. Not a high accident rate.
But the corridor on Perkins from Lakeview to McElroy,
Yes.
maybe I should ask Mr. Peak this, but this, it's the number one, it has 7 times more concern than any other road in the state. Correct?
Yes, and I think
So
mainly
that includes
because
that intersection.
it is a state highway, US 177, you receive a lot of truck traffic, semi-traffic, so you have different vehicle mix than you would on a regular arterial street. And so that plays into it when you have large vehicles with small vehicles, all traveling in the same corridor.
Okay.
There was one question about the driveways. Those are T intersections. They're offset from the driveways at Aspen Heights. And so it will make it easier for cars to, move in and out of those driveways because you don't have somebody directly across from you. And so they'll still have to, watch for traffic both directions, but it will make it easier since it's a T intersection.
Okay.
I'd be glad to answer any other questions on traffic.
Any questions?
Can we ask Jason Peak some questions?
If he's here, yeah, we can.
He's here.
He's nodding out there in the corner, and he'd be happy to.
As I say, look.
Do you want to
it now?
wait?
Let's
Let's
wait.
wait.
Let's
Okay.
go through the
Okay.
public hearing, then we'll. I'm assuming you've all them written down, knowing you. All right. Next, we have Bob Burchell.
My name is Bob Burchell. I'm a consulting urban forester. I live in Oklahoma City, 4201 Northwest 48th Street. I have been asked to help with the preparation of the vegetative buffering along the south edge of the property, and have provided some input with respect to the size of trees and what will be needed to be able to get those planted and keep them alive and so forth. I don't know that I have anything specific to add that hasn't been spoken to with respect to what Mr. Gose had said, but would certainly answer any questions that you all might have with respect to the vegetation.
Curious your thoughts about the notion of, I was a little surprised to see a 15-foot tall tree proposed. You comment on the 12.5-foot request or 12-foot request?
15 foot is an unusually large size to be planted in most landscape situations.
Not as concerned about it being unusual, more survivability of the tree. We want the trees to be planted and well maintained and taken care of and grow. So,
well, a 15-foot tree would have a larger root ball than, say, a 12-foot or an 8-foot tall tree. So it will have its survivability is going to be, all things being equal, should be perhaps a little bit less than a 10 or 12-foot tree, but it's not uncommon, and it's certainly not out of the question that it would survive. There would have to be some consideration given to the spacing as far as the size of the root ball, how much room they would be able to get between the trees, so that you don't.
I think we would be more inclined to want to see the trees closer together than far apart. So what would be your recommendation with that in mind?
Well, I would think that the recommendation would be perhaps to plant the trees in a staggered pattern rather than a straight line. If the trees are planted too closely together to begin with, they will not have the room to grow in the direction that the line of the trees are planted. But at the same time, we want to create that instant visual impact, so that they would have to be staggered to get that to have that impact of the visual impact, but still have some room for the trees to grow and mature, not only in terms of height, but also the spread of the canopies.
Gotcha. Thank you.
How long does it take a 10 to 12-foot tree to mature where, I'm assuming, I know, Planning Commission was looking at this to block the line of sight for privacy. How long would it take for a 10 to 12-foot tree to block a line of sight at 15 foot?
It would probably take a few years. I think it wouldn't be that long of a time.
But they're much more narrow at the top, right? So,
Depending on the species, but
spacing.
yes, looking at the junipers that they are, they're,
And junipers survive best in Oklahoma?
they would have good survival rate.
Were they picked for a reason or just because?
Mostly for availability.
So it would be, in your opinion, a couple of years before the line of sight would be blocked?
If the line of sight needs to be 15 feet to get the blockage and a 10 to 12 foot tree is planted, then yes, that would be the case.
Okay, and I believe I saw that there was a 15-foot line of sight to be blocked. So, okay, thank you.
Any questions? Okay, thank you. Robert Kearns. Pass. Mr. Ellis, Mr. Levine, did you want Ms. Stevens or Mr. Lovitz, or just available for questions?
They're available either line, trees or
On the berm.
Right. I have a question for Mr. Ellis. Before we switch,
Okay, yes.
is that fine, Mr. Ellis? I have a question. I just want to clarify, when you originally spoke, you said you're predicting a $1.2 million impact to our community, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you just if you have an idea of where you're thinking that's coming from, or what do you mean by
It came
impact?
from the Stillwater Chamber of Commerce president, who issued a letter that I think may have been, it was in the Planning Commission packet. I don't know if it got transmitted to your packet. You'll have to answer that yourself. But it's in your packet, I believe, and it's from the Stillwater Chamber of Commerce, and it's their estimate.
And you've been working with the Stillwater Chamber of Commerce?
No, I just happened to receive it as part of the
Haven't been
Planning
working with
Commission.
them?
No, I do
Did
not
you-
work.
Haven't been working with them at all? No? Have they
I
come to any
assure you,
meetings or helped you in any way?
Ma'am, I assure you, if you knew much about my background, the Stillwater Chamber of Commerce and I are not working together right now.
Isn't it true, though, that they did show up to a neighborhood meeting?
They may have. I was not there, so I have not been in a meeting with them.
Okay.
They may have been at a meeting where an associate of our law firm was there, but I was not there, and I assure you, I am not working with them.
All right.
All right. It is 7:11. Let's take a 10-minute recess. Everyone can take a quick break, and then we'll come back and we will continue the public hearing.
City of Stillwater Television transmits programming 24 hours each day throughout the Stillwater and surrounding area on Sunlight Communications Channel 23 and AT&T Uverse Channel 99. The purpose of the station is to provide the latest news and information about Stillwater City government and its services, as well as information on city events. Live broadcasts of the Stillwater City Council, Stillwater Utilities Authority, Stillwater Economic Development Authority, and Stillwater Planning Commission air on this station, and replays of these meetings can be found here daily and on demand at stillwater.org. For more information, or if you have questions, contact the Office of Marketing and Public Relations at 405-742-8362 or email news@stillwater.org. Mark your calendars for the 37th Annual Stillwater Arts Festival, held in downtown Stillwater on April 19th and 20th. Come out on Saturday, April 19th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. and Sunday, April 20th from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. and enjoy the Arts Festival featuring many local and regional artists, food vendors, live entertainment, and more. Admission to the festival is free. The Stillwater Arts Festival is organized and presented by the City of Stillwater, held rain or shine.
Hi, Stillwater. My name is Rob Hill, and I'm the Emergency Management Technician for the City of Stillwater. And today I'd like to talk to you about storm sirens and our outdoor warning systems for the City of Stillwater and what it means to you as a resident. Lots of times after we have an activation, we receive phone calls in our office about why I can't hear the storm sirens in my house. Well, let's cover that. First of all, the outdoor warning systems are designed for people outdoors. During the springtime and summertime, lots of people recreate outdoors, have outside jobs, participate in ball games, camp at lakes, and those people are the people that we're trying to reach to notify that severe weather is threatening the area. So when you call and you say that you can't hear the storm sirens in your house, technically the storm sirens are not meant to be heard indoors. Many times people are concerned, what do I do when I hear the storm sirens? When the storm sirens go off for the City of Stillwater, it means that we want you to take immediate action to protect yourselves, your family, and your friends. It doesn't mean go to the TV, turn the TV on and find out what's going on. It doesn't mean get on your iPhone or your cell phone and surf the web or go to the computer and find out what's going on. It means that there is a life-threatening emergency and we need you to take action immediately to save your life. Many of you have called and asked us, what is the announcement after the storm sirens have activated? Well, in years past, people had concerns, just like yourselves, about is this a real emergency or is this a test? Are they doing maintenance? So we sat down and came up with an answer. After every activation for a life-threatening emergency, we would activate a public address system. This address will tell you who has activated the system, what the emergency is, and what response you need to make as a citizen of Stillwater. So remember, when you hear the tornado sirens go off and you hear the announcement, it's a real emergency. And remember, the testing is done on the first Tuesday of every month at 11:30. And please, after the tornado sirens have activated for a real emergency, do not attempt to drive to a storm shelter. It's too late. Get in and get down. After a storm siren activation, many people want to know, how do I know when it's safe for me to leave my shelter? Well, in years past, a long time ago in the 1960s, they used to use the all clear sign to let people know that an air raid had passed. But now, in today's time, we use the storm sirens to let you know that there is a warning. We will never activate the system to let you know that there is an all clear because it creates confusion. So, what we will do to let you know that an all clear is present and that it is safe for you to come out of your shelter is we will activate the public address system. We will let you know that the threat that was occurring has passed and it is safe for you to come out of your shelter. We will also broadcast over KOSU radio 91.7 FM and 88.3 FM and let you know that it is an all clear from our office. So remember, when you go to your storm shelter, take your radio. Did you know, as a resident of Stillwater and an Oklahoman, that your first line of defense should be a NOAA weather radio? NOAA weather radios are activated by the National Weather Service in Norman. They send out critical weather information letting people in the communities in Oklahoma know what is happening. If you have a severe thunderstorm come through, wouldn't it be nice to know about hail, high winds, possible flooding, as well as tornado warnings that can be affecting your community? As first line of defense, your NOAA weather radio will provide you the same information that we receive here in this office. NOAA weather radios can be purchased throughout town. Radio Shack, Lowe's, Walmart, they all carry these radios. And they can be programmed by our office and office staff. So if you purchase a radio, want to be alert, want to be informed, bring your radio to our office, we'll program it for you, and you'll be ready for the next storm. If you have questions about any of the information we talked about today, please visit the website at stillwater.org/SECCC, or you can call the office at 405-372-7484, and we'd be more than happy to help you.
The City of Stillwater presents to you the 6 ways to pay your utility bill. Number 1. Pay by mail by using the return envelope included with your bill to send your check. Remember to return the stub from your bill to ensure proper credit. Number 2. Pay by person at one of the customer service windows located at City Hall from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., Monday through Friday. Number 3. Pay by slipping your payment in one of the 2 drop boxes, either outside the front entrance of City Hall or at the 8th Avenue entrance to the parking lot across from City Hall. Number 4. Pay by credit card. Number 5. Pay by using automatic bank drafting. This service pays your bill directly from your checking or savings account. Number 6. Pay your bill online at stillwater.org and select Pay Utility Bill.
Street sweeping is an important task to keep city streets in Stillwater clean. But the purpose for this is not just keeping the streets looking clean, it is also to provide safe conditions for the entire city. It reduces health hazards related to dust and prevents trash from being a refuge for insects and rodents. Regular sweeping around the city also improves stormwater quality by preventing the accumulation of debris and sediments discharged into the streams, lakes, and other waterways. Street sweepers are out cleaning the streets Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. Citizens can help the street sweepers do their jobs by removing objects like trash cans, vehicles, basketball hoops, and other obstructions off the streets on your scheduled day the sweepers come into your area.
Hello, I'm Officer Howell with the Stillwater Police Department. We just want to tell citizens that no dumpster in the city of Stillwater is for public use, and that each one of these, including trash carts, are assigned to a residence or business. A person cannot dump trash into another one's trash receptacle. This is considered illegal dumping. If a person is caught doing this, he or she is subject to a fine of up to $540. Each dumpster and trash cart within city limits is assigned to someone who is paying for trash and recycling services, and there are no public dumpsters. So please, dispose of your trash properly, and here are ways to dispose of excess trash.
If you do have excessive trash, there are ways you can dispose of it besides dumping it into someone else's trash bin or dumpster. You could trade in your blue cart for a larger cart or request for an additional cart. Just call 405-742-8269 to do this. Purchase any blue bags at any OnQ Express store in Stillwater or at the Convenience Collection Center located at 807 South Perkins Road. You can also take your trash or recyclables to the Convenience Collection Center. The city will help you in any way to assure that your services are taken care of.
Hi, I'm Officer Elliott with the Stillwater Police Department. I'm here to remind you to drive safely and courteously on the streets of Stillwater. Our team of excellent officers are committed to serving and protecting you whenever you're in need. Stay away from distractions while driving, like texting, loud music, and
We are back. We're still in the middle of our public hearing on this matter. We have completed all the people that signed up to speak in favor. I do have a list, and multiple people signed up to speak against the application. And if the list I have, I believe, is the list that you provided. If I get out of order, just yell. Actually, raise your hand. So the first name that I have is Micah Lucas.
My name is Micah Lucas, and I live at 802 East Lauren Lane. I would like to make it clear that I'm not speaking for just one or two people in my neighborhood, but for many. We have met many times and collectively agree on all points stated tonight. To respect the time limitations, those speaking on behalf of Lakeview Ridge Homeowners Association are speaking for all of our neighbors. Because this is a public hearing, we want to start this hearing by educating the public, the people who might be listening on TV, the people who will read this in the media or in the city minutes that are posted online. Zoning is a very complicated issue, and we know that. In our opinion, though, the system puts ordinary citizens at a disadvantage. The developer has an attorney. The city has an attorney. The people who are affected by the rezoning most often can't afford an attorney, and these are the people that probably need it the most. We don't have the money to hire an attorney to fight our battle for us, which puts us at a considerable disadvantage. Instead of having an attorney, we rely on you, our city councilors. Rezoning the land next to us from industrial general to residential multifamily, in this case, changes the character of our single-family neighborhood by adding student housing behind us. It adds 858 students on the other side of our fence. The process started when we received a notice in the mail stating a developer was requesting to rezone property within 300 feet of our property. We were told we must meet with the developer to discuss our concerns. However, the only way we could learn about what the developer proposed is through an open records request. The information was only available through the records request. The people here tonight who will speak after me, as well as those sitting in the audience, have spent hundreds of hours doing the following: meeting with each other, meeting with the developer, his attorney, and his engineer, formulating and sending emails to city leaders, requesting documents from a city such as site plans and police reports, and reading and studying site plans and ordinances. We are concerned landowners who purchase our homes away from campus, yet we could be living next to an approximately 1,500 student neighborhood if we include Aspen Heights. None of you would want that in your backyard. We feel strongly that the development proposed by Park 7 is inconsistent with our community of single-family homes and that a map amendment to rezone adjacent land should be voted down. We recognize that zoning is a very complicated issue, as I've said before, but Stillwater has a zoning problem. Many other neighborhoods have experienced it too. We know this is not an easy issue for planning commissioners or city councilors. We, like you and most people in this city, respect a property owner's right to legally develop land. We bought our homes knowing what was behind us, industrial general land. We've been told over and over and over again by city leaders that they are protecting us from our own decision by rezoning this land. We don't want industrial behind us. We find this statement odd because we've never said that. We purchased our homes knowing what was behind us. We never envisioned 3-story student housing with 36 buildings and 848 residents. One thing we have been told to take into consideration with our requests in the PUD is this reasonable? We feel we need to ask you, our city councilors, the same thing. Is this development reasonable? It's one thing to approve student housing when nobody objects. It's quite another to approve student housing 50 feet from an established and successful neighborhood where many homeowners and residents have serious objections. When we bought our homes, it was reasonable to expect industrial or even commercial and maybe even single-family housing that matches our neighborhood. Zoning issues, such as this one, continue to divide the citizens of Stillwater with the city of Stillwater. Only our city councilors can resolve this. Some of you dealt with this matter last year, and we know you've met with you've dealt with more zoning issues like this in the past. We feel our only recourse in challenging this rezoning is you, our city councilors, the people we elected who promised under oath to protect the interests, health, welfare, and safety of your citizens. We have tried to compromise to allow this development to be built, but our concerns have not been met. The people who will follow me will outline these concerns. Thank you.
Danielle Dugat.
Good evening. My name is Danielle Dugat, and I am a homeowner at 2323 North Hartford Street. I attended last year's City Council meeting. I spoke at last year's City Council meeting defending the same issue for our neighborhood, stood at this same podium, and was very proud when I left that meeting, knowing that our voices were heard. At least we felt that they were heard, and we had a sense of satisfaction that our concerns were met at that goal, at that meeting, and here we are again 1 year later. Trying to encourage the city of Stillwater to identify and understand what our homeowners' concerns are is very important to us. We're obviously passionate because we are now fighting for the second year for what we feel is in our homeowners association, our neighborhood's best interest. And we do feel, unfortunately, that this apartment complex is not the concept of smart growth. We absolutely agree that Stillwater needs to be a place of better growth and development, but we do not feel that this apartment complex in this location and how it impacts the surrounding neighbors is in the best interest of our community, the community of Stillwater. I chose to move to Stillwater after I attend veterinary school. And all through veterinary school, I was intending on moving straight back to California. That's where all my family is. Everybody I grew up around came here by myself. But lo and behold, it's 11 years later and I'm still here. I chose to make Stillwater my home. I love Stillwater, and I'm here to live in Stillwater for as long as I can think, hopefully in the future. But with that, and falling in love with Stillwater, I became a homeowner. I'm a first-time homeowner in this neighborhood. I'm very proud of where I live. And I am sad to say that unfortunately, because of the rezoning issues that have occurred here recently and historically, it makes me somewhat concerned about the future of my home and how I feel about living in that neighborhood. For example, almost on a weekly basis, we are looking to hire new faculty within the veterinary school. In this last 2 months, we had 8 individuals come to Stillwater to look at the town, to see the university, to see if this is where they want to make their home. And I used to be very excited to want to show them where I live, because I will say it, I only spent $150,000 for my home. But now I'm a business professional, and it's not a low-income neighborhood. I'm very proud of where I live, but I am afraid, and I will be ashamed in the future to want to show my neighborhood off to a new candidate as they come in for a visit to the city, knowing that there's this towering apartment complex just north of my home. I just sit back and look at Stillwater. We are a city that has been voted as a top retirement community. And I look at the unfortunate zoning that has taken place in the past that somewhat places us on the defensive. We now have to, I don't want to use the word fight, but we have to sit here and focus on how we can preserve our community as we feel is best for not only the specific community involved, but the city as a whole. The transition between houses and businesses intimately next to one another, the number of apartment complexes that are already present and building or growing themselves to accommodate students is already present, and that is amazing to see that development has happened despite a non-increase in enrollment, which you will see from some of our other speakers voting or speaking here tonight on our behalf. Because we are zoned improperly, the city has allowed Mercury Lane to be sandwiched, as you know, between the other existing apartment complex and ourselves, which are RTM. And it's unfortunate again that we are now, as single-family homes living in a improperly zoned neighborhood, having to defend why we feel like this apartment complex is not appropriate for its location. So now is our time to make change, to serve the citizens of Stillwater who want to make Stillwater their permanent home. We believe in Stillwater. The citizens here want to be here. We want to provide for our community and see it grow, absolutely, but that growth needs to be smart growth. We realize that Stillwater is a college town. I'll be the first to say that I love going to football games. I love the fun that comes with being in a college town. But I also want to remember that the longevity of the town revolves around those individuals who move here, work here, serve here, and live here long term. Yes, without the students, Stillwater would not be what it is today, without the college community. But remember that it's the professors, the teachers, the professionals that are there teaching those students. So without us, those students will not be here as well. I have heard a lot of information tonight from the opposing or the developer side about what may or may not happen, and honestly, I'm more confused. I'm more confused on what the proposed plans will be, what they might be, and how they're going to be held accountable. Are they going to have a shuttle transportation? Are they going to have alteration of their trees? Are they going to keep them in one staggered row? Every time something was brought up, it seems to be, oh yeah, well that's a consideration. But how are they going to be held accountable? Because to this point, it's very concerning that we believe that has not happened. But I will tell you that we will provide you with a lot of facts and statistics with the speakers that are going to be coming up after me with how we feel that this definitely will not benefit the neighborhood of Lakeview Ridge and the rezoning north of our area. Thank you.
Emily Snow.
Good evening. My name is Emily Snow. I live at 818 East Lauren Lane. My property would be directly impacted by the proposed development. I'm here to highlight some of the significant zoning issues related to the current map amendment request. First, I want to discuss how Aspen Heights was able to be developed in the middle of an industrial park just north of the land in question. Aspen Heights originally sought to rezone the land at the corner of McElroy and Jardot. When the nearby neighborhoods raised concerns, the city council voted 4-1 against the rezoning. The chief complaint was that the concept was good, but the location was flawed. Soon after, a plot of land near Mercruiser, now ASCO, was purchased by the Stillwater Industrial Foundation. This foundation is an alliance of the Stillwater Chamber of Commerce, City of Stillwater, and Oklahoma State University. Soon after, that property was rezoned from industrial to multifamily residential. Once rezoned, the Stillwater Industrial Foundation sold the land to Aspen Heights. Because Lakeview Ridge is not within 300 feet of this land, homeowners were not required to be notified of the map amendment and were therefore unable to voice their opposition to the project. This project was able to fly under the radar and go unopposed on a technicality because we were not required to be notified to rezoning. It wasn't until we saw land being leveled that we even knew anything was going on. Residents who reside within Stillwater year-round deserve the same respect and protection from the city that has been afforded to the temporary or transient student population. The original application for the development of Lakeview Ridge described a need for affordable housing to provide for the local workforce, which aligns with the Comprehensive Plan 2020. Lakeview Ridge fits this description and is a neighborhood that maintains the small town ambiance through convenient and safe living areas. The map amendment under consideration, which would open the door for the development of the avenue, violates the integrity and character of our single-family neighborhood. In the Planning Commission meeting on March 25th, the Chief Development Officer stated that while multifamily use is consistent with Aspen Heights to the north, it does not appear to be consistent with the single-family neighborhood to the south. Past minutes of City Council meetings reveal these same concerns voiced over and over again by residents of single-family homes throughout this city. Our quality of life begins with our homes. Please consider what 1,500 students within a quarter mile of your backyard would be like. The tall buildings, lights, constant commotion and noise, and never-ending traffic do not fit with our single-family neighborhood. We went through similar discussions during this process a year ago, and the application was denied. When the landowner sued the City of Stillwater to change the property's zoning, the city attorney filed a response that claimed the City Council's decision was based on protection of public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. They were not arbitrary or unreasonable. A property owner can't use property in a manner inconsistent with the right of others to use and enjoy their property. Student housing is inconsistent with single-family homes. And the current PUD does not create a smooth transition. We bought our homes completely aware of the industrial land behind us. It was insulting when the Planning Commission stated it was somehow protecting us by recommending this student housing complex. The truth is that nobody wants student housing behind them. And if you're really trying to protect us from the big, bad, non-existent industrial general monster, then please explain to us how 1,500 hedonistic, discourteous, immature, maybe adults is the better option. There aren't many neighborhoods like ours with new quality development. Please don't ruin it by building student apartments in my backyard. I had the pleasure to meet Mr. Kearns and have a nice conversation with him. And his words to me were, I wouldn't want this in my backyard either. And I think that about sums it up. Thank you.
Kyle Lucas.
My name is Kyle Lucas, and I live at 802 East Lauren Lane. First off, disappointment is a sort of bankruptcy, the bankruptcy of a soul that expends too much in hope and expectation. It's a quote by Eric Hoffer. Martin Luther King said, "We must accept finite disappointment, but never lose infinite hope." I bring those two quotes before you to first express my sincere disappointment for how we, Lakeview Ridge homeowners, have been treated. When will the City Council and Planning Commission listen to what we want? Time and time again, we've been told by members of the City Council and Planning Commission that this is a good thing and that we should be happy. This student apartment complex is better than the industrial general land use as it currently sits. When we bought our house, we knew it abutted an IG zone property. We knew, and we were still happy. We chose to buy there knowing what the possibilities of what could be placed on the property. But we truly hope that you'll listen and fight for the voice of the citizens and homeowners and not fight for the developer from New York. As a neighborhood, we have worked hours on defending our rights and properties. We've held multiple meetings to discuss needs and wants. We've logged man hours researching and studying city codes and ordinances. We have stated our cases, and they have fallen on deaf ears. Please listen to us. We are the little people that make Stillwater run. On the water tower close to the junior high where I am a teacher, it says, and I quote, "Stillwater, citizens helping citizens makes Stillwater run." Please help the citizens in this fight and listen to our voice. One big area of concern was that of screening, which, thank you to Mike Buchert, it was fought for. But still, how far will these 15-foot trees be spread apart? I think that was answered earlier with the staggering. I am a math teacher, though, and to me, the 15-foot tall trees, if you put a 24 to 30-inch berm, that's 2 to 2.5 feet. If you place a 10 to 12-foot tree on top of that, that still does not reach the 15-foot tall requirement or suggestion that Mr. Buchert made. Another huge area of concern is the safety and security of our neighborhood. We've already seen an increase in police activity with the addition of Aspen Heights, with noise complaints, burglaries, underage drinking, domestic violence, shots fired, and the list goes on. Aspen Heights has extra security on site, and these problems still happen. Aspen Heights employs an RA program. We have been told that Park 7 Group and the Avenue have the same type of RA program in place. They are called community assistance. The Avenue has said that the measures they are taking are effective ways to provide safety and security. At the Planning Commission meeting on March 25th, the applicant mentioned a few things about their security measures. They said that these community assistants are trained by Park 7 Group. Community assistants also serve as leasing agents and are on call 24/7. The applicant said that management is very important to them as it has a significant impact on the success of the property and is the most important thing. The applicant also said that what they do as a company is have a security company on contract for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. These security measures should help me to feel safer and feel more comfortable, but they don't. In fact, they make me feel more uneasy, and I'll tell you why. You asked about a crime study. I did that crime study. I recently talked with the police department in San Marcos, Texas, which is where Texas State University is. The public officer that I talked to said from May of 2013 until March 3rd of 2014, there had been over 300 calls requiring police assistance. The majority of those calls were for noise disturbances and loud parties. With the noise disturbances, the police department there had also seen a significant increase in burglaries of homes, cars within the apartment complex and surrounding neighborhoods. I was also able to the police records from Lubbock, Texas were mailed to me. That's the home of Texas Tech. At the Avenue complex there as well, in these police records, I found that from September 4th of 2013 to March 31st, or September 4th of 2013 to March 31st of 2014, there were 144 police incidents. The majority of these were for noise complaints and parties. There was also an increased number of home burglaries and auto thefts. Also, 6 of the calls there of the 144 were for a man with a gun. How are we as a neighborhood supposed to feel safe when there's a potential of 848 more students, some as close as 50 feet from our back fence? We have requested the buildings be moved back, and we're told no. We requested a fence of 8 plus feet tall along the entire south edge of the Mercury property, and we're told that this was outlandish and unreasonable. Is it unreasonable for our request to feel safe? Is it unreasonable for us to request a fence in order to limit the amount of parties and burglaries that spill over onto our properties? When is it that our voices will be heard? We set up meetings with the developer, the engineer, and property owner. We tried to talk to them about what we would want or need as a neighborhood in order to be on board with the Avenue project. In our meetings, we were laughed at. The applicants did not listen and doodled. They also rolled their eyes when we expressed our wants. The answer to every request was, we will stick a tree there. And even at the Planning Commission meeting, the answer was, we will put a tree there. Trees are great, but they don't answer our concern about safety. Every tweak that has been made to the applicant's plan has been minimal at best. They have not answered 95% of our questions, as they said at the Planning Commission meeting, and requests, unless the answer was a resounding no. Once again, I ask you, the City Council, as elected officials, to fight for us, the citizens that make Stillwater run, the citizens that own properties, the citizens that teach and work with you and your children, the citizens that are fighting tooth and nail to protect our properties and our families, and the citizens that elected you as our voice.
Jacqueline Arnold.
Good evening. I'm Jacqueline Arnold. I'm a property owner at 902 Lauren Lane, and my back fence borders the proposed rezoning. I am a widow who's relocated to Stillwater to work at the Oklahoma Department of Career and Technology Education as a program specialist. And I purchased my home approximately 13 months ago. I purchased there because it was a quiet, safe neighborhood with a mix of young couples, middle age, and those that are getting close to retirement age. The house is a quality home construction, reasonably priced with only one former owner, and I wanted to downsize approximately 1,000 square feet from my former residence in another city. I actually looked at approximately 15 homes in the area of Stillwater, and only 15 because I was on a very short time frame in order to purchase a home and relocate. I'd even looked at a home that had the back fence line was bordered with apartments, and I chose not to purchase there specifically because of the apartments. Apartments in this close a proximity do affect property value. Lakeview Ridge was my choice because it's a unique neighborhood with its location, privacy, and overall quality of life. It meets an unmet need within Stillwater. I do not have anything against growth or development, but I did not purchase my property wanting an apartment building within 50 feet of my lot line. I'm not against students. I have worked with high school students for over 17 years. I am, even though I enjoy students and do miss working with students every day, I do understand how college students party. And I do not want to have that party within throwing distance of my property line. The police reports show the increased threat to the neighborhood already with the development of Aspen Heights. As far as the traffic is concerned, the traffic study presented at the Planning Commission must not have researched Perkins Road over busy days or times or taken into account how residents actually traverse in and around that area of town. Perkins can be bumper to bumper at different times of the day, backed up from Hall of Fame to Lakeview. With all the apartments on Perkins south of Lakeview, traffic from the apartments north of Lakeview, which include this proposed development, would almost exclusively use Lakeview, not Perkins, to get to OSU. These traffic jams are without the addition of the proposed PUD development. If you approve this rezoning and PUD, who will ensure that the 15-foot evergreens will be planted all along the property line, except for where the water retention area will be, as it was proposed to the Planning Commission? This futile attempt to create privacy seems to be hinged on these trees. Who will enforce this? It takes 3 years for a tree to take root and actually show significant growth. I know this because I've planted lots of trees. I've lived in 5 different states, and I've planted hundreds and hundreds of trees. My late husband, was actually a forestry major. And as we all know, in Oklahoma, it takes significant care to keep those trees alive. If one does die, who will ensure that a new 15-foot tree will be planted? Will the developer keep as many of the mature trees already that are in existence in the water retention area to help with erosion? Or do they plan to remove the woods that's already there, helping to protect against erosion? If this water retention area fails due to a significant rainfall, who will pay for the damage to the property owners whose elevation is already lower than the PUD property? This runoff will increase significantly with the addition of all the parking spaces planned. These are the concerns that I have as one of over 100 property owners who should have the right to keep the appeal of the neighborhood, the soul of this neighborhood. One property owner's rights should not be more important than over 100 families when it comes to affecting the quality of their life as well as their property value due to this proposed PUD. Each one of you knows that you were elected to represent all people of Stillwater. The city is undergoing the process of rebranding Stillwater. Do you want Stillwater to be known as the city who does not listen to the residents, but is only interested in developments that encourage temporary housing, rather than encouraging those who wish to relocate to Stillwater permanently? A community that caters only to students? Our city has also received the designation of a certified retirement community. Most reasonably priced homes for retirees need to be considered. We need to have more of that type of housing. There is a shortage of reasonably priced, well-built homes in Stillwater. There is not a shortage of apartment housing for students. Housing for students increases every day. Please consider carefully your decision this evening and vote against this rezoning. Thank you.
Brian Frainer.
Hi, my name is Brian Frainer. I live at 413 Copper Canyon Avenue. I only recently moved from 1212 Emma, where I lived for 8 years. I still own the home, I pay the taxes, I pay the mortgage, and that's why I'm here tonight. I moved to Stillwater for a job and wanted to live in a low-density neighborhood of single-family homes where families and working professionals lived. This is the first home I ever purchased. I wanted to take care of it and take care of the neighborhood. I immediately became involved in what is a very active homeowners association. I served as the president of the HOA. I've worked with my neighbors to preserve the character and integrity of our neighborhood tirelessly. Whether it's as the president of the HOA or in other activities, I continue those efforts to this day. My wife became pregnant as Aspen Heights was being built, and we didn't want to raise our child in a neighborhood where the rezoning of adjacent land was transforming our community into a less child-friendly atmosphere. When we attempted to sell our home, we determined that we'd be losing money after paying real estate fees and closing costs, contrary to the paid-for and so-called expert testimony that was given this evening, as well as at the previous Planning Commission. In fact, the opposite is going to happen. If you build a 3-story apartment complex next to single-family homes, this idea that magically prices are going to rise is a fiction. The opposite will happen. Lakeview Ridge homeowners have been asking for responsible zoning practices for over a year because Park 7's development is going to ruin our neighborhood. The city's own report on the map amendment stated unequivocally, and I'm just quoting the city's report, multifamily use appears to be inconsistent with the Aspen Heights development to the north, but does not appear to be consistent with the single-family neighborhood to the south. We've been arguing this for over a year, and the city's saying it, and yet we're here again talking about rezoning. Despite its incompatibility, we still worked in a good faith effort with this developer to reach compromises, but we've encountered no cooperation and inflexibility. It's important to note that all but one of the face-to-face meetings that we've had with this developer came at our request. With the developer, the site engineer, and the landowner, they've been initiated by us. Tonight, the statement was made that the developer made some changes to the site plan in response to a meeting with us. But that's not true. That's not true. The changes of the setback going from what could have been legally 11 feet last year to 50 foot this year, those changes were already made before we actually met with the developer. We presented a list of possible compromises, and none of them were met. With the exception of this statement that we hear over and over again about planting a tree. So some trees have been planted, theoretically. The Planning Commission recognized that there were problems with the project and specified very minor amendments to the site plan. But these minor amendments fail to mitigate the impact of this student housing complex that's inconsistent with our neighborhood. Ironically, Park 7's displayed much more flexibility in its negotiations with other communities that object to its intrusive structures. Last February, Park 7 agreed to 175-foot setbacks at the proposed development in Columbia, Missouri, more than 3 times the 50 feet that it proposes to build with next to Lakeview Ridge. Still, however, despite 175-foot setbacks, the City Council in Missouri ruled against it and against its request to rezone. Not only was the development intrusive, but skyrocketing crime rates from a nearby community called Aspen Heights prompted this decision. And by the way, Park 7 is relatively close to Aspen Heights in Missouri because I measured it. I believe it's 1.2 miles. So it's really just down the major highway from Aspen Heights. Stillwater confronts the same set of problems that Missouri encountered. In Missouri, there were 220 police incidents reported since August 2013. We have 183 police incidents since August 2013 in Aspen Heights. And so this is over the same time frame. Developments such as these adversely impact residential communities and impose unaccounted for costs onto the city's already limited budget. Paul Levine told us personally, and he told you all tonight, that the resident assistants, or students who reside on campus, their last recourse when they encounter security issues is to, quote, call the police. When situations spiral out of control. Pretending that students who live on site can function as reliable security guards is an irresponsible practice that even he acknowledges has to be reinforced by the taxpayers of Stillwater and their police force. Serious crime issues accompany these developments, as we've seen repeatedly, and the Planning Commission failed to even address this point. The City Council in Columbia, Missouri recognized the problems with Park 7's development and voted against it, and we ask that you do the same by voting against this PUD application. Thank you.
Marcia Teague.
My name is Marcia Teague. I live at 1116 East Hanson. That's in Camden Pond. I come here tonight not as a resident. The residents have done an excellent job, but I was the real estate broker who sold the land that Lakeview Ridge is on to the developer. And I want to give you a little history of that. I sold it to them, they developed it, and it was zoned at that time, the RM zoning, and it was never rezoned to its proper zoning. But that development was built out by 18 different independent local builders. There were 4 of the properties in there that were built by out-of-town builders. But that is the most rapid growing development that I have been associated with in the 43 years that I've been doing real estate in Stillwater. There was a definite need for it. People bought those homes. Many of them were sold before they were ever finished. The first one that I sold a vacant lot and a piece of paper called a house plan. That's how desperate people were for properties like that. Tonight, their peaceful existence of those properties is being threatened. I also come tonight because I was a part of the neighborhood of Camden Pond and Donaldson Manning Addition that fought 5 years ago desperately, and I use the word fight. It was a fight to protect our neighborhood against high-density student housing. We learned of the Campus Crest project by a bulldozer dozing trees behind our homes. At that point, someone from the neighborhood went and asked the bulldozer driver, what's going on? We're preparing the land for apartment buildings. Not one neighbor had been notified. There was no notice of a neighborhood meeting or anything at that time, yet they were sure enough of that project that they were dozing trees down. Well, we fought. That was March of 2009. And we fought, and we fought. We went to meeting after meeting after meeting. We stayed up at night. We pled and begged. And over 7 months later, on October the 12th, 2009, City Council, just like you're sitting here, 5 people voted. And 4 of those people voted to deny the project. And we were elated. And the citizens that participated in that will be forever grateful to those 5 council people who voted. I would like to also address the devaluation of property. Mr. Smith has come and spoken to you tonight about the property would not be devaluated. It will be devaluated if those apartments go in there. Let me tell you, when we were fighting Campus Crest, I called 10 seasoned realtors. 10. And 2 of them were more seasoned than me, and that's real seasoned, I assure you. 10 people, all 10 people. I said, if you've got single-family homes with high-density student housing behind them, will the value of those properties go down? 10 of them said yes. The lowest percentage I got was 20%. One of them even had the courage, perhaps, to say, I wouldn't buy it at any price with that behind it. So it will devalue. Mr. Smith mentioned several duplex developments. He mentioned Parkview Estates. Parkview Estates, the duplexes are buffering high traffic areas. They are not buffering apartments. Many of those duplexes in Parkview Estates actually were sold as fee simple title properties, that meaning that I can buy one half and you can buy the other half. And that's happening in many big cities, allowing people to better afford a home. So the Parkview Garden homes, those are not apartments. They're condominiums, and most of them are owned by the person that's living in them. So they will be devalued if this goes in there. I also showed a property that is abutting the property that's being considered tonight to 2 people over the last 3 weeks looking for single-family home. The home that I showed that was backing to this property was priced at $149,900. It was in pristine condition. It was a lovely home. The owner even had all the lights on in it for us when we went in. And both of the people seemed to like the home. But they asked about the signage, calling for rezoning. And I told them what was going on. I explained. Neither party would consider buying that home. One of the parties has already bought a home. The other party, ironically enough, was looking for a home for their son to live in, who presently lives in the Grove, which is an apartment complex just about like this one they're talking about tonight. And they didn't want him in such a party atmosphere.
Would you like to, do you want to request more time?
If my time is up, I'll be happy to shut up.
I was just, if you...
I'm sorry, I can't see the lights. I have a vision problem, and I don't know where the lights are even. I try to bluff my way through it, but I can't see.
Your time has expired if you'd like to request.
All I would like to further request is that you deny this project tonight.
Thank you. Richard Teague.
My name is Richard Teague, 1116 East Hanson Street. I perceive some parallels here with Obamacare. And the question is, why would you dare approve this project with questions, about the traffic study, the drainage study, the gap in those trees? Would you dare pass this just to see what you're going to get when you pass it? Obamacare, we know that kind of a mess. The question is why? Why would you dare vote for this project with so many people opposing it? Who voted for you? And who do you represent? we see the same fight over and over. And it needs to come to an end. This is not a trivial matter. These folks feel their privacy is being invaded. They've done a great job. They've covered a lot of points that I wrote in my notes. I just wonder if this is such a good product, a good project for the city of Stillwater, why it has to be sold so very hard. Why do we have to have the illustrious group we have here to try to convince you to pass this project? Economic impact is not a zero-sum game. By not passing this project, it does not mean that Stillwater cannot prosper. It does not mean that the property owner's property has no value. And when one person gains, when one person is compensated, in this case, there's competition for that dollar and some people are going to suffer. I know a lot of people who have invested in the city of Stillwater in real estate for their retirement and whatever else, and I know some widows. And when this project goes in, those apartments are going to compete for existing units that are available now for rent. And you can see rent signs all over the city of Stillwater. Who benefits? Will you support the compensated few to the detriment of the many? Would you do to somebody else what you wouldn't want to do to yourself? I urge you to vote against this. I wish it would go away. I wish this issue would go away. And there's competition for these apartments, competition between apartments. We don't know what the long-term effect is yet. We don't know about the durability. We don't know how, 10 years from now, will things change? Will students still be coming to Stillwater in the same number? What about distance learning? What about the computerized stuff? What about satellite learning centers? What about the parents? Are the parents ever going to become concerned with Party Pad? Marcia and I, she just said we worked with some folks, with 3 different couples I know of, and personally I like the idea of Scholar Inn. We are in a state, a national, and an international competition for educated minds and for people who can develop things and make things and advance technology. We should not be in the business of just producing party animals. And the parents that I've talked to lately want a place where their kids can go and study and get a degree. And we have to be thoughtful of that. And at some point, how much is too much? How many are too many of these apartments with 5 bedrooms and 1 common area? And what happens if that fad goes away? Please vote no on this project. Thank you very much.
Jaron Neal.
Hi, my name is Jaron Neal, and my wife and I currently live at 911 Lauren Lane. We purchased our house at the end of July in 2013 and currently live there with our 4-month-old son. We have lived in Stillwater for around 6 years, and for 4 of those years we were students at OSU. During our time as students, we lived in various different college neighborhoods where at the time was a good fit for us. However, that chapter in our life has ended once we graduated, settled down, and started a family. After we both graduated, we found our jobs in our corresponding career fields, myself as an IT coordinator here at ASCO Aerospace, and my wife as a kindergarten teacher at Yale Public Schools. We decided to move out of the college neighborhoods and move to a quiet family-based community. where we could raise our son, our soon-to-be-born son. During our search for such a community, we came across the Lakeview Ridge neighborhood. It's far away from the OSU campus and on the outskirts of town, away from most of the busy traffic in other college neighborhoods. In the 9 months of living there in Lakeview Ridge, we have come to enjoy the very friendly and quiet neighborhood where kids can ride their bikes and play on the streets without too much worry. In the last few months, we have come to find out that this quiet neighborhood is being threatened by the construction of a 900-person college community being built there just a stone's throw away from our newly purchased home. We are upset to think that the city would go through the trouble of rezoning land just for the sole purpose of building a 3-story college complex right on top of our quiet family neighborhood. This 3-story complex will bring with it noise, parties, traffic, violence, and crime at all hours of the night. I feel that this development, our family's privacy and the safety are being compromised, and our home's property values are diminished. I'm speaking tonight because I have followed this issue very closely and not spoken out in the past. I've attended the neighborhood meetings, the meeting with the developers, and most recently the meeting with the Planning Commission. Some of the members of the Planning Commission made the comments that we could be in a worse situation and that the development is better than the alternative, which is keeping the land zoned as industrial. I have to strongly disagree with their statements. I feel that the likelihood of a business-based structure being built there that would be occupied 24/7, stand over 3 stories tall, and bring in as much crime, noise, and traffic as this college community would be very, very unlikely. Because of these reasons and the reasons the previous speakers before me have mentioned, I strongly encourage you to vote for what is in this neighborhood's best interest and keep our community safe for our family and children. Thank you.
Seville Puchstein, how'd I do?
Pretty well. Hi, my name is Jivila Puchstiana and my family lives in 822 East Lauren Lane. I'm here actually not give you facts or statistics because I think my neighbors did a very good job. I'm here actually to speak out for my family and just to ask to kind of like become my best friend or my relative who will probably, just reach out for me, stand by me, and support me and my family. I live in Stillwater, Oklahoma for 11 years. It's total 12 years in the United States. 12 years ago, my husband and I received a full scholarships to attend Southern Methodist University, and it was the opportunity for us to come to the dream country. Originally, I'm from Lithuania, and half of my life I lived in Soviet Union, so I know what the hard life means. So what opportunity came for us to move to United States, it was dream come true. We thought we'd come here, we'll build our happy lives, and 11 years ago, we moved to Stillwater, and that was the town. We decided this is it. We'll settle down and we'll build our happiness. We bought our house 7 years ago. And actually just 5 years living in the United States, 2 foreign kids, we could afford our first house. And you can imagine how proud we were, both of us. My youngest child was born in this house. And when I was looking for that house 7 years ago, and before even signing the papers to buy this house, 2 weeks in a row, I came to buy that house, looking around, making sure this is the right place for my family. I got in love for the views in my backyard because I have a nice little forest area. It's very close because it's end street, so it was perfect place for my kids to play and be safe in there. It's so, I don't know, it's so many memories in this house. My youngest child learned how to walk in there, say first words, met the first friends in that neighborhood. The other reason why I bought this house, not just a location, we were in the best school district. We went to Richmond, but unfortunately we got the redistrict and we moved to Skyline. And I don't have a problem with that school. It's great. It's just 5 minutes drive with the car and 10 minutes, maybe less, ride with the bike. But you know what? I take that fun away from my kids because they have to cross that street. It's Lakeview Street. And you know, like, and that is before 8 a.m. in the morning, it's a bunch of cars in there. And the majority of the drivers are that 19, 20 years old students who are maybe woke up 5 minutes before the class, rushing to get on time to school. I'm the track coach. I work with student athletes. So I love them for 3 hours per day, but not 24/7. I lived on campus too. And I know, you know, young kids, they do fun time, crazy time, but I don't want to be part of it. Another concern that I have, and, you know, I'm sorry if I'm like sound crazy, but I have a young girl who soon will be teenager. And those young boys, 19, 20 years old, wandering around and maybe is trying to build sexual dreams, and she could be one of them. I cannot, like a mom, let that happen, and I want to protect my children. So we live second year in the row with this stress. The only thing I want to just have a safe place to raise my family. And it's taking away from us. Please, help us. That's what I ask you, to protect my family, our neighborhood, because it's been a lot to us. Thank you.
Bridget Miller.
I may need an extra 90 seconds. Should I just talk through that, or do you want to put it on there now? Could I have an extra 90 seconds?
Good.
Oh, 2 minutes. Okay. My name is Bridget Miller, and I live at 910 Lauren Lane. And I oppose the proposed PUD and subsequent map amendment for all of the same reasons that have previously been stated by my neighbors and fellow homeowners. And I appreciate the mayor's request tonight to have a modicum of respect for the process. And so I'd like to use my 6.5 minutes remaining of testimony to discuss a little bit about the tone of this ongoing 15-month discussion. The whole experience has been very challenging, as it hasn't felt like everyone had an equal voice. There were some voices that seemed to count more than others. It began at the first city council meeting last year, when Lakeview Ridge was characterized as a low-income neighborhood. The use of the phrase in that context implied that our health, safety, morals, and general welfare were less valuable than the more exclusive or high-income neighborhoods of Stillwater. The assertion, while inaccurate, was condescending and elitist, and set the stage for more intimidating language as a way to diminish our concerns. This classist tendency continues every time the ratio of renters in our neighborhood is brought up as a reason to allow for this development. Yes, we have renter-occupied homes in Lakeview Ridge. They are families, young couples, and even some college students. But why does that matter? Does that mean that they shouldn't be afforded the same rights for safety and privacy as everyone else? The continued focus on the ratio of renters and talking about all the cars in the street is just another way to attempt to minimize our voice and to harass, intimidate, and bully people who are perceived as powerless to respond. At the Planning Commission meeting, now almost a month ago, the neighbors who testified were labeled in this open meeting as, I quote, individuals prone to hyperbole and exaggeration, overstatement and misstatement. Our honest and genuine testimony was described as, I quote, a tyranny of allowed one or two people. Why was it okay for our passionate, evidence-based presentation to be described as fanatical? The truth is, prior to last year's city council meeting, we gathered signatures from almost 3/4 of our neighborhood homeowners who opposed the planned rezoning. The neighbors who stand up and speak hardly represent even a minority, much less a tyranny. We are simply taking advantage of our rights as citizens of Stillwater to communicate our opposition to the planned rezoning and development. During what amounted to closing arguments at the recent Planning Commission meeting, it was pointed out that many people come to Stillwater to teach, and without the students, most of us would not be here. I 100% agree with that statement. I love working with college students and can't imagine doing anything else. I accepted the job offer from OSU because I wanted to work at a comprehensive university, and Stillwater's college town feel was inviting. But I wanted to live in a quiet, low-density community of working professionals and not next to an apartment complex that caters to the constant entertainment of college students. Just because I make my living working with college students does not mean I want to live like them when I go home at night. Yes, they do live among us, but that doesn't mean that I have to be subjected to the noise and violation of privacy that living next to 1,500 students brings. I attended the meeting with the local engineering firm when they presented the PUD to the neighborhood, the required meeting that they were required to have with us. Following their presentation, there was an opportunity for questions and open dialogue about the project. A woman in the back asked several seemingly leading questions, suggesting that this apartment complex was a good thing for our neighborhood. At the time, I did not recognize her as a fellow neighbor, and she had not introduced herself at the beginning of the meeting when the city staff and the developer's representative introduced themselves. Knowing that this was a closed meeting between the neighborhood and the developers, I thought she might be a neighbor that I hadn't had the chance to meet. I approached her after the meeting to introduce myself and simply ask if she lived in the neighborhood. She quickly said no and continued to walk past me before I could ask a follow-up question. It wasn't until later that I found out that she is the president and CEO of the Stillwater Chamber of Commerce. I don't understand her presence at that meeting because on its website, the Chamber of Commerce describes itself as not an agency of government or a political organization, but in fact a nonprofit association committed to quality of life and civic improvement. Her comments at the meeting made me wonder whose quality of life the Chamber supports and how it expects to promote civic improvement when it interferes with and tries to influence a meeting of people simply trying to protect their community. Our elected officials have a responsibility to make smart decisions for the growth and development of Stillwater. Throwing Aspen Heights in the middle of a large section of industrial land created inconsistent ribbons of zoning. But expanding the RTM zoning further south will not fix the Aspen Heights mistake. It will only make it worse as the mega apartments further encroach on our single-family neighborhood. It simply doesn't make practical sense. Why should our neighborhood pay the price for the zoning problem? It is better to cut your losses and not further exacerbate the problem. Rezoning the land at 799 Mercury eliminates any plausible zoning compromise in the future. Students and full-time residents can coexist in a college town with more smart, thoughtful development. I think it is a valid question to ask whether we need more student housing and whether building isolated, unwalkable units so far from campus makes sense. While I'm happy to continue to speak and advocate on behalf of my neighborhood, I've been very disappointed with the ongoing tactics of intimidation and bullying. The name-calling and condescending, often paternalistic tone at every turn is unnecessary. It demonstrates a lack of awareness about the validity of our concerns. We have been treated as if we don't matter and unfairly characterized during public meetings simply for advocating for our needs and participating in a process that is our right. I urge you, our elected officials, to vote no on the proposed PUD being presented here tonight. Thank you.
Kristen Holdeman.
And I would like to request 13 minutes total time if possible.
I believe I'm the last speaker for our neighborhood, and I have a couple of different things I would like to present. If I'm not the last, I'd like to be the last.
I've got James Cowan and Sally Landis also on the list.
I'm more than happy to let them go first.
Okay. Mr. Cowan. Ms. Landis?
Back there.
James Cowan is here.
He is here. Ms. Landis is here up front, so we'll let her go. And
I'm Sally Landis, and I live at 826 Lauren Lane. And I moved there over 7 years ago and have marvelous neighbors. I have lived in Stillwater over 48 years in several neighborhoods. In the wet season, my yard has this much water in it. I called the city, had them come look at it when the yard smelled like the sewer after 2 weeks. They said, "I'm sorry, lady, we can't do anything to help you." So I spent thousands of dollars to put French drains in to get my yard the way I wanted it. It is beautiful. I can sit on my sofa and see my whole yard. I can see 40-foot, I'm just guessing, 40-foot trees outside my fence. I don't have to see Aspen Heights. But when I'm in my house, I hear shotguns, and I called Aspen Heights, and I said, "What's going on?" There's noise coming from over there. It was dark, and I was frightened. They said, "I'm sorry, we're not on site." We do have employees over there. They're lawn people and garbage people, but no, there's no one in charge. If you need anything, just please call the police. So in the daytime, when they have a daytime party at their swimming pool, I couldn't enjoy my backyard. The music's too loud. The city law doesn't make them turn the music down till dark, I don't think. I usually present students with such news when they move next to me, that there are city laws, ordinances about noise. So I hope you will consider turning this down, because there's already too many apartments back there. And there's already a nice tree line, which they plan to take down, I guess, and try to put up some other trees, which aren't going to be near as tall as 40 foot. And I'm really afraid of the drainage, even though I've already done a lot of work. I can't imagine 1,000 more cars going down Perkins Road. I have come south on Perkins Road and trying to get through the intersection of Perkins and McElroy. 4 lights it took, red, green, before I could get through that intersection. And it wasn't a ball game day. Nothing happened at OSU, just busy traffic. I know 4 students or 5 that live in an apartment at Aspen Heights. They're nice young men. They're in business. They do not travel down Perkins Road. They know it's too busy. So they leave Aspen Heights and go over to Jardo, all the way down to almost 6th Street to get to their business. The traffic is way too heavy on Lakeview already and on Perkins Road. And that many more students are going to cause that much more problem. Thank you for listening to me, and hope you consider.
James Cowan.
Good evening. I'm James Cowan. I am the Payne County Assessor. Actually, I live at 6510 South Ellen Court, out south of town. I really didn't come prepared to speak today. I was really just asked about some questions today and really came to take everything in. But will say that the effect on the property values at this point in time from Aspen Heights is unknown. We are looking very closely at it. The Lakeview Ridge area is in our visual inspection area for this coming year, and we will be doing a comprehensive study to see how the properties are affected. Mr. Smith mentioned the properties out that surround Westbrook Apartments. There's actually a drainage behind them, then a buffering of duplexes before you get to single-family residences. The units around Dryden, Andrew Hills area behind Ambassador 1, a lot of those homes are Section 8 housing. They've definitely not gained much value over the past several years. Actually seen rents decline a little bit. You know, I'm not here to advocate for or against. I'm all about property owners being able to do with their property what they want to. It's one reason I live in the country. But at the same time, I think a serious look needs to be taken at how units like this or how developments like this will affect the surrounding area. You know, it's one thing we have around campus where redevelopment is driving property values, actually making some people a lot of money. It's another thing when we have to look and see, you know, our property value is going to be driven down because we have a big development like this. Thank you.
May I ask a question? Yes. Yes. Just to be fair to both sides, were you paid to come and speak tonight?
Nope. I'm just paid as the assessor.
Thank you.
All right, then Ms. Holdeman. Now, it does say that you requested additional time.
13 minutes total, so I know that's 7 more minutes if I'm doing my math.
13 minutes.
As the last one to speak, I was hoping that that would help. I do have a presentation for you as well, so.
Council's prerogative.
Sure. I mean, it's okay with me as long as you're not gonna, go over what everyone else is. I know you're.
No.
Obviously, you have something prepared. You're not just gonna go.
Yes,
on.
correct.
Yeah, I have no problem with it.
And I will try and skip over. There's 1 or 2 things I've heard that are similar, and I will try to skip over that. Okay. Kristen Holdeman, 1018 Lauren Lane. My husband and I have lived in our home for nearly 2 years. We love it because it's in a quiet part of town, provides easy access to both of our jobs while still putting us a decent amount away from campus life. We continued to live in the peacefulness of our new home until we found out in January of 2013 there was potential for this multifamily housing development. I was thankful for the commission and city council realizing it was not an appropriate use last year. I was not surprised when the developer and potential landowner came back wanting to reassess and seeking again. However, what has caught me by surprise is the complete lack of cohesion between what has been presented within the comprehensive community development plan and the actions of the planning commission regarding this development. And it is this lack of cohesion I'm hoping the council, as the elected leaders of this town, will be able to correct before the night is over. In a recent article in the news press, there was an explanation of zoning. The article stated, zoning is the separating of land uses into compatible groups so that the community can balance conflicting interests and mitigate negative impacts. It promotes public health, safety, and general welfare. Then towards the end it says, zoning protects property rights and values and balances competing rights. Thinking about our area's health, safety, and general welfare, there are still several big concerns that have yet to really be addressed with the developer. 2 of these issues would be security and noise, which has been stated a couple different times tonight. Developer's intent letter states that, quote, the developer will provide on-site management and maintenance of the property. The rental agreement sets forth the rules and regulations for conduct within the facility. Considering the fact that despite Aspen Heights also having rules and regulations for conduct, they've still had 183 police calls within the first 7 months of being open. I also know of at least one family within the neighborhood that after living in their home safely for 3 years have had both of their cars broken into since Aspen Heights opened. No one has ever been charged for the break-in, but the timing might suggest otherwise, just as Kyle presented with San Marcos and Lubbock and the increase in crime activity within the surrounding neighborhoods. So even with 24/7 on-site security guards, Aspen Heights has been unable to maintain a safe community, and they are only proposing on-site security 3 nights a week. Noise is also another great concern for our neighborhood of young professionals and families. Many within our neighborhood can hear the noise of Aspen Heights from nearly a quarter mile away, so how much more will we be able to hear an even denser population in our backyards? Most of us have to be at work between 7 and 8 every morning as working professionals. And the noise and the potential lack of sleep which is a desperate need that we have to function efficiently at our jobs, is a massive concern. As a 5th grade teacher in Stillwater, I need to be well rested every day to teach my kids in the most effective way that I can. And just the thought that they're only looking at security on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights, which are known party nights in this town. The noise that comes from that, and it doesn't matter if there's a concrete wall, it would take a soundproof box to keep that noise out. After seeing the article from the news press, I found the comprehensive community development plan. In order to create this plan, the commission named more than 40 community members working together on how Stillwater would best be developed. This is the plan by which all developments must be measured, and each developer must prove that it has more gains than drawbacks, and that it will be an overall benefit to our community. At the Planning Commission meeting a month ago, our neighborhood members were told that the aspiring developer bears the burden of proof to meet all the qualifications within the development plan. In the developer's PUD, there are several statements that reach to meet the qualifications laid out in the city's development plan. However, I would like to bring to light and remind the council of several more qualifications the developer's PUD does not meet. After spending some time looking through the plan, I discovered the Commission and City Council have agreed to seek to develop Stillwater in a, quote, compact and contiguous development pattern, and establish conservation and enhancement of existing development and assurance of compatibility of new development with existing development. Both of these statements are listed in step 1 of the plan utilization primer, along with this next statement that also appears in the 3 steps that follow. If a proposed development is not consistent with the general intent of the development policies, the proposal should justify the benefit to: first, the proposal must be justified to the community. Since this development seeks only to aid in student housing, you must consider the question, do we really need more housing specifically for students? Data I have been able to collect over the past month has shown that we absolutely do not have a current need for more student housing, especially luxury student housing that goes beyond the budget of so many college students. I found that only a few of the apartment complexes around Stillwater are actually at capacity, and the rest are in the low to mid 90% of occupancy. Upon further inquiry into the housing needs at OSU, I have discovered that they are currently well under capacity. In the chart on the screen, you will see the incoming freshman numbers for the past 10 years, as well as the next 5-year projection. With the exception of an abnormally large class in fall of 2012, OSU's incoming numbers have remained below 4,000 each year and are barely anticipated to reach 4,000 students again in the next 5 years. These numbers are drawn from a formula that looks at the number of future graduating high school students across Oklahoma, since that is about where 2/3 of their base comes from. I would also like to remind the council, just as students come in, they must also graduate and leave OSU, and many of them will leave Stillwater with less than 10% even staying as graduate students, and then they will at some point graduate. Currently, OSU has a housing available for almost 6,000 students within its residence halls, as well as an additional 1,400 in their marriage and family housing. Of the 2 sets of housing options, only 93% of the residential and 91% of the marriage and family housing is actually being occupied. This means there is space for 542 more students within OSU's available housing. In addition to this, OSU is currently building a new dormitory to house 964 more students, which is expected to be completed by summer of 2015, for a total of 1,502 beds that are not currently being occupied. On top of that, other apartment complexes around Stillwater are in the process of renovating and adding on to what they currently have. The Links, to name one, is in the process of building 10 3-story buildings that will hold another 180 single and 2-bedroom apartments. The new owners in the Magnolia Point will soon begin construction on a complex for more than 600 people. The Prime Place is slated to finish their 3rd phase of 400 more beds in July. Now add this to the endless list of townhomes, duplexes, and rental homes that are available to anyone who could possibly have need for them and more, and the council will hopefully realize what the rest of Stillwater community has already figured out. There is not a need for further dense housing geared towards college students and temporary residents, especially with finding out that there have been 9 approved RTM approvals made within the past 16 months. Secondly, the proposal must be justified to the sub-area, which I understand to be the emerging development sub-area for our neighborhood and its surrounding area. The comprehensive plan states future residential development should be single-family primarily. The placement of dwelling units should involve compact arrangements, whether associated with estate or smaller lots, where higher densities of up to 8 net dwelling units per acre are appropriate. The currently proposed plan is asking for 9.5 units per acre in an area that it will not be appropriately placed. In the proposed unit development plan, the developer states 4 times that they know their development is not consistent with our neighborhood and its use, and that is clear support for the complex's inappropriateness in our area. It also states that it is a higher density complex in Aspen Heights, which would only serve to stress the resources within our area even more than they already have been. Thirdly, we come to the final application where the proposal must be justified in comparison to the development standards laid out in the plan. While the proposed complex does seem to be in alignment with every requirement for village-type housing, it neglects to be contingent with the area around it on a massive scale. In the introduction of the goal and objectives for planned infrastructure for guiding development, the plan states, at the same time we seek compatibility, sustainability, predictability, and the quality of life within the natural and built environment. Who, upon looking at the area surrounding the land at 799 Mercury Avenue, would find it predictable to say, I envision a great 2- and 3-story complex for student housing? Reason would dictate that no one would, because it simply does not fit with the single-story, single-family homes on the south side and double-story multifamily housing on the north side. Predictability would have a plan to establish single-story housing within 100 feet minimum of the existing single-story housing, and double-story housing to be adjacent to the already double-story apartments. As Mr. Smith, the assessor tonight, presented as well, when he talked about the field behind his mother's home, every time he mentioned new growth, it was houses. This is not houses. This is a massive apartment complex. We want it to be houses, which is what I fully expected when I moved into that home. If somehow all of the evidence I have laid out before the council still does not prove to be enough reasoning as to why this proposed development would impact Stillwater more negatively than it would positively, let me remind the council of something that has been stated in recent history. In the past few months, the council has made it known they are actively seeking to, quote, brand Stillwater through a branding campaign. In starting this campaign, an outside company was brought in so they would not have any preconceived notions of Stillwater and could give an accurate stance of who we currently are. I would urge the council members to think about what kind of impression yet another complex focusing solely on college students is going to give this company. By saying yes to this development, the council would only serve to show that they are not focused on the current and future permanent residents of Stillwater, but simply focus on appealing to a select group of temporary residents overall. This would show that the young professionals, families, and incoming workforce for various job sites are not high on the city's priority list, but that this is simply a college town geared towards seeking anything that will make college students happy. I have already visited with many residents who feel this way about Stillwater as they attempt to find a house to call home, but after months of endless searching, they have decided maybe Stillwater won't be their long-time home. Unfortunately, these residents keep coming up empty because finding nice, affordable homes for sale within the city is next to impossible without signing up for a massive remodel to an older or previous rental home or breaking the bank for move-in ready housing. This has also been a major deterrent to the countless number of OSU faculty and other Stillwater professionals that have purchased homes outside of Stillwater and commute on a daily basis. I would also like to clarify, I think I skipped something. Anyways, I would also like to clarify 4 misconceptions. One I don't have on here. I realized I missed one earlier. And ideas that seem to have popped up about our neighborhood. First of which is a fear that seems to have consumed the Planning Commission and was an argument made during last year's discussion with the City Council. The current label of IG on 799 Mercury Avenue is not a concern, nor has it ever been a concern for the Lakeview Ridge neighborhood. Every one of us purchased our homes knowing the current zoning of this land. Yet we still chose to purchase our homes there, and up until now, the decision has served us well. If we, as the Lakeview Ridge property owners, are not concerned about the current zoning, then why does the city allow itself to be burdened with unnecessary and unwarranted fears? From here, a second misconception has been made that the residents within the area surrounding 799 Mercury Avenue need to be saved from the unsettling alternations of zoning. With this thought, I would like to make the statement that it was the council's decision in June of 2012 to rezone the section of property where Aspen Heights sits from IG to RTM, therefore taking a solid chunk of IG and creating a land use alternation that may or may not have been decided upon with any regard to what that could possibly do to zoning issues in the future. Also, the idea that we are an actual RTM neighborhood is an erroneous error that was made beyond the control of our neighborhood and is therefore not something we should be penalized for. It was upon the city to correctly zone the neighborhoods as the zoning definitions changed over the past decade, and for reasons unfathomable to us, We were zoned to something we do not even slightly resemble. Knowing this, can the council truly say the land adjacent to us would be an appropriate use as RTM? The last one, rental homes do not mean college students, but can include families and young couples not financially able or within a time frame to purchase a home yet. Cars on the street or in a driveway isn't illegal and is simply a far-reaching effort to try and discredit our neighborhood and are issues that do not even belong in this conversation but keep being brought up. These comments instead should be seen for the underhanded attempts that they are, and as such should be a reflection of the persons making them, not the persons they are being thrown at. In closing, I would implore the council to weigh heavily the evidence I have laid before you and mark whether or not you truly believe this type of development is necessary and fitting for the developing future of Stillwater and the residents who would like it to make it their permanent rather than temporary home. As one council member wisely stated in the Stillwater News Press, this is a pivotal time in defining our city and what it will be known for in the future. So I ask you to remember what the council wants that definition to be and what steps it will truly take to get there. Thank you for your time this evening.
Okay. That is the last of the requests that have signed up. 8:50.
Yes.
Yes?
I would like a recess.
Okay, he needs a break. I do have a handful of questions that I'll be asking different parties, and I'm sure others will have questions also of different parties. So, public hearing is still open, but we will take
3 minutes.
3?
I don't care.
5, and I'll be on time.
City of Stillwater Television transmits programming 24 hours each day throughout the Stillwater and surrounding area on Sunlight Communications Channel 23 and AT&T U-verse Channel 99. The purpose of the station is to provide the latest news and information about Stillwater City government and its services, as well as information on city events. Live broadcasts of the Stillwater City Council, Stillwater Utilities Authority, Stillwater Economic Development Authority, and Stillwater Planning Commission air on this station, and replays of these meetings can be found here daily and on demand at stillwater.org. For more information, or if you have questions, contact the Office of Marketing and Public Relations at 405-742-8362 or email news@stillwater.org. Mark your calendars for the 37th Annual Stillwater Arts Festival, held in downtown Stillwater on April 19th and 20th. Come out on Saturday, April 19th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. and Sunday, April 20th from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. and enjoy the Arts Festival featuring many local and regional artists, food vendors, live entertainment, and more. Admission to the festival is free. The Stillwater Arts Festival is organized and presented by the...
She had her bag under her arm.
Okay, she's finding Paula. Okay, we are back from recess. We're all back. Public hearing still open. I know I have some questions, but I'm more than willing to let others start. I'd say we can ask questions of anyone that's spoken or any of our folks or anything that we need to know. Then we'll call Paula back for the findings, and then we can have plenty of discussion as this progresses. Okay? So does anyone have any questions of applicant or any of applicants'
I have one.
people? You have one.
Richard Teague.
I said applicant.
Oh, sorry. No, I do not.
Okay. Anybody have any questions of applicant? Okay. I have a couple. And I guess, Mr. Levine, I guess you're probably the best one. Okay, really, some of these were from conversations that have happened not only from planning, but after the planning, comments made here tonight. And I wrote it down. I don't remember which neighbor brought it up, functionally saying there seem to be a lot of maybes or question marks or ifs. And so I'd like to walk through a couple of those from your perspective in connection with how this affects your proposed plan and the application. There's a question about the height of trees or the height of a vegetative barrier along the south. And I guess we can point to either the arborist also. Is it my understanding of Planning Commission and what's been stated here tonight is that one of the requirements for this application is a 15-foot tall barrier along the south that could be partially berm, I believe 30 inches, and the remainder being vegetation staggered so that it does create a complete blockage. Is that your understanding of the requirement?
It is. Effectively, so the height is 15 foot tall from grade, whether it be, if it's on a 30-inch berm, then the balance of that 15 feet would be a 12.5-foot tree. But the objective is to get that barrier to a 15-foot elevation from grade.
Okay. There were also questions about security has been a very important question, both when I say security, I'm talking noise and construction temporarily, but then ongoing noise and then other security issues as far as I interpret it, and what I would be thinking is people, residents of your development potentially entering into or interfering with the development to the south. There was conversation about a fence.
Mm-hmm.
The existing fence is 6 feet tall and it's on the neighbor's property.
Correct.
There have been conversations about you building a new fence, and their response was it would be a better implementation if you would pay for an 8-foot fence.
Right.
And homeowners association, or the homeowners being the actual responsible party for installing the fence.
Right.
Is that still something that you would be willing to do, to pay for an 8-foot fence and some shrubbery to go along with it?
As far as, I think that's something, yes, that is something we would be willing to do. The mechanism to get that fence installed, perhaps we would just pay directly to a contractor that would work for the homeowners association, and we would just be responsible for bidding it and paying the bill to put the fence in. As far as it being an 8-foot fence as opposed to a 6-foot fence that is there already, I'm not sure of the value of that given the screening that's there, and if you look at the cross sections of the sight lines, but I'm willing to do that, sure.
That was a yes?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
What about the addition of a line of bamboo along the north side of that fence for tall additional growth and barrier?
In addition to the 15 feet that's in front of
Along the fence line.
Along the fence line. I'm not
North side of the fence line.
sure what we can do in the utility easement.
Just right up along the fence.
Yeah, I'm saying I'm not sure what's permitted with the code. Anybody know?
Is that permissible?
So you're proposing bamboo along the...
In addition
to the 8-foot fence on...
Yes, on the north side of the fence.
On the north, okay. Along the section of, similar to the trees that we're planting, the section up to the pond, detention pond?
I'd say the entire length.
Where the neighborhood to the south property ends.
Where there's
Along that
existing, I believe that there is a wood fence all along the north side of the neighborhood, and I'm willing for neighbors to correct me if that's incorrect. Is there a wood fence that goes?
Yes.
As far as that type of tree, you may want to speak to what the...
Well, it's not a tree, but it's a plant that's very aggressive, and it's actually would be invasive. I would, as a property owner, I'd be concerned that it was going to grow onto the other side of the fence and get into my backyard, and it's very difficult to get it out of it once it gets started. So, because it sprouts from the roots. So, I would say that's not a very good choice of plant material to use.
Okay. Would you have an alternative that could accomplish, my understanding of the benefits of bamboo, very fast growing.
Correct.
Can get relatively tall and can provide a thick additional barrier.
Correct.
Without being extremely wide. Is there an alternative? And if there's not, there's not.
Not that I can think of right off the top of my head as far as a plant species that has those characteristics. But I think that the biggest drawback has to be its invasiveness with respect to how it spreads and where it would grow, and it would be. I'm not sure that would be the right answer.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure as far as growing into the utility easement too, as far as how that would impact the sewer lines and so forth in the long term.
I'm holding that thought, and
okay.
We can get that from Ms. Dennison. On you've already said there are no outside living spaces on the duplexes. I mean, there's a front porch, but there's nothing above ground.
That's correct.
For outside. On the on the apartment units.
Yeah.
Are there any anything that you would access solely from a unit? Only a unit can access it from inside the unit, a balcony. I'm trying to use a very generic term because I understand there's been some difference of opinion of what a balcony is, but.
Yeah, on the 3-story buildings, at the second floor level, off the back of the kitchen, there is a deck, which is a 10-foot deck, which then has stairs on the back of that down to grade. It's a second means of ingress egress for fire and that kind of thing.
Does that staircase and landing only service one unit or multiple?
It's two.
Okay.
Two decks share a staircase going down.
Okay. In those spots, we've had conversation about, Paula, what did you call? Actually, I believe it was Mr. Ghost called it a wing wall. Is that your term? Is that the same term? Would that term apply to the conversations we've had as far as blocking the south? Is that something you're in agreement to blocking those?
Yeah, on the way the buildings are lined up north-south, what I think would work would be on those last decks that face south, put up a barrier there on the deck to provide that level of screening.
My next question goes, it goes beyond typical zoning, but the way I view it is you kind of open the door and has to do with the on-site security.
Mm-hmm.
What is your typical security arrangement?
Yeah, as I mentioned, it is with contracted security. It's Thursday, Friday, Saturday night where they're patrolling from 8 till whatever, 3 in the morning. That is the typical patrol of contracted security. And after that, if there's any issues, we do have the community assistants that effectively are 24/7. They're on call, and if there is an issue, they are to notify the security company first off, not the police. And then if there's a real serious issue, then of course the police would be notified as well. But that's our policy. Or where we have a resident off-duty, police officer, we'd have 2 for a complex like this that would live on site.
The current PUD plan has a 50-foot setback from the south line before function before any man-made structure. I know we'll have utility lines in the ground, but vertical structure of any type. And then I believe it was another 75 feet going north is simply duplexes, and when I say simply, I mean as opposed to 3-story. 2-story duplex.
Right, you've got a 2-story duplex that is between the 50 feet to the first 3-story building, which is at 125, I believe. So there's one duplex in that space.
I believe those are my questions right now.
Okay.
I just had one. So you said that the community residents, correct, notify a security company. If something's bad, the security company would notify the police, correct? Who notifies the police on Sunday through Wednesday?
So the community assistant, that's the chain. The property management office is open till 8 o'clock, and then you've got community assistants that are staffing the clubhouse area, all common areas, till midnight. That's when the clubhouse closes. The amenities that are inside. The amenities that are outside close at sunset, just for noise issues, those kinds of things. And if there's anything that does occur after the midnight hour, then it's up to the community assistant to contact the security company.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, I think we're fully open for more questions, but I failed to officially close the public hearing. That doesn't mean we're closed on questions, but I don't want us to look up and never have closed a public hearing.
I just add one thing, as far as how the tenants are expected, their conduct. If we can provide a copy of our leases, they are very strict for a reason, and we do fine people. And the community assistants are very well versed in our lease. So it's about, and I've said it before, about management and setting expectations. It's not good for anybody if the property isn't managed well, and you have issues with neighbors and other tenants in your community, because then you have a problem leasing, and it's not good for anyone. So we recognize that, and we put a lot of effort and resources into management. One of my partners will be here several times a year, making sure that the property is being managed properly, and we don't just hire inexperienced property managers. It's an important position, and in a project this size, we pay very well to get someone with a lot of experience that's going to run it well.
I think I heard you say earlier that you did background checks. Is that true?
Mm-hmm.
So what are you looking for in background checks? Is this just a financial background check?
Financial, any kind of, criminal activity, everything.
So you check for criminal activity?
You do with employees, you want to know, who's residing in your complex. I think it's pretty common in both student and non-student housing.
Okay. I just had read on one of your sites, I think, that it was a financial background check, but I'm certain. Okay.
Can you clarify the public hearing? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was going to close the public hearing, which is simply...
No one else can come up and talk without us asking questions.
Well, no one can come up and talk anymore right now anyway.
Okay.
Without asking the question or calling them back up. So no one is being shortchanged on it. I just didn't want us to get caught in a procedural goof. That's what I meant by that. But we're wide open for questions for anybody for as long as you want, but I have to be at work at 8 in the morning.
And please don't interpret this as trying to negotiate, but I'm just asking you a question.
Sure.
Given the concerns of the neighborhood to the south, we've already talked about 4 units per acre adjacent to the residential area.
Right.
And then transitioning to the 3-story apartments. Would you be open to the idea of extending that duplex scheme one more building north?
That creates an overall density problem for us. It does, given the...
Just so you'll know where I'm coming from, I do have, I'm not going to say a concern, but I do note that the density of this development is a little higher than Aspen Heights across the street, which is already causing the neighborhood some concern, and it's over 300 feet away.
Mm-hmm, right. And I think when you look at it from a bed perspective, it's pretty similar. I think probably The major issue there is we do a lot of studios, one-bedroom units to have a full spectrum of living options as opposed to Aspen Heights, which is much more heavily weighted in, 4-bedroom, 4-bedroom units. So, but from an overall bed count, I don't think the numbers are that different.
So you could work towards putting the single-bed studios further south.
Those are actually in the 3-story buildings. The duplexes, the 2-story duplexes, which we did designed and put south to keep the height down and not to have anything outdoors that's at the second level. Those are the 4-bedroom duplexes. But to be able to have a development like this that's highly amenitized and at the price point and everything, that the density does matter.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Levine? I did close the hearing, yes.
Do we have to motion or?
Thank you. You can ask questions of any of the other people. We can call Paula up and she can give the findings when we ask her questions, and then you can still ask questions of anyone that you want after that. So are we ready for Ms. Dennison to come back?
Can I call someone else?
Yeah, can I
first?
ask someone on this side?
Yeah.
Richard Teague.
Mr. Teague?
Can you come to the mic? Sorry. Can you tell me how many people signed the petition 5 years ago?
Yes, I was asked
what
about
petition?
these petitions.
spoke,
They're
and it's-
for the Campus Crest issue 5 years old. There's 1,600 people
This thing.
from all over the city of Stillwater who signed a petition opposing multifamily against single-family. And then we have the supermajority, another 300 signatures. Some of these overlap. But I would vow that there's at least 1,700 people here scattered across the city of Stillwater who 5 years ago signed this petition opposing apartments next to single family.
That was he spoke about that in his,
Right.
So that was Camden Pond, okay, perfect. Sorry, I should have said that.
Okay, I would like to call up two different people. My first person is I'd like to call, I'd like to speak about security, and I would like to call Mr. McNichol.
Good evening. Norman McNichol, Director of Public Safety, City of Stillwater.
Okay, so Mr. McNichol, is 183 calls or 184, whatever we have said that Aspen Heights, the calls that were happening between August and I believe they said March.
March 31.
March 31, okay. Is that an unusually high number of calls?
Not for that kind of development, especially
For student housing?
Well, for a high occupancy apartment complex, especially when it first opens, it's not particularly high. Are there some calls on there, if you didn't know how to interpret them, that would be alarming? Absolutely. Because of those 124, and it's interesting, I received a request for the same information from another city, but from August 1st, 2013 through March 31, 2014, there were 184 calls for service at the 700 resident complex. Of those calls, there were 25 arrests. Those arrests were predominantly for alcohol-related offenses, with one arrest for misdemeanor assault. The most serious offenses reported was an armed robbery of an individual, which was one of a series of robberies that occurred at various locations around town, not just there. It was all over the place. A kidnapping, which was exceptionally cleared, and bear in mind that the list that was received that lists those calls is how it's reported. And frankly, sometimes the people that are reporting are emotional or under the influence or. And when we get there, that's not exactly what happened. So, most serious reported incidents were the robbery, kidnapping. There was indeed a man with a gun call, which was unfounded. Of those 184 calls for service, 58 resulted in actual police reports. The balance of them were resolved at the scene. By far the most typical reported offense were loud parties followed by some kind of theft.
And how many loud party calls were there?
I didn't count those. I don't know.
Well, I
But-
did. There were 37.
Pardon?
There were 37 by my count.
Mhm.
Does that
Yeah.
sound right?
Yes. And I compared that complex to another that had a lot of controversy when it was first put in. And in fact, similar remarks that were made tonight. And that complex was a huge problem to the point where we actually assigned police officers to be there on the city's dime.
Can I ask
At
which
night.
complex that was? Can you?
It's a large complex that was built.
Is that in the general vicinity of Lakeview and Perkins?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
At any rate, there were well over 160 calls for service during a similar time period. There were management issues with that complex. As far as I know, they're not in any way, shape, or form connected with this group of developers. And as with the 184 calls from Aspen Heights that we've talked about, a lot of those calls were what we refer to as officer initiated. So the way that the police get involved is that somebody picks up the phone and calls and says, I need the police for a variety of things, or the officers are there because there's issues. And in the complex that we're talking about, the vicinity of Lakeview and Perkins, we were there a lot. And during the same period that we looked at for Aspen Heights, that number of calls this past year was 61. What we typically see happen is a flurry of activity for the first several months because it's new, because there are people who aren't used to living outside of mom and dad's control, and after a period of time and a period of education, not only wherever they go to school or wherever they work, but from the police, that activity level dies off.
So in the same time period, do you know how many times the police were called in the Lakeview Ridge edition?
7.
7.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And, I also understand that there's some other large apartment complexes here in town that I looked at. One, which everybody will probably figure out, was 194 calls for service during that same time period. Another one, 57. And we're talking about apartment complexes with about the same population.
And about the same, probably, student housing? Kind of
Not
more
necessarily, no.
Not necessarily?
No.
Okay.
But at any rate, yeah, that's a high number of calls. But
okay.
Again, the man with the gun call turned out to be unfounded. The kidnapping was exceptionally cleared. There were some thefts there. There was a misdemeanor assault arrest. Shots fired call was found not to be any evidence to it. There have been fireworks calls and the 37 loud music calls that you talked about.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. One more. I would like to talk about traffic, and I would like to talk.
Can we do one thing
Sure,
first?
absolutely.
And Ms. Dennison, if I could call you up, because the reason I want to talk about traffic is to make sure that we all understand where traffic and drainage and some of those things fit into zoning requests and specifically a PUD request.
Okay.
Since this is a zoning action, which
A PUD is considered a zoning action. The zoning of property does not require nor necessitate, because of the zoning action, a final traffic impact analysis or a final drainage analysis. Those are required at the building stage of any development, because that's when the impact will occur, and that's what the impact will be based upon, is the actual impervious surface where drainage is concerned, and the amount of traffic that is generated, and what improvements need to be made to the system from the building and the development of the property. Not the legal change of a color on a map, which is the zoning action.
Those would be prerequisite to construction, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Building permits?
Yes, sir.
We would have to have a final study to show that with the construction, we have an approved drainage plan that would handle that construction.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
And traffic improvements required by the study would also be required to be implemented.
Yes, that is correct. All of the final plans come in together. Final sewer plan, final water plan, final stormwater or drainage, and traffic.
Those are building issues.
Okay, so I would, in the PUD, under mitigation factors, the PUD proposal shall demonstrate the ability to mitigate impacts caused by the requested development. Such mitigation factors include but are not limited to the following: screening, setbacks, walls and fences, safety, traffic, existing infrastructure, lighting, noise, trails, park, and playground. So I guess I don't really understand. This does mention traffic. I don't know why we can't discuss traffic.
Oh, I didn't say we couldn't discuss it. I
We
just
can-
was making sure that we all understood that the final traffic study was not required to make a determination on a PUD.
Okay,
That was
all
my
right.
statement.
Okay.
Doesn't mean we can't talk about it. 'cause
All right.
it's-
Well, I would
it's
like
an
to talk
element.
about it. I would like to talk
Dig in.
about it. Okay, I'd like to talk with Jason Peak, please.
Jason Peak, Transportation Department Manager.
Hi, thank you for coming up to the podium at this late hour. Did you get a traffic study? You did get a traffic study
Yes.
by the developer, I'm not for sure.
Mr. Morris submitted an initial traffic report through Development Services to Mike Beatty and myself. We reviewed that initial report. We made the comments about the trip generation numbers, asked him to revisit that. Also, the distribution of trips, the route that was proposed for the travel, we asked him to revisit that report, distributing the trips onto Lakeview as opposed to going down Perkins. They revised that report and have submitted a completed report with those findings. They do show what we look at as traffic engineers is the level of service at the intersection. What's that existing level of service at the intersections? And then with the trips generated by the development, how does that impact the level of service? And basically the report does show an impact in 2020 on Lakeview to what we call the eastbound left turn. So in the PM peak hour, trips returning through that intersection, it would move from a level of service D to a level service E.
And what is a level service D?
A D basically in traffic engineering terms is a measure of delay. It's an average delay of 30 to 55 seconds.
And that's what it is now, is that what I understand?
It's currently at a level service D, yes.
Okay,
I mean,
and
Perkins.
so is E better or?
E is worse, and that's basically a level of service delay of 55 to 80 seconds.
And do you start with, I guess, A then? A is good and?
A is what we call free flow condition. There's almost zero delay. The traffic engineering scale A through F, D.
A through F?
A through F is the grading scale. The difficult things for lay people, D is an acceptable level of service in traffic engineering terms. And it's basically a measure of capacity. We have capacity available at the intersection. There is delay occurring. It doesn't mean it's congestion like people experience in a city. So we expect to have traffic at intersections and not green lights for everybody. So when we see things drop from a D to an E, that's where the congestion and delay in traffic engineering terms becomes excessive. And so, what the report recommends is that improvements be made to the intersection, the timings of the intersection, at that left turn movement. And one of those solutions is to look at installing a dual left turn like we've recently done at Hall of Fame and Perkins, where you change the signal timings to basically do a time of day, build additional capacity for those left turns and through movements.
So a left turn lane on Perkins onto
A left turn lane, you're headed east on Lakeview and turning north onto Perkins Road. That's the movement that is shown in the traffic study to reach that level E level of service.
So that's what this showed in excessive.
It shows that it decreases from a D to E in 2020.
2020, okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Definitely. Ms. Dennison?
Can I ask a follow-up question? Right out of left field, we've had so much discussion about Aspen Heights. I'd like to sort of get some numbers in my head. What I'm hearing is that Aspen Heights is too close. How close is Aspen Heights to the Lakeview Ridge addition? I know they're at least 300 feet because they weren't noticed.
Right. I do not have a depth. Tom will look it up on the plan.
I hear him wrestling over there.
Yes, and he will come advise me of how far they are. Not including Mercury Avenue right-of-way, they're approximately 550 feet.
Well, I'm talking about the distance, so I'd want you to include the distance. What's the distance?
600 to 630. So double the using notification.
Yeah.
Yes.
The reason why I raise this, and I guess I'm commenting more than I'm asking you a question, is that is it reasonable for us to put on a developer a buffer of over 600 feet before the transition is accomplished? That seems excessive to me. You might as well put student housing out on 51, 5 or 6 miles out of town. So I mean,
Zoning.
see my point?
Yes, sir. Straight zoning buffering is extremely limited. Planned unit development, which is what this request is, allows for just the section that Councilor Noble read about the efforts to mitigate any of those impacts. Typically, the efforts to mitigate are site-specific to the immediately adjacent lands or the adjacent system. What Dr. Peak alluded to, the system, having to look a little further away than just right next door to this property on transportation.
Right, get it.
Go ahead. Industrial general, the setback for industrial general would be what? Between our multifamily as the neighborhood is zoned to industrial general would be, the setback would be what?
Current condition with IG zoning, the front, which would be along Mercury and Marine, is 75 feet. The rear and side, they're both the same. Adjacent to any residential district is 75 feet.
I have a question. However, I don't know if it's allowed because it's for Counselor Weaver on a university question.
I don't.
Is there anything against?
Won't promise you I'll answer it.
Okay. I know one of this.
I'm looking at Dorman on
Is that okay?
If it's germane to the subject matter that's before the council, it's fair game.
Okay.
As long as he's willing to answer it.
One of the, and Paul, you may be able to answer this, but one of the speakers spoke about the amount of beds that are currently being built and that will be built, and it was, I got together, with this project and with other projects, somewhere between 1,800 to 2,000 new beds. Do you foresee the university having a spike to meet those needs, or as far as enrollment? I know she spoke on that there possibly wasn't going to be an enrollment that will meet those, or will increase as much to need that.
I will tell you this. We're currently building a residential complex that is roughly 800 beds. It's to replace Kerr Drummond, which is 1,300 beds. So that will create a small deficit that we will address in the future. And we haven't stated publicly how we might address that or when we might address it. We're growing at a rate of 200 to 300 students per year and have over the last several years, and we expect to continue to grow. We try to maintain housing for new freshmen, for every new freshman that applies and enrolls at OSU. And at the beginning of a semester, the occupancy rate is near 100. But as we all know, lots of freshmen don't continue past the first semester, so it's not unusual for occupancy rates to fall in the spring to the low 90s. That's called a retention deficit. So, but at the beginning of the year, we have had pressure meeting all the needs of the students, and we have to release them from living on campus. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Paula, how about you giving us the findings, Planning Commission recommendation, then we can discuss and ask any further questions.
The Planning Commission does send a recommendation of approval with modifications. Those modifications included the setbacks of the parking lots going to the 40 feet setback that has been discussed here, taking that on to 50 feet. Fence height of 4 feet on top of the berm to 6 feet fence height on top of the berm. Planting of evergreens as a line of evergreen screening along the south property line adjacent to the neighborhood, but not around the detention facility because there's a different type of screening that is proposed for that. That was not in lieu of the shrubs that went along with the fences, but in addition to. And then a pedestrian easement to connect this development to the commercial property at the very southwest corner of this development.
I have some density questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Could you pull up the PUD plan slide? Well, there it is. A lot of conversation about density, and there's no doubt there seems to be a disconnect between the concept of density and what density is on the ground. I want to flow from Lakeview Road north, density-wise, and this may be unfair questions to ask you off the cuff here. Density under our code definitions of density. What's the density of Lakeview Ridge?
The total density of the Lakeview Ridge, all 4 sections of the addition, is 4.3 units per acre.
All single-family built structures.
Single family, 1 story.
1 story.
Correct, on individual lots.
Okay. We'll come back to the property in question. Jump to Aspen Heights. What is the unit density of Aspen Heights?
Aspen, over their total development of undivided property, is 5.7 units per acre.
In Lakeview, you said was 4.7?
4.3.
4.3. Aspen, 5.7. And you just said, I've learned this from you, you said the undivided tract. Explain to me why you said that.
Because when single-family structures are proposed as individual homes, they are required to be platted, and that plat has 1 structure per lot.
Okay.
The Aspen Heights development developed as a commercial development where the land is undivided and there are multiple principal structures that are built, have been built on that 1 piece of ground.
Same as
What is being proposed
same
here.
Concept of that.
Yes.
That aspect, okay. 4.3 Lakeview Ridge, 5.7 Aspen Heights. What is the proposed density of? And this, I'm gonna ask several questions within this concept here. Project as a whole, density for this proposal.
For the avenue is 9.5.
So the density is in the 3-story complexes or in the duplexes?
The unit density is in the 3-story. Because there are more individual living units in those 3 stories than they are the duplexes, which is only going to have 2.
And there's 2 types of density, right? I think I heard you say there's population density and building density?
Unit density,
Unit
yes.
density. So,
You've been giving us unit density.
I've been giving.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have people?
Yes, sir.
Let's hear it.
Lakeview Ridge, and this is an estimate because we didn't go in every house and see how many bedrooms they had. We estimated on average 3 bedrooms per home in Lakeview Ridge, which would have a population density of 12.9. Aspen Heights, based on the number of bedrooms on the acreage that they have, 20.6 population density. And the avenue is proposed, based on their number of bedrooms on their acreage, 27.4. And that would be persons per acre.
Okay, off the wall here. I'm trying to remember Primrose. Yeah, I'm sorry. From the back of the property to the first structure. What was the distance there to those 3-story structures? Do you remember?
I'm trying to remember the actual site plan. 60, 70 feet approximately, because they had the driving aisle with, I believe, one row of parking.
It was basically the parking lot behind the apartment and a buffer between the parking lot and the property line, so I was
Small
gonna
one.
guess
Mhm.
75.
Joe, did you say Primrose?
Yes,
Sorry.
I did.
Is Primrose the retirement community?
Yes.
Out on Range Road.
The reason why I brought that up is I've been out there, and as you know, I opposed that project because I thought there wasn't a good enough transition between, the apartment complexes. But what you really see is when you stand in the backyards, you see the roof. You don't see into the apartments, and the apartments don't see into your house. So I'm just trying to get a reference point. So it seems to me that 125 feet is getting close to a fair transition to me.
And there's quite a few more things proposed on this development in between than the Primrose.
Got a problem with this density. We seem to be leapfrogging. Am I off? Am I looking at, in your professional planning experience, I'm seeing a mountain as opposed to a slope.
Correct. That's the way
Or a
the,
peak, I don't know what the right phrase would be.
almost a bell curve in this regard is what you're looking at, where you have lower dense developments. And we're not talking the building type.
Right.
We're just talking the number of units and the people on the acreage. You have the lower on either end, and then it in the center of this area is where it reaches its peak.
One of the things that I'm hearing, and we heard it on other projects too, is it's not a matter of better or worse. It's more intense or less intense zoning. And by most national standards, industrial is considered more intense than a residential standard, no matter who's living in it, students or retirees or just whoever. Maybe Stillwater is to the point where we should be considering in our zoning that high-density student housing is more intense development.
Did we create a high-intensity student overlay?
Created a high-rise.
High-rise, and that's closer to campus?
Yeah. But I mean, for me, I do understand what I'm hearing. I get the point, but I wouldn't want a gravel pit in my backyard. I just don't think I would. And I think that would hurt my property value at least as much as a student complex, particularly when the first 3-story structure is 125 feet away. But that's just me. Something else that I wanted to say is that this project was brought to us last year. And it was a straight-up zoning request. And there wasn't any room for discussion about how it might feel, how it might transition. And so that's why I voted against it then. The builder is coming back, the property owner is coming back, and he's presented a PUD, which gives us the ability to discuss and work with them to try to make sure that we address the transitions and all the issues that we've been talking about today. I have to say I'm concerned about, I want to think that I represent not only students and homeowners, but the people that own property too. And we're denying, I'm concerned about people denying someone who owns a piece of property his right to use that piece of property under our current building codes. And I think that's why our Planning Commission recommended 6-0, that it should be accepted and approved. So, I'm trying to balance all that. At what point are we crossing a line and letting somebody owning property use that property? Especially when they're working according to our land development code, our Planning Commission rules, and our city ordinances. I mean, I know it's tough, and I know we don't want this in our backyard, but I think I have heard, at least, that the developer has been listening and has been trying to accommodate. They can't be 1,000 feet away. So, I mean, what's the right number? You're making a good point about the density issue. I'm hearing you, whether you're talking about unit or people. I don't know the number on Lakeview Ridge. 12.9, is that the number? How good do you feel about that number?
Pretty confident.
Okay. So if we were transitioning, one would think that we would be hitting something on the density side between 4.3 and 5.7 instead of having that bell curve you said in the middle.
If it was a typical transition.
This is just me talking out loud, but what these guys want is for us to put so many restrictions on them that they can't develop, so that they keep their trees in their field. I mean, that's being harsh, I know, but some harsh things have been said. And at some point, we have to let a property owner use his property and do his business. Just to get it on the table so that we can vote it up or down, I would make a motion. I'm gonna make a motion. It could be amended.
It could be amended.
You want to make a motion?
No, I do want to say one thing. Out of the ease of understanding of voting as we get to a vote, it will be proper that the motion is made in the affirmative.
Yes.
Regardless of what you think, or regardless of how you're going to vote. Because if you make a motion to deny, what does yes mean?
Deny.
It gets the yes no's really funky. So if a motion is made, regardless of what thoughts are or how you vote, a motion made in the affirmative is a better motion, would be my parliamentary statement. I'm certainly not going to stop someone from making a motion.
Can we still make a statement after the motion?
Oh, there's a
I'd just like to make a statement. You can motion, but
I would make a motion to approve the applicant's request based on the Planning Commission's recommendation to us.
There are a lot of requirements.
Yes.
Now, there are 4 from Planning Commission. Were you adding any more requirements from Planning Commission or just incorporating?
I am open to friendly amendments.
We don't have
and
a
additions.
second yet, so
I know. I'm not.
If we can.
You can fashion the motion until he speaks it. So if you want to work out a motion amongst yourselves before you get a second and he speaks the motion, then you're good. You can do that.
We just have to take action at some point as a council, up or down.
I
And
agree.
we can talk about this all night long.
Want me to go first, or do you want to go?
Go right ahead.
Ms. Dennison, the current site plan, HUD plan, shows a 50-foot parking lot, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
So any motion now would not need to include the statement of 50-foot parking lot? Or should it? Well, I guess Planning Commission said 40, so it would need to be changed to 50.
Right.
That is correct.
So I would take that as a friendly amendment.
The Planning Commission recommendation of 15-foot tree, was that their statement? Was the tree must be 15 or
Yes,
the?
it was the tree.
Okay. And that, what would proper wording for allowing a berm, but also needing the total of 15? Would that be? total vegetative height or?
I think Mr. Gose had stated 15 feet above the curb elevation of the parking lot, total berm and tree. Is that correct, Mr. Gose?
So combination of dirt and vegetation is 15 feet.
Above the curb elevation of the parking lot, that was the base used.
I think that's the spirit of what the Planning Commission voted on, 15 feet.
I'm working on it too. So it's the combined elevation of the berming and the tree.
Vegetation.
Okay. So it's really amending 2 of their 4 requirements.
Mr. Mayor, if you had a notion of density,
I've got, like I say, there's no point in us hashing through all these because I've got an issue on on density. I don't like the bell curve, especially that harsh.
I agree. Can we make more than one motion, or do we have to vote on the one motion first?
All rolled up into one.
They're building the motion now. If you want to, I mean, at some point, that has to be complete, and somebody either has to second it, or then that dies, and you could make a new motion.
how would you feel about this 17?
Yeah. Is that the people, or is that?
Well, I'm looking at the population density, which, noise, traffic comes with population. If you take the lower density and the higher, and the Aspen Heights, the midpoint is roughly 17, 18. Not 27.
Not 27. Sorry, what?
13 plus 21.
8. Okay, 17.
That's why I was sticking at 17.
I'm working off
I
of their
rounded that.
motion. So there's the 2 amendments there, and then
And unit.
whatever else they had.
Let's see, 10.
That makes sense. So I've actually got the numbered items.
I'm just taking Aspen Heights in the residential area, add it, divide it by 2, you get 5.
You're talking about density of population, correct? Still, the 12.9, the 20 point.
That was the population, the humans.
Yeah. I think that, I just want to comment this on this part. I think that the Lakeview Ridge numbers is high because when I met with them, I met with several single people, several people that were young, married, and they didn't have, those 3 rooms weren't filled. And so I think if we're considering that even more, and I'm not saying that she's wrong, but I know she said she didn't go and knock on the doors, but I feel like from the people I met, that seems high because, and especially the people that spoke today, several of them were single, several of them.
I think the way Paula achieves that number in the residential area is to estimate the number of bedrooms.
And yeah, and I understand. I just want it to be on the record that I think that number is wrong.
Yeah, are you just saying one person per bedroom?
That's how you wound up with it.
Here again, the caveat that I had started the Lakeview Ridge edition with was an estimated utilizing 3 bedrooms per unit, with the understanding that a single person is not going to fill all 3, a married couple 2 in 1 bedroom, but some may have 2 children and only a 3-bedroom home. So there's a lot of give and take in there, but estimated 3-bedroom, which would amount to 3 persons per unit.
So the two amendments at this point were the 15-foot height, berm and vegetation. And the other one was
50 on the
on the parking lot. I would suggest density numbers of 5 and 17 so that it's more appropriately transitions between the residential area and Aspen Heights. That would be an acceptable motion to me.
Yeah, solid surface barriers on these south balcony stairway.
Did you include the fence that they will build and pay for?
Hadn't gotten there yet. Now that's the concept of that, I think, is correct. I don't know how to logistically implement it. Between what is the cost, is that enough, who's in charge? If I were a property owner, I wouldn't want them deciding when my fence comes down. If I were the developer, I wouldn't want the responsibility of having to take someone else's fence down. But the allocation of money to a homeowner association to be in charge of it is putting a burden over here. It's one of those issues. But the concept of the 8-foot fence, I think, is an important one. I don't know how to implement that.
Why don't you just place the requirement in the PUD at this point and let the parties work out the implementation, and if they can't work it out, they can come back and amend the PUD. I mean, it's going to require a hearing anyways.
One thing we did not discuss about the tree line and this fence is timing. And while I understand there will be utilities need to be run through there at some point, this barrier, part of the goal of any sort of buffer and barrier is construction as well as ongoing. So this buffer would need to be in place before anything starts going vertical.
That was the request of the Planning Commission.
Yeah, they teetered with it. I want to lock it down.
Before the issuance of any building permits?
And building permits would allow the grading, utility work.
Well, yeah, the grading and anything that's horizontal is pre-building permit. You're talking about...
Before anything goes vertical.
Yes, sir.
So buffer in place. Now, this may be a question for the arborists. When I say tree line, I'm not talking the berm and the fence at the parking lot. I'm not talking that. That'd be ridiculous to require that to be built before the construction's done. But
the back of the property.
I'm talking that's tree line along the south prior to building permits.
Okay.
Does that make sense? The site plan also shows no access on Marine. I want that as a requirement, even though the site plan doesn't show that access. I want it stated, no access onto Marine.
You just modified my motion to death, aren't you?
I sure am.
Right.
He's writing it down.
When will, if trees are up, when will trees be replaced if they die?
You mean in general or as part of this?
In general, timing-wise, because if they are acting as the buffer for noise and light, and, I mean, I know other things are doing the light too, but noise and privacy, then they need to be replaced right away.
What? Paula, a PUD landscaping requirement is what she's asking. Will you address that, please?
Yes, the PUD, the landscape plan that you approve as part of the PUD, the landscape requirements, will have to be maintained. And that maintained will be the developer's responsibility or any subsequent owner of the property. It'll be their responsibility to maintain the plan that is approved as part of this, if it
And
gets
what
approved this
happens
evening.
if they don't, or, I mean, who makes,
The city would issue a notice to correct, and they'd be in violation of the land use code if they didn't replace in a reasonable time. And I think
what's a reasonable time?
well, and I'm not the tree expert, but if you could demonstrate that one had died in late December, I think it would be kind of ludicrous to say you have to plant it the first week of January if that's a horrible time to plant trees. I mean, it's going to die anyhow. So if it dies, in the planting season, then you plant it immediately. So I think the notice would have to be to replace it immediately on the earliest planting time. But I don't know how to word that. But that's just something that enforcement would have to deal with on a landscaping plan. That's the way it's normally dealt with, is the most reasonable, shortest time frame.
Okay, and that's part of my point, is if something dies and it is the line of sight and you can't replace it right away, then the intrusion of the line of sight is the burden of the neighborhood.
We pull up the landscape plan. I absolutely refuse for us to get into a conversation of types of trees, because this is not the group to make that kind of decision, the type of best tree. My question is height of tree along the south.
Along the south fence?
Along the south, all along there. Was planning commission voted on, did they vote on a uniform height of tree all along the south?
Their condition, one of their conditions was the 15 feet.
What's that plan show?
This plan shows the circles that are a little harder to read. They show number 4 on mine. And these are medium evergreen trees. And the proposal, as I understand it, and I can be corrected by the applicant when I sit down, but the proposal is for the medium evergreen trees to be 10 plus feet, but the Planning Commission's requirement was 15-foot tree barrier.
And that's all along the south is what that plan shows, the same height.
Except around the detention facility and the very western portion of the property where it adjoins the commercial.
Now, that's at planning. What
Yes.
a medium tree such as a number 4 circle on there, what's that at maturity? No, that's a dangerous word.
I'm not a tree expert either.
17? 25.
25.
At maturity.
At maturity.
That's a good point. So while it goes into 15, when it reaches maturity, we're talking 25 feet. That is tall.
It's tall,
Just wanted
but
to
how
keep
many
all the
years do the
trees
neighbors?
started. That was what Mr. Buchert's point was.
Got to start at 15 and get to 25. I saw you writing down what we were talking about.
Yes, sir.
What did you write down?
What is my motion,
The
Mr.
entirety of the motion?
City Attorney?
Well, we have the applicants, you have to accept the planning commission recommendation to approve the map amendment with the planning commission recommendations with the following changes. And item number 1 would change from 40 feet to 50 foot on the parking lot. Planning commission item number 3 would change the 15-foot tree height above the curb elevation of the parking lot to a combined berm and/or tree to meet that elevation. And then density numbers of 5 and 17 to transition. Solid surface barriers on balcony, stairway. Developers to provide 8-foot fence along property line. Green buffer to be in place prior to issuance of any building permit. And finally.
Maintained, can you add the word and maintained?
And maintained, certainly.
Where did that get added?
The issue of the trees die, well, if we install it and maintain it, that
I
addresses
was making
that.
sure that the maintain was not the fence on the
No, sir.
No, sir.
homeowner's property.
Meaning the
No.
trees.
And then the final item was no access on marine.
And I so move.
Okay. So motion, as stated. Is there a second on this motion?
Second.
There is a second. Now we can discuss this motion. I have a parliamentary, we appear to have a question from the audience. That's really not something we can deal with right now, is it?
You're
Is
in the
it a
middle of
question or a
voting.
statement?
It's a question regarding one of the additions you guys just added.
It's kind of your prerogative. I mean,
I
normally.
would like to know what your question is to make sure that we haven't misinterpreted something. Yes, ma'am. Would you please approach? And I will let you guys ask questions also.
A couple of us would just like clarification with the 8-foot fence, because everything I heard was that the existing homeowner's fence would be taken down and that would be put on the existing homeowner's property. And that is not, I'm sorry, personally, I would not want somebody else to come onto my property and change my fence.
I would agree with that.
So our question was, because the way it sounded was
We will.
to clarify.
We'll address that one for a minute. Thank you. Because that was my statement, and I'm.
The hard part about how do we
That-
work it out.
That's my statement on it also. A fence is important. Now, building a second 8-foot fence just north of the existing fence, from all planning experience and comments I've ever heard from anyone, will be a nightmare. Maintenance. From a space in between standpoint.
We did that at Primrose, and that was a mistake.
Say that again?
We did that on the Primrose edition, if I recall, and that was a mistake.
Okay.
You go out there and look at it. It didn't accomplish anything.
Regardless of how tight they are, trash, high weeds, vermin, for lack of a better word, in between, would be what I believe 2 fences would cost. But I don't know how to accomplish logistically. The one thing I threw out there was the developer would be responsible for payment, but it's functionally GC'd or coordinated by the neighborhood. So they could coordinate when it happens, but the bill is sent somewhere else. Obviously, we needed a cap on that. It's not a free-for-all. But I don't know logistically how to work it out. I am open for suggestions.
I mean, right now you just have it in as a requirement. If you want to, I'm trying to think how we do this.
I don't
In
want to
the
throw it
con-
on to city staff
Well, that's where I'm
to have to referee something. I don't want to,
Could you specify a payment to the homeowners association in lieu of the fence, and it would be based on the estimated value of an entire fence, and then the homeowners association would be responsible for it?
No, I don't think that's, I don't like that idea.
I had heard that earlier, and I just.
I'm sure that's an idea, but I think that is my opinion.
I'm sorry.
My opinion is putting the burden of the fence onto the homeowners and the homeowners association is not reasonable.
Okay, my question is, sorry.
Do you want the fence? I would love a fence, but at one time what I had understood is possibly setting it back. My question is, if it is right next door, the logistical nightmare of the maintenance, how is it my back fence is on the property. And so my question is, how would that be any different from how it's being taken care of currently? Because I don't think anybody mows direct. I know for a fact nobody goes back there and takes care of the property immediately next to my fence.
oh, I mean, if the fences were smacked up next to each other, that's the
Can't
chaos.
physically get between them.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is right now, there's tall grass, there are trees, there's everything right there currently. How is that, why do they need to get back there to clean it up when they don't do that, when it doesn't happen currently? That's, my question is,
Well, my idea was.
so.
It's going to cause an issue to have
We
two
have to come back with
fences
an ordinance.
Okay.
abutting.
We could resolve that between now and the
So-
ordinance.
Those are examples of the logistical nightmare that I was talking about and trying to avoid by trying to say, hey, build a fence, take down the other.
Could I make a point here? You still have to approve an ordinance. The ordinance contains the text of the requirements for the PUD. If it cannot be resolved in the time that it takes to get the ordinance on the books, you would have the option of removing that at the time that you that you acted on the ordinance itself.
Or it could just be a second fence right there
Yes, sir.
on the immediate
So-
south, I was going to say the south property line, which happens to be the north property, but it could end up like that.
Imposing the
worst case scenario.
my point is, imposing the requirement tonight does not lock you down into this. You still have 2 readings on the ordinance to resolve it.
Good. The logistics of.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So there has to be an 8-foot fence, but we'll decide later how it will be.
Yes, you could decide, you still have time to decide that.
How it's going to be done.
Well, you know, nobody ever discussed an 8-foot fence. I mean, we sent written requests. You know, the statement was made that the developer has been trying to compromise with us. And I believe everybody on the city council got this email that was sent to the developer. What part of the compromise was a 12-foot block fence. Now we're talking about something different. And the reason it's a logistical nightmare is because there's too many people being crammed onto too small of a parcel of land. This is not a workable situation.
The logistical problem is you've got someone that is being talked about building something on someone else's property, regardless of how many people are on the other property.
Sure.
But wait, that's not what you said.
Well, let me.
Keep it to
Okay.
each topic.
Okay. Well, so the point about the logistics is that we're having difficulty trying to work it out. But we never talked about an 8-foot fence. What was put in writing, and you were CC'd on this email, was a 12-foot block wall, 24/7 security, single-story buildings, and 100-foot setbacks. None of that's been agreed to, and we're just back to planting trees again. I mean, this is not a compromise. This is being shoved down our throats.
Thank you.
Call the question.
Is there a question? I asked if you had a question.
Thanks. I'm just unclear on the part that you raised regarding the density. Can you explain that to me, what is proposed in the motion?
If you reread the number on the density.
The density numbers of 5 and 17 to transition.
5 units and 17.
5 units and 17. From what Ms. Dennison said, if we just look east-west running strips of property, the farthest southeast running strip, our neighborhood, at 4.3 units and 12.9 people per acre. We jump to the north of the proposed development, and Aspen Heights is 5.7 units and 20.6 people per acre. This proposition, 9.5 units and 27.4 people per acre. So we go from the lowest to the highest to a middle.
Right.
If you just look at those three, it's creating a hump as opposed to the slope going up towards the industrial.
Overall, yeah, the first 100 feet is...
The modification of
5 and 17.
5 units and 17 people keeps the slope going as opposed to bell curving it. Those were the numbers, right? 5 and 17?
That's the number you gave me, yes.
Okay. You took into consideration the first 100 feet. We're at, I think, a lower density than the neighborhood to the
The
south.
setback of 50,
Transition zone.
there is, I believe there is a setback of 50 with no man-made, but then we jump into the duplexes within that first 100 of the transition zone.
So within the first 100 feet from the property line, the density's at 4, I believe it is. It's,
Right.
It's below
That's what I heard.
what it is to the south. So, okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
For how many feet? For 50 feet?
75.
75 feet.
Um,
And we transition immediately into
So 5,
27.
so you're proposing 5 units to the acre at 31 acres, so 155 units roughly? Is that, if I'm understanding that correctly?
And 527 people. It's 31 times 17.
Right, yeah. it's a
You're
little more.
saying that number is what we did, we're proposing at 17.
Okay, someone called the question.
He called the question. Other statements?
Yeah, I'd like to make a statement. I'm 25 years old. I feel like one of the reasons I was elected, and many people told me this, was because of my age and because of how I'm just starting out in this community. I have not had one person my age in my career path or, starting careers come to me and say, we need another humongous development. We need more of these type of student housing. I believe that Stillwater, and this is my opinion for the future, as a young professional, needs homes that people can grow into, that the market, the target we're looking to can come to. And I understand Joe's point about not depriving the property owner his right to build on it. But my question to that is, who's going to protect the rights of these property owners?
Don't you think that lowering the density requirements to a middle transition addresses that very point?
I don't think, honestly, that's not even my opinion. My opinion is I don't think we need it at all. I think we need more homes for people who are coming to start careers here, people who are single, to live somewhere. I would not want to live in a apartment with 20 other college students.
The problem with that statement at this time is the question on the table is this application on this spot not the overall housing study.
Okay.
And so the question, the motion that was made, you know, it's, while that factors into it maybe, the question on the table is this application with these requirements.
So I just, are you done?
I guess
Well,
my
I would
statement
like
was wrong,
to,
so.
no, it's not wrong. I think that based on this motion, you still, there's still a loss of property value. It's still student housing. It still devalues a lot of people's property. And I believe, like everybody else here, that the property owner should be able to do something with this land. It's what? And student housing just doesn't seem to fit here. There's a lot of things you could do with this property, and it's good property. We don't want to just see the trees there. That's what I've been hearing. But
Councilman Noble, I certainly appreciate the position you're in. I understand where you're coming from. I think the amendments don't hurt property value. It transitions well to Aspen Heights. But I certainly respect your position.
as I respect yours too.
Any further questions?
You want to speak?
No. Would you restate the motion?
Certainly. Okay, this would be to approve or accept the Planning Commission recommendation, which was to approve the plat amendment, plus the 4 items that the Planning Commission recommended with the following changes. On item number 1, instead of a 40-foot setback for the parking lot, it would be 50 feet. On Planning Commission item number 3, a 15-foot tree height above the curb elevation of the parking lot, and it can be the combined elevation of the berm and the tree. Item number 3, which would be the density numbers of 5 and 17 to transition. A solid surface barriers on the balcony stairways. Developer to provide an 8-foot fence along the property line. Green buffer to be in place and maintained prior to issuance of any building permit, and no access on Marine.
Okay.
And the question's been called.
It's the motion, and it's been seconded, and the question's been called.
So we are voting in the affirmative. If we vote for this, if we vote yes, we are approving planning, approving the
You're approving the development if you vote yes.
development. Okay,
With those conditions.
with those conditions. Okay.
Okay. And that is denied 3-2, with Weaver and Bartley voting in the affirmative, and Darlington, Noble, and Nahara voting in the negative. Okay. Where's my agenda? All right, do you guys want to stick around for the rest of it, or do you want me to take a moment and let you guys?
Keep going.
Hopefully there's some cookies back there. So,
No,
okay. I'm going to give a minute for Mr. McClenny to be coming this direction.
That's why.
Okay, Mr. McClenny, we got general order, tax amendments to our city code, chapter 29.
Okay, I'll be very brief, as brief as possible anyway. This is the third code change that is recommended by the Parking Steering Committee to implement the 2013 parking study. What this text amendment does is increase parking fines. Improper parking would be adjusted from $10 to $20. Improper parking is things such as parking in a bike lane or parking blocking a driveway. Hazardous parking would be adjusted from $15 to $30. That would be things such as parking in front of a fire hydrant. Those two items are important because it is beginning to show in our enforcement of parking that people are electing to take a chance on getting a ticket rather than purchasing an OSU parking permit. So it's hindering our ability to enforce in neighborhoods around campus. The third thing that would be adjusted would be overtime parking, and that would go from $5 to $10, and that would be parking in excess of posted time limits on Campus Corner, Washington Street, and downtown. Because that's so low right now, it's becoming more attractive to pay the fine as a parking fee as opposed to obeying the posted time limits, and this inhibits effective enforcement in those areas. The parking fines are about effective management of the public parking, and I'll refer back to the triangle that presented early in this process, the parking dilemma. You've got a triangle with 3 points on it. Convenience is one, inexpensive is another, and enough parking is the other. And since our parking is currently free, the inexpensive part is hindering the convenience and having enough of it. So the way that we deal with that is by having effective parking fines as a deterrent to make sure that those parking spaces are turned over and that they're kept available for customers and for people who need them. The Washington Street merchants, Campus Corner merchants, and the BID all have representation on the Parking Steering Committee. They're aware of this and supportive of it. And Parking Steering Committee and staff recommend that the ordinance adjusting and making this text amendment be approved. Now, this is the third and final of the short-term recommendations that the Steering Committee is going to address right now. We want to see what the impacts of all three of these changes are before we make any others.
And you're looking for action actually down under ordinances, not here in general orders?
Correct.
All right. Thank you for describing the triangle again. I think that's very important. One quick question for you.
Okay.
These fines, even when raised, do they even begin to cover the cost of actually issuing the tickets?
They are still lower than they need to be for us to have effective enforcement, but they're a step in the right direction, and since we're effectively doubling the fines, we wanted to take it incrementally.
So end result, it's about follow the rules, not make money.
Correct.
Thank you.
This is not about revenue generation. It's if we issued no tickets at all, we would be much better off.
Can you tell me what it's doubling to price?
Well, the improper parking is going from 10 to 20. The hazardous is going from 15 to 30, and then the overtime is going from 5 to 10.
And particularly the overtime parking, a lot of people have figured out they're going to get one ticket for $5 to violate the 90-minute rule and park there all day, and some people consider $5 a day cheap parking.
It's a bargain.
Again, it's not about us making money, but it has to be an appropriate fine to keep people circulating through the parking spots to accomplish the goal.
And I believe there's also a cleanup at the bottom of that ordinance that would allow every 90 minutes to be a new offense.
Right, we're just bringing the existing language that's in Chapter 2 into this particular ordinance so that it's there.
I shouldn't have said 90 minutes. Every time limit violation.
Yes.
Some are 90 minutes, some are 3 hours. They vary. It depends on where.
So if I parked all day in a 3-hour spot, I could get racked up a ticket every 3 hours.
Correct.
Gotcha. All right, so you're looking for action under ordinances.
Yes.
I motion to approve ordinance 325.
Well, we'll jump right ahead to ordinances.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
that was actually the next thing. So ordinance 3529, hang on, we got to read it first.
Oh, okay.
An ordinance amending Stillwater City Code, Chapter 29, Motor Vehicles and Traffic by amending Article 4, Stopping, Standing, or Parking, Division 2, Improper Parking, Section 29-144, Violations, Division 3, Hazardous Parking, Section 29-148, Violations, by amending Article 5, Overtime Parking, Section 29-168, Violations, and Section 29-169, Parking Time Limits.
Thank you. Okay, any questions on ordinance 3259 on first reading?
Motion to approve ordinance 3259.
Motion
Motion.
and a second. All right, on second reading, ordinance 3250.
An ordinance authorizing the long-term lease of a certain parcel of property located at 999 West 12th Avenue, providing for citizen-initiated referendum of said lease in accordance with Section 4-2 of the city charter.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion and second. Approved 5-0. Ordinance 3257.
An ordinance relating to public health and safety revising the 911 emergency number ordinance, Section 5, emergency telephone service and fee, thereby maintaining the current 5% user fee established and declaring an emergency.
Need two motions?
Yes, sir. This will require two votes if you wish to enact the emergency.
Okay, so if there's someone would like to make a motion to approve 3252 on second reading,
I move. Second.
motion and a second on 3257. And if someone would like to make a motion to declare an emergency,
I move to declare an emergency.
Second.
and a second on the emergency.
What I heard. He made the second, didn't he?
Yeah, he made a second.
Ready? I'm writing.
That's approved 5-0, and that takes us down to 3258 on second reading.
An ordinance amending the Stillwater City Code by amending Chapter 23, Land Development Code, Article 8, Parking and Loading Standards, Division 1, generally, Section 23-210, Purpose, Applicability, Regulations, and Section 23-211, Design Standards, and by amending Division 2, Space Requirements, Section 23-220, Required Spaces.
I move approval.
Second.
Motion and a second on 3258 on second reading. It's approved 5-0. All right, Mr. Gorman, do you have anything for us?
One item tonight, request an executive session for the purpose of confidential communication regarding the purchase or appraisal of real property pursuant to 25 OS subsection 307B3.
Thank you, Mr. Galloway.
Nothing further this evening?
Counselors, you got anything?
No, sir.
No.
All right, hang on, I'm trying to find what I need. Okay, all I've got, tomorrow I will be on KSPI at 8:15 and on Triple Play on Wednesday, and next Tuesday the 29th, Counselor Darlington will be on KSPI.
Tuesday, the 29th?
Tuesday the 29th, we can further discuss to walk through that.
Okay.
Okay, anything for, nothing else from you guys, anything for upcoming meetings? Okay, that's going to take us down to appointments. Pull up my notes. Maybe. On appointments, we have, when we appointed Mr. James to the Board of Adjustment a couple months ago, he did so with request that I find him a replacement, but he would serve until a replacement was found. I would nominate Trey Lester to replace Mr. James for the completion of this term.
Second.
It's approved 5-0. When Councilor Darlington was sworn in, she became ineligible and was immediately removed from the library board. And we have a nomination, or we have an application from Judy Nelson, and I would nominate Judy Nelson to complete the unexpired term vacated by Councilor Darlington.
Second.
All still looking for my notes because we actually have.
It's kind of a mess back.
Yeah.
I've just got all sorts of stuff going on back here.
What are you doing?
I'm looking for my appointments for our organization. I had them. They've been up here the whole time, excuse me. You'll pass that down, if you'll pass a couple of those down. We have some,
Wait, I think this is first.
Oh.
She gave me
Sorry, I
hers.
gave-
okay.
She didn't care what.
We have, to get organized ourselves on council, there are several committees that we, by ordinance, have to have someone on. There are some relationship building committees, and then there are some to pursue our goals of what we're trying to accomplish. What I have passed out to you guys are some ideas of how to appoint people. And so on these, let's start with the ordinance type. And I don't know, these really aren't motions and seconds, are they? Aren't they just kind of,
Just mayoral appointment.
we're all in, aren't we?
We're all in.
It's consensus.
So kind of a consensus here. Audit Committee, Vice Mayor Weaver, Medical Center, myself, the TIF, or the TIF resolution, was the resolution last time? What did we do?
Yes, sir, you actually need to
Resolution
make appointments
is
for
going
that.
to require the appointment to the TIF Committee, Weaver, our council staff review, Council Noble. Those are kind of the gotta do's. Now on some of our relationship building. As a OSU SGA liaison, I'd say are to my right. If you guys would serve that. Then on the coordination with Stillwater Public Schools, me and Councilor Noble. And then on a new one for us, Payne County. Coordinating with Payne County more. And Councilor Nahara, you up?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, we have some big picture goals and policies that I would like us to have people actually assigned to be responsible for pursuing. Now, those big picture goals for us include our infrastructure, economic development, land development code, and community enhancement. And so with that, with infrastructure, Councilor Darlington and Vice Mayor Weaver, CDAC appointment, myself and Councilor Noble, land development code, myself and Councilor Darlington, and community enhancement, Darlington Nahara. You guys game?
Yes.
That sounds like consensus to me. Here.
I got it.
You got it for her? Okay. All right. Did I get them all?
You did.
Okay, now we're going to recess City Council before we talk executive session. Now we're going to call to order Stillwater Utility Authority. Is this a record for the latest called utility authority meeting?
No.
Oh,
But
no.
we're working on it.
I don't want to set the record by any stretch, but I just thought I'd ask.
This is, no. We went-
Okay.
we went more than that.
Okay, utility authority. We do have one item on the consent docket, which is the approval of minutes.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion multiple seconds for approval of the minutes.
Got it.
All right, that's approved 5-0.
Oops. We were allowed to vote on those because we haven't been to Utilities Authority.
Do you believe that those
Yes,
minutes
yeah.
accurately
I was
reflected?
making sure it wasn't, okay.
Yeah, you're cool.
No, okay, that's fine. I should ask that before.
Don't worry about it.
As long as you think they accurately reflect what happened.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's going to take us down to general orders, Rural Water Advisory Board. And I really hate the fact that you've sat here this whole time for me to ask this next question. Do any of the trustees wish for a stated report, or would you wish to accept the report that was given to you in your packet?
I thought it was fascinating.
Yeah.
I accept it.
I accept.
it. Motion.
I move to
yeah.
accept.
Okay, we have a motion to accept.
Second.
In a second. Sorry, man. We do have a representative here that'd be more than welcome to answer any questions. And you did hear that she found it fascinating.
I did. It
Okay.
was.
Can we get him like a sucker or something for sticking around?
All right, that's approved 5-0. That's going to take us down to debt management policy. Slam, hello.
Marcy Lamb, CFO. Like to go over the draft proposed debt policy. I'm going to kind of go over some of the major pieces of it and had some questions that were asked today that I'll kind of go through some of the rationale we used and then take any of your questions that you have. A few months ago, I gave a presentation at a study session on the issuance of debt, and I know for the two new counselors, you were not there, but we went over some of the types of debt, and I'll go over that again here in the policy, but some of that presentation kind of serves as a background for this policy. First of all, who's the audience of the debt policy? Well, first of all, it's going to be the trustees. It's going to be the ratepayers of the Stillwater Utilities Authority, the City of Stillwater as a beneficiary of the trust, any potential investors in our bonds or our debt that we issue, and last but not least, the rating agencies and the financial markets. One of the reasons that a debt policy is very important is it demonstrates that there's oversight by the governing body, in this case the trustees, and it sends a message out to the markets and to the rating agencies and to your constituents and the ratepayers that you're interested in this. You're not just, oh, let's issue some debt, that you've got some kind of structure in place, you have a meaning behind it, and it sends a very clear message to all those audience members on how you conduct your business. The objectives of the policy are making sure that we maintain cost-effective access to the capital markets through our prudent policies. One of the things when you have a policy and you demonstrate you follow it, you can expect to sometimes see lower interest rates when you go out into the market, and that's one of the benefits. Making sure that you're maintaining affordable and moderate debt and debt service payments by utilizing effective planning. You're able to go out into the market. Sometimes just by right of having this policy and giving this thought beforehand, you're more prepared to go out into the markets. And then you also want, as one of your objectives, to make sure that you can achieve some of the highest credit ratings available. Once again, that will show up in the bottom line in your interest rates and the cost of your issuance. Just some of the types and the purposes of debt. I kind of highlighted the ones we normally use here. It's by no means the exclusive list. Revenue bonds and notes, typically used by the utility authority, pledging revenues of the utility authority, your operating revenues plus your sales tax revenues. General obligation bonds, those would be issued by the City of Stillwater. However, the City of Stillwater can issue general obligation debt to be used for utility purposes, and that's why I've placed it in here. The repayment of those bonds would be from ad valorem taxes or possibly a sales or use tax pledge. Leases, the SUA serves as a financing vehicle for leases that benefit the City of Stillwater. In that situation, that debt would not be a debt of the utility authority, it would be a debt of the city. They also enter into leases on behalf of the SUA, which would be a direct obligation of the SUA. Refunding obligations, that's basically a refinance. For layman's terms, if you've ever had a loan, you refinance it. That's what a refunding obligation would be. And then there's other obligations. There's grant anticipation notes, bond anticipation notes, letters of credit. There's several different mechanisms that you could utilize. We've never utilized them here. I don't know that we would ever, but this is kind of the catch-all phrase that would allow us to do any other types of debt that we're legally able to do. Debt limitations, the trustees voted a few weeks ago to put some limitations into the trust indenture and change ones that were existing. And the main one is the 40% of the gross revenues. We would not issue bonds or notes in any fiscal year in an amount which shall exceed that. We had a few exceptions to that that are listed in Section 30 of the trust indenture. That would be refunding. We would not need to go to a vote for that. Any project completion bonds, any indebtedness which is incurred to ensure the timely payment of our outstanding indebtedness. And then we had a new provision that any indebtedness that would be primarily funded by the proceeds of a contract agreement or other collateral source. That was not at the time of the issuance of such bonds or notes an existing trust revenue source. The City of Stillwater, if we authorize the issuance of general obligation debt for the benefit of the SUA, the voters must approve that debt. The debt service coverage ratio. This is an item that we discussed when we were looking at the changes to the trust indenture. The debt service coverage ratio, we discussed at the time that we were looking at making that 2.5 times. What that means is we would be able to, from our revenues, pay our debt payments 2.5 times over. When we were working on this policy, the industry standard for the debt service coverage ratio, and the standard we've always utilized, is 1.25 times. And when we look at the way we've done it for many of the years past, and what we include in our bond indentures, which are specific documents for each issue, is we've had the 1.25 times. In this situation, the way we've got it in this policy, this is a ratio that would be applied to our total outstanding debt. When we were looking at it in the previous discussions, we were looking at 2.5 times at the time of each issue. So the way we're looking at it now, and it may seem, I had the question today of why did we reduce that? We're looking at it as in the overall rather than at each issuance. And the 2.5, as we previously discussed, was a limitation. This is a standard. The market will not reward us much. In this situation, since we already have the limitation, the market wouldn't reward us much for increasing over the industry standard. So we left it at the 1.25 time. One of the other situations we could get into, because what you're doing is you're pledging you will have sufficient revenues to meet this coverage. And you could get into a situation, if you remember back in 2008, 2009, we had to make a budget revision of about $4 million and reduce our expenses, also reducing our revenues. You could get in a situation where you're not actually issuing debt, but your ratio would come down because of those factors. And so it could put the trustees in the situation of having to actually raise rates to be able to meet that coverage. And since we put in one as one of our limitations earlier that we didn't want to approve debt if it caused an increase in the rates, we didn't figure we wanted to have that possibility exist. More than likely would be rare. I'm not saying it's, Chicken Little, sky's going to fall, but just trying to look at all the options and the things that would limit us further. It didn't make sense to put that limitation of the 2.5 in here when the industry only asks us for 1.25. Methods of sale. Most likely, competitive sale is something we would use if we were in the geodebt market. And the reason for that is you have serial maturities on the geodebt, and so each maturity is the same, and it's only the interest rate that varies. So those that are proposing to purchase our debt would propose the interest rate schedule and be on an even competitive basis. What we normally use in the utility authority is a negotiated sale or a private placement sale. And this is where you kind of choose the players ahead of time. You have an underwriter, you have a syndicate, you have potential investors lined up, or you market to them to generate the interest. And you negotiate with them all the terms from maturity to interest rates to the structure, the call provisions, all types of things you would negotiate in that sale. Debt structuring practices, as I just mentioned, all of those different terms. Each case is different. A lot of times your project drives how your debt structure is going to go. We're currently looking at some items that we're kind of phasing in. We're looking at some things that we might get revenue ahead of when we actually need to pull the financing. There's all kinds of different scenarios. And so we've just left this structuring practice open to be a negotiation between all the players and the council to just recognize that case-by-case situation rather than trying to cookie cutter something that can't be cookie cuttered. Derivatives policy and the permitted investments. We would normally not choose to use derivatives. Derivatives are something that your staff is not well versed in. They can be pretty complex, and more than likely we can find an investment that actually follows the state statutes. And so we've put in here that we are going to follow state statutes on our investments. And what that means is if we get our bond proceeds and we're not ready to actually pull the trigger on construction, we can invest those proceeds. We also may have an escrow situation and a refunding issue where you actually refund the existing outstanding debt, but you're refunding it or you're defeasing it up to a call provision date. And so you would earn interest or have an investment in place to make sure that you can guarantee that call provision date. So that's what those permitted investments would be, something related to your bond issue. Professional assistance. I've listed a couple months ago when we went through the bond discussion, we talked about a lot of the different players that are involved when you issue bonds. And so here I've just kind of listed the ones that are most common. Once again, it's not an exhaustive or exclusive list. Normally you would have your bond counsel, your attorney that actually signs off on the legality of the issue. The financial advisor. The financial advisor will help us look at our affordability of the debt, the type of issue, make recommendations for whether we should have revenue bonds, geo bonds, whether there's a sales tax pledge, whether it's just a revenue pledge, all those types of decisions, working with us on maturities and structuring the deal. Underwriter you will normally see a negotiated sale. That's somebody who agrees up front that they're going to actually buy your bonds and they will remarket them out to the market. One of the dangers here in this section, we have a provision on conflicts. One of the dangers in a negotiated sale that you can kind of fall into a trap of not really knowing the relationships between all the players. And so this section on conflicts actually kind of puts all the players on notice that if they have other relationships with one another, that they have to disclose them. And that way, you're not paying for a commission twice. You're not paying a brokerage commission and a commission to the underwriter. You don't have services duplicated, and you know about all those existing relationships going into the deal. And so it's transparent to you as trustees, it's transparent to the market, and transparent also to the ratepayers. One of the changes in this section, in that first paragraph, on the second line, we have city, disclosed to the city existing client. It should say SUA. And that's one change in the draft there. The next section is on ongoing debt administration and post-issuance compliance. That first paragraph pretty much says everything, that we have a separate procedure that covers that, and it's attached to this policy. The rest of this section just kind of summarizes some of the highlights of what's involved in those procedures. Basically, we're complying to an SEC ruling, 15C2-12 of the Securities and Exchange Commission. And there are certain events that we have to notify the market when they happen. And this is just the procedure that's going to take us through each of those events. And we would notify the trustees as well as the market. There's an electronic posting board that we're required to post on, and so these procedures are just saying that we will adhere to that and live up to all the SEC recommendations whenever there is a post-issuant material event. We hope to never have those. Most of them are bad, like defaulting. We don't want to ever have those. But some of them are just routine, such as filing our financial statements and that type of thing. It's a quick run through at this late hour. Are there any questions or concerns you all have you'd like me to go over?
May I? I hate to do this to you, Marcy, but I mean, I throw myself on the mercy of the council. This is an important item, and I'm just not quite together on all of it. I haven't done my homework on it and need a little more time to review, and there's a couple of changes that you've suggested that were surprises to me. I'd like some more time to think about it and maybe talk to the city manager about those items. So I asked the council for us to table this subject to call.
You want subject to call, or do you want to put a date on it to make sure we get it done?
Date on
You do not want to put it, okay, got it.
Does he need a second or what?
Yes.
Second?
Motion table, subject to call with a second.
And I think we need to discuss this as a council when we're a little
Fresher.
earlier in the evening.
Trustees.
And so, all right, we have motion and a second, table subject to call, and I think everyone's intent is that this is a high priority, but I understand why, no date. That's approved 5-0. Okay. Know where in the world I am. Okay, item C, Water 2040 completion plan. Mr. Blankenship.
Thank you, Chairman and trustees. I'm before you here this evening to make a presentation and ask for, recommend your approval of the implementation plan for Water 2040. First question, what is Water 2040? I know we've spent a lot of time talking about it. We've got a couple new trustees here who I think have done their homework and have a pretty good feel for it. So I won't spend a lot of time in going through this diagram, but I do want to point out, as I get into my presentation, I'll be talking about two different packages, a package A and a package B, and simply package B is the transmission line that runs from the water treatment plant down to approximately 6th and Western, where I've put my virtual laser on here. And we also are going to be doing some demo work as part of package B, but the rest of the improvements are included in package A. And there was a list attached to the report, so you do have that information. Question is, how much does it cost and where will the money come from? As far as estimated cost, this is a breakdown of the cost. The total project cost is currently estimated at $69.5 million. You can see the breakdown there. The construction itself is estimated at a little over $57 million. Where does the water come from? No. Where does the money come from? The money comes from the Water Capital Fund. This is an overview of the Water Capital Fund. A couple of, I guess, key points here is that the annual revenue in the Water Capital Fund is approximately $8 million, and we currently have a available cash balance of $14 million. And that's a key point that I'll come back to on that cash balance in just a couple moments. When will Water 2040 be completed? Based on our proposed implementation plan, we have package A. If the trustees approve the implementation plan, we will immediately proceed into design and real estate acquisition. That will take approximately 1 year to complete, so we'll be completed about this time or a little later next year. Then we would move immediately into bidding and construction and get the project, anticipate getting the actual construction bid award in the probably at the beginning of the third quarter of 2015, and construction would take approximately a year and a half, and we'd be completed by the end of 2016. Package B, which I just mentioned, is the transmission line from the plant. We would start the design and real estate acquisition on Package B immediately after we get started with the construction on Package A. That will take a little less than a year to complete that process, and then we would be ready to go to bid in the second quarter of calendar year 2016 with completion in the third quarter of calendar year 2017. So that's approximately a little over 3 years from now to complete all of those projects. One thing that I think is important to note here is that this schedule that we have proposed here, timeline that we have presented here, is subject to our ability to acquire the real estate, the real property and easements in a timely manner. Any delay to that process will push these timelines back. We are committed to these timelines, so as we work through our real estate acquisition process, after we've gone through the process, if we come to an impasse with the property owner, our intent is to come back with a resolution of necessity to utilize the power of eminent domain to acquire those easements and right-of-ways so that we can, or easements in real property, so that we can stay on this schedule. Yes, ma'am.
That, if you do eminent domain, will that change the budget at all? I think I saw 4.2.
Yeah, approximately 4.2. We don't anticipate. When we put together an estimated cost for real estate acquisition, we put a pretty hefty contingency in there because there's a lot of unknowns. So we feel very comfortable with that, but we will monitor that cost as we go along, and if it appears at any point in time that is going to change or be more, we will come back and advise the trustees of that. That's our timeline. We talked about where does the money come from. Now we're going to talk about how do we actually pay for it. To date, all of the costs on the project or the projects have been paid in cash. I mentioned earlier that we had a $14 million cash balance right now. If we continue with this process and we continue with other projects that are planned for that Water Capital Fund, we're basically projecting that we'll run out of money late summer, early fall. Once again, we'll continue to monitor and work with that cash flow, and that time frame may shift and a little bit, but that's what we're projecting. So in order to continue, like I say, with the planned projects and the Water 2040 projects, at this point in time, we're projecting that we'd have to issue debt late summer, early fall. Question?
When you say run out of money, let's just make sure we're all on the same page with that. You're talking about within the Water Capital Fund.
Yes, sir. Yes. Within the Water Capital Fund, period.
The $14 million.
Yes, the $14 million that I referenced. We are projecting to spend that $14 million between now and late summer and early fall. Good point of clarification. And then as Miss Miss Lamb, did she leave? Oh, good. Please don't tell her I said that. Miss Lamb mentioned earlier the recent amendment to the trust indenture enables the trustees to issue debt, or actually to authorize debt on an annual basis, equivalent to 40% of the previous year's gross revenues for the SUA, which currently comes to approximately $29 million, and we'll see that number again soon also. I mentioned some other projects that are going to chew up a lot of this $14 million in addition to Water 2040. If you're wondering what those are, the major projects that are underway, and this is projects that we have construction planned to start prior to July 2015. Perkins Road Booster Pump Station, that's the one on South Perkins Road that's going to be used to ensure that we can get the water tower at 56 filled and keep it filled. That's under construction, a $1.5 million project. The Western Road water line, That project is programmed for construction this summer. That's going to connect the water tower at 56 to our distribution system at 44th. There's an asterisk on that because of the situation that we have to acquire easements there. Same situation as with the Water 2040, the whole overall Water 2040 program. We're going to go out and try to acquire those easements through negotiation. If we get to an impasse, we may be in a situation where we need to utilize eminent domain there.
When's the last time the city's used eminent domain?
Lakeside Street project. We acquired 2 properties that way. Lakeview, I'm sorry.
Lakeview?
Lakeview, what was that?
5
probably
or 6?
That was
5
probably,
or 6, yeah.
yeah, that was probably about 10 years ago. I think
You and I
Lakeview.
were here when that happened.
Yeah, it would have been, it would have been
Well,
9
that
years ago.
just one council's view, that's rolling off your tongue so easily. That's not something that I would hope the council would jump into without a lot of consideration and thought.
Well, I'm just, the reason that I'm bringing it up is because it's really tied heavily to the schedule. And we have established a process that we will work with the property owners and work through a process and diligently work with them to get them fair market value for their property.
We would do it not because of a schedule, but because the property owner was not negotiating in good faith.
Right, if we got to an
It's not about our
impasse.
schedule.
Yeah,
It's
if we
about
got to an impasse, right. But if we get to an impasse and we sit at an impasse, that will adversely impact the schedule. Not that I'm advocating eminent domain by any way. Yeah. The next projects on there is the call pump station and water line improvements. Those are improvements that were identified by the study that was done, completed a couple years ago. And we are under design and anticipate that those will go to construction this fall at a price tag of about $8.3 million for the entire project. We have a miscellaneous water line improvements project that has, I think, 2 or 3 locations that are under design and should go to construction this fall at a price tag of about $600,000. And the Yoast Booster Pump Station is targeted to go to construction in spring of 2015, and that's about a $1.3 million project. So with these projects plus the continued expenses on Water 2040, at this particular point in time, we're projecting to have exhausted those funds later this fall. Once again, we'll continue to monitor and manage that, and if there's any way that we can make some adjustments so that we don't have to issue debt this fall, what our goal is to be able to issue debt at the latest possible moment, as close to construction as we possibly can, to minimize our interest costs. So that leads to probably the last thing before the recommendation, and that is, what is our financing plan? Our financing plan includes debt authorization and debt issuance, and I want to make sure that I articulate that there is a distinction between the authorization and the issuance. The trust indenture enables the trustees to authorize debt and has the cap in there. And so the trustees are enabled to authorize debt up to $29 million in any given fiscal year. And so what we're planning in order to finance this project is to ask the trustees to authorize debt in fiscal year 14, that's our current year, fiscal year 15 next year, and then fiscal year 16. The variability in fiscal year 16 that you see there is dependent upon what we do, if we have to issue debt for the other projects or not. And so we're not fiscal year 16, that's why you see a range there. If we end up where we don't have to issue debt, we can cash flow those other projects, then we'll be closer to the $22 million mark that we'll ask for. And if we have to issue debt in order to get all of the projects, then we'll be closer to that $29 million mark. As far as the actual issuance of the debt, we just talked about the trustees authorizing the debt. The actual action of issuing the debt The first issuance could possibly be in September of this year, and that'd be the $8.3 million plus costs. Once again, we'll continue to monitor and manage that. We hope that we don't have to do that, but if we get to a point where we want to keep the projects moving, we may have to do that. July 2015, $43 million plus costs. That is for Package A, and that's the full Package A. And then July 2016, $26.5 million plus costs. That's Package B. So if I were to roll back to my costs, you'll see that the 43 plus 26.5 is 69.5, and so the numbers add up. I did put a note at the bottom of this, the costs that are associated with debt issuance. We have, if we're doing a private placement, we have underwriter costs. We have financial. We have a financial advisor. We also have a bond counsel. Those are part of issuance costs. We may have capitalized interest that we pay up front, and then a debt reserve, and that is required to set aside basically 1 year's worth of payments. And so those would be the culmination of costs. So the debt issuance is going to be more than just the project costs. It'll have the debt issuance costs associated with that. I think this is a real key point on the authorization and issuance. So I guess I want to pause before I move on to the recommendation and see if there's any discussion or questions or concerns about basically what I'm proposing here with regard to authorization and issuance of debt.
We have to approve through 2016. is what
Well,
you propose.
no, what we'll ask you to do is in this fiscal year, before the end of June, we'll ask you to authorize debt of $29 million.
Just for the year 14?
Yep.
That's all you're asking
That's
for?
all we'll ask during year 14. And then we'll come back sometime during fiscal year 15 and ask you to authorize another $29 million. We won't ask you to issue it yet. And if we don't, we don't want to issue debt until we are ready to go to construction or we absolutely need the money, because once we issue the debt, then we have to start paying interest on that debt. And we want to get as close to the point of utilizing that money so that we minimize the amount of interest that we pay, so that we're not paying to have the money sit there and not work for us. That's really our primary objective here, is to minimize that interest costs.
The cost of issuance plus capitalized interest plus debt reserve.
Right. Well, basically, if we were to authorize the $29 million and we were to issue the debt at that time, but we weren't going to use the money until July of 2015, it would sit there for a whole year, and we would pay interest on that money, and we wouldn't be using it.
So you accumulate your capacity to issue with your authorizations, because in order to let a $43 million contract for Package A, you have to have $43 million in the bank. And so that's where you accumulate your authorization issue, and then you issue it, and then you can bid it.
We just feel that that's the most cost-effective approach.
I have one more, go right ahead.
So if we authorize the 29 million for 14, then we would only issue 8.3 of that?
If we need to issue in order to continue the other lists of projects and the Water 2040 as scheduled, if we need to do that, yes, we would only issue the 8.3 in September, in the vicinity of September 2014.
And then in July of 2015, you would authorize another 29, and issue that 29 and issue the remaining 21 from the 2014.
We would issue, 43 plus costs.
Yeah, it would be,
Right.
Yeah.
I have one more question about eminent domain.
Okay.
If you decided you needed to use eminent domain, would you come back to the city council to approve that?
Oh, absolutely.
We would come back to the trustees. To the
Trustees, sorry.
trustees, yeah.
Trustees would have to
Yeah.
pass a
If I'm standing here, you're probably a trustee. Yeah.
And you would know all of the details.
Yes, it would, there would be no surprise. Yeah, we would come back and give you a report and then make that recommendation.
Why would we ask to authorize debt of $29 million in 14 if we don't intend to use it till 2015? Why wouldn't we just authorize the 29 in the year that we were going to use it?
Because of the debt limitation in the trust indenture. The debt limitation is a
What you propose
authorization.
is basically a workaround of what we passed last month.
This was
the way I'm viewing it.
This is my understanding of what the intent was.
Okay.
And maybe I'm misunderstanding the intent then, because I'm not trying to work around or proposing to work
So
around.
we just authorize 29 million each year for the next 5 years, and that gets you 150 million to use it sometime.
That's not what I'm recommending.
I know it isn't, but that's what you're proposing in this action.
Well, yeah, going into it, you know that if you're going to...
The intent was to set a maximum limit in a year without going to a vote of the people. And 30 million was the number that we had identified that was an acceptable limit in any given fiscal year. It wasn't to get an authorization in 14 and then do another authorization in 15, or at least that was my
Okay.
thought. The other
Fair
councilors
enough.
may disagree.
Fair enough.
And this is kind of working around it.
Well, and that's why I paused on here, because I wanted to make sure we were all on the same page.
We are not on the same
Okay.
page. I mean, the other councilmen might be, but this is not what I
Absolutely.
envisioned.
Absolutely. And that's, like I said, that's why I
Would you
paused.
spend 43 million in the July 2015 year?
If we would award the contract based on our schedule. We would award the contract, and by law, we have to have that money in the bank when we award that contract.
That's right. So you would,
And then we would spend it over that time frame, and our construction schedule is approximately a year and a half. I'd back up to that. So we would issue it in July of 2015, and based on our schedule, we would have the projects completed by the end of 2016. So approximately an 18-month period, that $43 million would be spent.
I think I understand.
Okay.
And I think if you were, going back to, if you're going to issue 29 per year, and if you needed to do a $45 million project, you'd have to issue the 29 and let it sit in the bank and pay interest on it until you issue the next amount to put with it. So by authorizing and delaying the issuance, you save a significant amount of debt service.
That was the argument that you gave when we discussed the other issue before. I understand. I get it.
And if we have misinterpreted this, please say so, and we will go back to the drawing board and bring back exactly where your intent lies. There is absolutely no intention on our part to do anything other than to meet your expectations.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
This, the implementation plan, both construction-wise, land acquisition-wise, debt authorization and debt issuance-wise, all rolled together. My question really boils down to, if your recommendation is to approve this plan.
Yes, sir.
If the trustees vote to approve this plan, here's better if we put this in, let me know if this is a functionally accurate statement.
Okay.
I view us adopting this as functionally the handshake deal. And then when it's time to authorize debt, then you're bringing back the details.
Yes, sir.
And then when it's time to enter into the contracts to either whether it be engineering or whether it be the land acquisition or whether it be the actual construction contracts, then you're going to bring us the details.
Yes, sir.
So this is the handshake deal. You're going to bring us specifics as time, when it's time for those specifics. But an approval of this tonight is
sets us down a course.
Right.
It sets us down a course.
It doesn't absolutely obligate us to every step.
No, you're not obligated to any step. It's just staff saying this is what our plan
The plan is based on following this plan.
Yes, sir.
And if the next action item you would see on your agenda related to this, if you were to approve this tonight, would be sometime well before June the 30th, we would have our our legal finance counsel and our bond advisors develop a proposed authorization of the $29 million for this fiscal year, and that would be on your agenda, would be the next action item. It would be the first action item in the process. But we would also begin some of the engineering, design, and scheduling with the approval of the schedule.
But if we have misinterpreted the intent of the trust indenture amendment, then we will go back to the drawing board, and we have a priority list which was attached to the report, and we'll slice it and dice it to fit that intent. And we'll bring back a revised implementation plan accordingly.
We're only spending 8-point-something million this year. That's what you're proposing.
This calendar year.
This calendar year. But you're asking us to.
Well, no, 14. We're going to exceed we've got 14 cash in there, and we may need an additional 8.3 to stay afloat there.
But you're asking us to issue 29 point.
Not tonight.
Authorize it.
Yeah.
But the
yeah.
plan would,
But
implies
Yeah.
that they'll be coming back.
I'll be coming back before the end of June
Authorize.
with a request to authorize the issuance, or authorize the issuance, not to issue, but to authorize the issuance.
If trustees vote yes on this tonight, we can anticipate that within 60 days.
You're going to have an action to authorize.
Approximately $29 million in debt. Not to issue it, but just to
That
authorize.
then gives you the ability, as we make progress, to actually borrow the money from that as we go.
When you say plus costs,
Mhm.
I know that's, you can't give a hard figure for that, but what are you talking about ballpark? Where does that come from?
I would say the issuance costs.
We will get those. I mean, your bond counsel and your legal, your bond counsel and your financial advisor are going to run 2% plus, probably 2.5%.
I think they split at 1.5% is what they traditionally
1.5,
charged.
and there's going to be some other minor issues costs.
Yeah.
Those will all be you'll have those specifically before you make any commitment.
The only variance in there is the issuance cost. So if we do one issuance, there's an issuance cost. If we do 3 issuances, there's 3 different issuance costs, and the sum of the 3 issuance costs is going to be greater than the single issuance cost. But as far as the capitalized interest and the debt reserve, that's going to be the sum of the individual parts would equal the aggregate if we were to do it one time. So it's really the only variation in there on the number of issuance is on the issuance costs.
Any other questions for Mr. Blankenship? And staff's recommendation was to approve this.
Was to approve this, and once again, with absolutely no intent to not to meet the expectation of the trustees. And so I guess at this point, I guess I'll ask for the expectation of the trustees, and we will respond accordingly.
I do want you to address the statement you brought up earlier, but I think on the remainder of the question, the bottom line to me is we knew a large, scary number was coming to accomplish these solutions. And when the trustees asked them to fix these things faster, we knew that large, scary figure was going to be larger in 1 to 2 chunks as opposed to smaller, spread out over 12 years. So we knew a large, ugly figure was coming. That part shouldn't be a surprise. The question is, how much is too large a chunk, which I think gets back to your intent question. So with that, any questions or any statements you want to make?
I don't know that I have a whole lot to add. We asked for the notion of a $30 million ceiling on what debt issuance we would do in a year. And if we were going to go higher than that, it would go out to a vote of the people. And I certainly didn't intend to stack up authorizations that could then result in issuances of $60 million in a future fiscal year as a way to not go to a vote of the people. I think on the project list there were some things that we obviously need to do right now and get going to improve our water situation, but some of them address the water needs of the city in 2014 or 2025. And I'm not quite convinced that we have to borrow money now to do those improvements. We could do those in a future year.
Okay.
So, I'm not so sure 43 million is the right number to issue in a year. And it's not that it's a big, scary number. It was the issue of what was the appropriate level of debt to take on in a given fiscal year.
And the appropriate level was 40% of our revenue, right? Which was approximately, last year's revenue, approximately $30 million, correct?
Yes, correct.
I guess I have a question too. I hate to ask it because it's so late, but my understanding as well on this issuance of debt is we still have to meet a certain debt service ratio, and would we still be meeting those if we're borrowing all this? Like Joe's saying, if we keep stacking it up, I mean, how could we keep meeting that?
Yeah, we actually, our current debt service coverage ratio is in the neighborhood of, for the utilities authorities, is in the neighborhood of 9. After we issued, if we were to issue this entire debt, we would still be somewhere in the 3.75 to 4 range.
Which is still in our range that we, okay.
Yeah, significantly, yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify.
Absolutely. Very, very good question.
Spread it out?
I mean, if we've misinterpreted the intent, please tell us, and we'll come back and I think you've made it very clear, Trustee Weaver, that your position.
I'm not comfortable with the interpretation.
Okay.
So what?
Fair enough.
What direction do we want to give staff? Break this up into issuance blocks of 40%.
Well, if it were me, and we knew our authorization level was 29 million to issue, I would like to know how that 29 million would be spent.
Absolutely. Fair enough.
To get us down the road and accomplish the most important tasks on the list.
And we have, I mean, we even before we got to the trust indenture amendment, we got the ball rolling, or you guys got the ball rolling on the country club pump station, and that. So that's what we did, irrespective of what happened with the trust indenture. So we have done that, and we will continue that process, and then we can.
I'm not advocating this, but even if it meant we were borrowing to reimburse ourselves, so that you had more funds to work with.
Absolutely. That'll be part of the plan. So I think it's I think your intent is crystal clear.
Okay, is that,
Yeah, I just want to make sure I don't know, like, I think the point trustee Weaver brought up is very valid. I don't want to be seen like where that 40% was passed, but yet we're just going to keep borrowing and there's no limit. I mean, I don't want people to perceive that, and I don't think that's your intention at all, Dan.
No, sir.
I'm not saying that's yours. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
The public perception.
Absolutely.
I want that to be.
No, we're very sensitive to that. Very sensitive to that.
okay, so what I'm hearing from the trustees is to come back with a different timeframe plan.
Right.
That takes into account issuance, effectiveness of implementation, coupled with the issuance of the 40% cap.
Right. There won't be any, as I have in my slide here, there won't be a debt authorization and a separate debt issuance. Authorization and issuance will be combined. And
Well-
it'll be limited to the 29 million or 40% of the previous year's gross revenues of the SUA, which currently is approximately $29 million.
Thank you for that slide. That really cleared it up for me.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's what that's why like I said, I paused. I wanted to make sure, without a shadow of doubt, that we are meeting your expectations.
With that request to readjust projects and timeframes, I hope we are still going to be able to get to this done as soon as possible.
Absolutely.
With those.
Oh, yeah.
So I think my statement stands. We still need to be ready for the request of authorization / issuance of a large figure before the end of this fiscal year.
Yeah, this is, we'll talk about that number. Once
we do
again, I
that?
don't want to issue so far out because even if we were to start design today on the full package A, we're not going to be ready to go to construction until July of 2015.
Okay.
So I don't want to get us out in front because we're going to pay a bunch of unnecessary interest. So, but this is the number one priority project on my desk, and so I'll be back scratching with the help from our finance department and our water utilities department, and we'll be start working this stuff out tomorrow. And I can't promise, but the likelihood is we'll be back at least in the first meeting in May, absolutely no later than the second meeting in May, with a implementation plan that meets your expectations.
And will we still be able to start doing the acquiring of property and things in that same timetable?
Yeah, well, we
I just
can-
want to make sure we're not
yeah.
setting this back.
Right.
6 months, 8
Yeah.
I hear you.
Yeah.
And we still
No.
have the 14 million in there, right?
Right.
That you-
That we
Right.
can, okay.
That we are using on to continue to proceed not only with this project but the other projects that I had listed on there.
Okay. Any other
Very
questions for Mr. Blankenship? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we tabled the resolution, so that'll take us down for a motion.
Second.
Motion a second to adjourn SUA.
Somebody doesn't want to adjourn?
That's approved 5-0. SUA is adjourned. I will call to order Stillwater Economic Development Authority meeting. We have a consent docket, approval of minutes from April 7th.
Move approval.
Second.
A motion is set in like 3 seconds to approve the consent docket.
I got it.
Did you vote?
That's approved 5-0. That'll take us down the request for executive session, and just so everyone, if we move into executive session, we'll go to executive session, we'll handle that. We'll get out of executive session, adjourn CEDA, move back to city council. It's got an executive session. Move into that, deal with that, get out of executive session, come back and adjourn city council, neither of which these executive sessions have action items at the end.
And we can stay in that room as long as we open the door between the meetings.
But this is something we have to deal with tonight.
Yeah.
We at least have to do this one.
All right, so is there a motion for CETA to move into executive session?
Motion to move into executive session.
Second.
Motion and a second. That's approved 4-1 with Trustee Weaver